Frostbitten by Arialene. What if Jack hasn't been completely alone in the 300 or so years since the moon granted him his powers? 11 years after Jack receives his guardianship, he finds himself telling Jamie about the true tale of the Snow Queen and of their love story that has been lost to time and much more fantastical legends. Chapter 1. Jamie Bennet hurried through the parking lot of his apartment complex towards the sanctuary of the warm complex of the entryway, turning up the collar of his warm wool coat against the cold, snowy wind. Is Saidit? He could imagine the weather reports on the TV channels protesting that the storm didn't look nearly as bad as it had turned out to be in the previous days. But regardless, his classes had been cancelled already for tomorrow, and he was looking forward to a 3-day weekend where he didn't have to work. 19 years old now, he was working decent hours at a local pizza place that the owner was nice enough to give the college kids a weekend off a month to go home, which worked out great because Jamie planned on using this one, now that he was snowed in, to work on a paper. His mobile phone rang as soon as he pulled the door shut behind him, blocking out the cold wind. "Hi, Mom," he said, stamping his boots on the rug a few times to get the snow and slush off of them. "Jamie, I've been trying to call you. Are you all right?" the worried voice demanded from the other side. He winced. He hated scaring his mom. Just fine. Mom, I just got to the apartment. I was just concentrating on driving and must not have heard the phone. It's kinda rough out there. Wanted to make sure I got home safe and sound." He made sure that he sounded cheery, not wanting to scare her. The roads were abysmal to drive on, since the road crews hadn't been prepared for this rough winter weather. He started down the hall towards the stairwell to go up to his apartment, waving at the middle-aged woman he passed that he guessed was going to check her mail. His mother babbled on about Sophie's latest high school whatevers, updates about his grandparents and other family members' other town gossip. He listened patiently, adding in encouraging words and non-committal agreements as he trudged up the 4 flights of stairs, pulling off gloves and scarf and fishing out his key. "I'm not going to be able to make it back tonight. You know that, right? The weather is just horrible. I guess good old Jack has been at it again." He made sure to make the last part sound jokingly. His mother sighed. "I know, and I was so looking forward to seeing you. You'll come home next month, though, right?" She sounded so hopeful, almost desperate on the last question. "Of course, Mom. I was looking forward to coming home, too. But I have some papers I need to write, and I'll get ahead on some things this weekend, too. I love you, Mom." "I love you too, honey," she said. "Sophie's home. I need to go check on her. I'll call you soon." He chuckled and hung up the phone, reaching his apartment door and opening it up. He groaned as an icy blast of air hit him in the face. "Can you at least close the window when you let yourself in, please? Not all of us are immune to the cold," Jamie grumbled as he pulled back on his gloves and rebuttoned up his coat. He didn't seem at all surprised or put off by the cold apartment or open window. Therese. Blue sparkles swirled around the room ahead of him, pushing the window closed and then flipping the switch to the gas fireplace. They vanished as the red flames sprang up warmly to help heat the frozen room. Jamie pulled his backpack off his shoulders and tossed it into the chair in front of the fire, looking around for his mischievous roommate. He smirked at the telltale laughter that betrayed Jack's hiding spot. "You know, you can't always just make a snow day when you don't want me to go away for the weekend. Not that I don't always appreciate it, but it might get suspicious when it's always on my weekends off," Jamie said, rubbing his arms to warm up. "Oh, come on. You can't honestly tell me that you wanted to go back down south to go see Sophie's high school fashion show when you could stay here with me," Jack said, coming into view, floating on that familiar staff of his. Jamie had to laugh at that. Okay. It was probably going to be pretty terrible, and you likely saved me from that. But Mom was looking forward to seeing me. I really have to go next month. Jack held up his hands in defeat. Fine, fine, but don't look to me if you need rescuing. What's for dinner? Though Jack didn't ever need to eat, Jamie had found out that Jack loved trying all the various new flavors that weren't available in the 1700s when he was a kid, especially anything with an exotic flair. Jamie pulled off his gloves again, unbuttoned his coat and removed it. How about curry? I can tell you about this new assignment I have from Dr. Boojak. I think you'll like it. Jack floated behind Jamie into the small kitchen area. The apartment was tiny. The one-bedroom apartment wouldn't be big enough for the both of them if Jack wasn't gone a large amount of the time being a winter guardian. While Jamie did tease him, he loved having him around. It got lonely having the whole place to himself. Jack snorted. Is it about me again? You know there is only so much I can make up about myself, he gloated. Jamie smiled, pulling out a large pot from a lower cabinet and setting it on the stove. He turned and started pulling out other items to start filling up the pot with the fragrant Indian dish. No, actually, we were told in very explicit terms that we could not write about anyone or anything that we had written about earlier in this semester. And this counts as like a third of my grade, so I have to choose something that seems interesting. I mean, it's mythology, so it fairly open book there, Jamie said, pulling bags of vegetables and a package of meat from the freezer. Jack scowled. I wish you'd tell this professor's first name so I could bury their house in ice. Burst a pipe or something. Mythology indeed. I'm quite real, thank you. Jamie chuckled. Which is exactly why I don't tell you. He paused. Anyways, so I went to the library to do a little research. I figured a lot of people are going to do a lot of the really common ones, so I wanted to try and find a more obscure one, and try and find one that also fits the Jack Frost genre as well. And I found one. The Snow Queen. Or the Ice Queen. I found it in both contexts, but it seems to refer to the same person. Looks like she started as a Norwegian myth or fairy tale, and it sounds like an interesting story. I just need to find out more information. He looks up at Jack with a grin on his face. You want this spicy? Jamie paused when he saw the forlorn look on Jack's face, like an old wound had been reopened for the first time in many, many years. Hey, Jack, you okay? Jack shook himself a little and looked up at Jamie, smiling sadly. Yeah, I'm okay. The Snow Queen, eh? She was something. Jamie furrowed his brow, still looking at Jack. You knew her, didn't you? She was real, like you. His eyes widened at the realization of it. Jack was silent for a few long moments before he sighed deeply and nodded. Yeah, I knew her. And yes, she was quite real. He sat his staff aside and fumbled with one of his pockets for a moment, pulling out a fold of black leather out, like a wallet, and handed it to Jamie. Elsa. Her name was Elsa. Jack leaned against the door frame, looking up at the ceiling with a faraway expression on his face. Jamie carefully opened the folded leather. His eyes widened at the small oil painting on one side, covered in a thin, protective sheet of ice, of a beautiful woman. She had white blonde hair that was pulled to one shoulder and braided, and she had piercing blue eyes that stared back at him. His strength was not in art, but he knew that a small portrait like this was rare to have. He examined the portrait further, halting when he noticed that the woman's shoulders were bare. This was not an ordinary miniature. Jack, he said haltingly, looking up at Jack. This is a lover's portrait. Jack turned his head towards Jamie, smiling weakly. Yes it is. Jamie stared at Jack for a long moment, looked down at the portrait at the woman, and then back up at Jack. Tell me. Jack blinked. What? Tell me about her. All of it. Jack stared at him for a moment, starting to shake his head. Jamie, Jack, she was obviously very important to you if you have kept her portrait with you for over 200 years now. I want to know the story. Jack turned his head back away. looking up to stare at the water-stained ceiling as long-dead memories resurfaced. Memories he'd fought long and hard to forget. There was only one other person that knew about Elsa, and he couldn't speak. He'd never told the Guardians about her, not even spoken her name aloud in nearly 2 centuries. But, as the fates would have it, she would not be ignored. He turned his head back towards Jamie. Jamie, who was still watching him patiently and holding that beloved portrait of Elsa. He smiled slightly, remembering the day he begged her to let him paint her. He knew how to create more than bunnies on window panes. He sighed. "You really want to know about her? About us?" Jack asked, an old pain in his usually cheerful eyes. Chapter 2. Jamie stepped towards Jack, handing him back the small portrait, and placed a hand on Jack's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. He gave his friend a soft smile and nodded his head. "Yeah, I do. Start while I finish getting everything in the pot, then I'll start taking notes for the book." Jack chuckled softly. "You and that damn book," he said, shaking his head. Jamie's book had been almost an obsession of his for a few years now, ever since Jamie had decided he was going to be a writer. In high school, he'd had an English teacher who had pushed him to do creative writing with his fantastical stories about Jack, and Jamie had realized that was how he could tell the world about his friend, and maybe make a few people believe. The book he had mentioned was the end goal. A giant children's book filled with all of the tales about real fairy tale creatures that lived in the world, and so many people didn't even know existed. Jack sighed. Perhaps it would make Elsa live again some way. In ink and spoken word, she could flourish again. "It's been almost 200 years since I last saw her, Jamie." He started, laughing softly. "It's okay, Jack. Just start slow," Jamie interrupted, taking a step back and giving him an encouraging smile. Jack opened his eyes and gave him an amused look. "It's been almost 200 years since I last saw Elsa. Stars. I can still see her so clearly, too, like it's all just been a bad dream. Her eyes, her laugh, her beautiful voice on a calm wind. And I can never, ever forget the first time I saw Arendelle, and I met her. Arendelle, summer, 1823. 3 years after the events of Frozen, 72 years after Jack's death. Queen Elsa sat at her desk, going through the large stack of carefully sorted parchments in her calm efficiency that she had adopted in her last few years as ruler. She hummed softly to herself as she reviewed spending projections for this coming fall, harvest predictions, trade analyses, and other various important documents. A noise from out in the hall had her pausing in the middle of her tune and lowering a report on the palace's various household supplies. The repeated noise louder had her smiling and carefully moving some of the documents before moving to the front of her desk. A few moments after she positioned herself, half kneeling on the floor, her office door burst open and 2 small children burst through the door. A blonde girl with a long braid down her back and a slightly taller red-headed boy ran towards her at full speed. She caught them up in a hug, laughing as they all tumbled to the floor in a mess of skirts and giggles. Aunt Elsa, can you make snowflakes?" the little girl asked, pulling herself up enough to plead with big blue eyes. "No, I want her to make icicles," the boy said, squirming out from Elsa's arm and holding out a rather sad bunch of flowers. "On the flowers, then I can give Mama iced daisies." Elsa laughed, pushing herself upright with her niece and nephew bouncing around her in anticipation of her next moves. She touched the centers of Eric's flowers, laughing softly as the boy cheered in delight at the now frozen flowers. She then moved with her other hand to make a swirl of snowflakes dance around the room for Lisbeth, both children jumping up to dance in the swirl of snow she had created. She watched them for a time, before her smile faded slightly, and she turned her face back towards the desk behind her. She loved children of her own, and there was at least 10 marriage propositions written out behind her, from countries all over the world. And she had even more, sitting in the bottom drawer of her desk that she'd been ignoring for the last 3 years. Elizabeth of England had ruled on her own. Certainly she could as well. She couldn't risk someone trying to use her for her powers, or use her family to make her use her powers. She'd seen the risk in that with Hans. She sighed. "Mama!" The 2 small, shrill voices screamed in front of her. Elsa's attention snapped back to the present room, and she looked up to see Anna walking into the room, Eric and Lisbeth now hugging either side of Anna's swollen belly. Elsa felt that pang of jealousy hit her in that region of her heart again. She was so happy for Anna, but at the same time, could she find that someday? Or would she be teaching her nephew how to rule her beloved Arendelle in a few years? "My goodness, you haven't been bothering Elsa too much with her work now, have you?" Anna asked her children, smoothing Eric's hair and rubbing Lisbeth's back. "Look, Mama, I got you flowers, and Aunt Elsa iced them so they are extra special," Eric said, holding the flowers up for her. Anna smiled at her son. "Thank you, sweetie. Why don't you and Lisbeth go down and find Marta and get washed up for supper? Papa will be back soon." "Yes, Mama," they shouted, running out the door. Anna laughed softly at their hasty retreat. "Goodness, Kristoff and I have been blessed. Everyone said the twos would be terrible, and with twins it would be even worse. But they are just wonderful as always. I can only hope this little one is as well behaved, and I will be a very happy woman," she said, as she looked at her sister and smiled. A pause filled the air as neither sister spoke. Elsa picked at tiny bits of snow that had fallen onto her dress from the twins' antics earlier, as she felt Anna's eyes studying her carefully. "Elsa, you look exhausted. Are you not sleeping well?" she said a minute later, breaking the silence with a heavy note of concern in her voice. Elsa laughed softly. "I'm fine, Anna. I'm just trying to get ahead on everything for the fall and just, keep everything in order. It's never ending." She ran a hand up over her hair, adjusting her own braid a little, as her sister continued to study her. "When was the last time you took some time for yourself?" asks Anna, walking towards her sister and leaning back against the desk. "I don't need," Elsa began, and then stopped at Anna's hard, stubborn, motherly stare and sighed. "It's been, 3 years? Probably since I first ran off into the mountains. I've been busy. I don't really have time to just run off for a week," she said, before frowning up at her sister. "And stop giving me those stares. They are unnerving." "And it's a mother thing. You get gifted with it when you have children. You'll see someday," Anna replied. But no changing the subject. "That is exactly what you need to do. Just get away from everything for a while. You're working yourself to insanity in here." "I am not, and I can't do that. I have too much to do," Elsa protested. "You were just telling me that you were getting ahead on things for fall. It's the middle of summer, Elsa. You have plenty of time," Anna countered, gesturing to the desk behind her. "You look exhausted. Go back up to the mountains and just have some fun for a week." "The mountains? A week? No, I can maybe take a day, stay around here and—" "Elsa, you won't do that. You know as well as I do. You'll take half a morning off, then you'll be right back in here like you've done nothing for yourself. You need to get out of here, take a few books, and play in the snow for a few days. It will be good for you." Elsa stared at her sister for a long moment, looked down behind her at the stacks of papers on her desk, and sighed. "I suppose you're right," she conceded, weariness in her voice. "A week isn't going to really put me behind when I'm already so far ahead, and Matthias can take care of any overly pressing matters, or you." Anna smiled and clapped her hands. "Yay! That was easier than I thought it was going to be. You can be as stubborn as me sometimes. Let's go pack." Elsa smiled and shook her head as she followed her prancing, pregnant sister out of her office and towards her bedchamber. An hour later, after a few bag repacks, help from a group of maids, a couple minor arguments between the sisters, a hastily written note to Matthias, and a few jokes about Elsa's choices in literature, and she was more than ready to go, and thinking that a week to herself might not be so bad after all. "You sure that's all you want to take?" Anna asked for the fourth time. Elsa adjusted the heavy bag hanging behind her, a long black strap coming across her body crosswise, and situated the bag against her hip. Explaining to people that she wasn't affected by the cold was harder than she had thought it would be, considering she could summon snow and ice with a mere thought. "You know I can make most things that I need. This will be more than enough. I promise. I could always just stay here if you think I can't manage on my own," she said, smiling at Anna. Anna grinned back at her, looking around the harbor. "How are you going to get there? Walk the whole way? It's nearly a 2-day journey on foot." Elsa smiled. "I have a few tricks to shorten that time. I know my way, and don't you worry about me. Now go inside and find your family. I'm sure they are waiting for you. I'll see you in a week." She leaned over, hugging her sister. Anna hugged her back tightly. "Have fun. You need some fun," Anna said, releasing her and taking several steps back. "I need to go see what my little monsters are doing." Elsa laughed, nodding her head. "Give them my love," she said, and turned to go. And so, "Have fun!" Anna shouted, walking back up the way they had come. Elsa smiled back before turning to look over the large port, the watery fjord that led into the city of Arendelle, and took a deep breath of the sweet summer air. The more she thought about it, the more a week alone up in her ice castle sounded wonderful. She could burn off some power, practice some new things, catch up on some reading, and just simply have some time to herself. It sounded lovely. She grinned and set off at a run down the pier, laughing aloud like a child as she jumped off the end and kept running. Small patches of ice marked her steps as she made her way across the water. This time, however, they melted behind her instead of freezing everything into a solid mass. She waved to a ship full of sailors as they shouted greetings to her while taking their ship out of port. A flick of her wrist and she filled their sails with cool, frosty air to push them out into the open water. "Fair winds and following seas," she yelled to them. They shouted back to her with gleeful cries. She smiled to herself and continued her run towards the North Mountain, starting to hum her song from earlier again. Jamie smiled at Jack, lost in his memory, and turned back to the stove to measure in last of the ingredients into the pot for dinner. "So it was summer that you met her? Why were you in Norway in summer?" he asked, feeling a little guilty bringing Jack out of his memory. Jack smiled and looked over at Jamie. "Why not? Australia doesn't have too much of a winter. Sure, they have their spells of..." He wiggles his fingers. "Frost. Africa and South America are mostly the same. When I get bored ruining flowers and throwing little cold spells around, I usually come back up north." "So it was just coincidence that you happened to be around?" Jack shrugged and nodded. "I was actually on my way to Denmark. Well, what is now known as Denmark, when I found her castle, the one she had made, all of ice. It was magnificent, just an amazing piece of magic and beauty." "Denmark?" Jack gave Jamie a pointed look. "You obviously have never had real Danishes." Jamie laughed aloud at this. "You and your sweets. Anyways, go on." Jack flew along the mountaintops, breathing in the scents of melting snow in the warm summer air, with the crisp bite of pine cutting through the soft undertones left behind by glaciers. He had to be getting close, he thought. This grouping of islands together with very independent peoples were a fascinating lot. They made amazing sweets, though, and usually had more than enough to not notice a few going missing at the end of the day. Jack smiled at the thought of warm, flaky pastry with tasty fillings. "How long has it been now?" he asked aloud, used to speaking to himself now. 60 years? 70? I'm getting old." He flipped over in the air, dipped down and frosted a series of pine trees, and froze a small pond, and spun around on the glassy surface, laughing to himself. "I can't wait for fall to get here. Then I can start having some real fun," he said, throwing snow into the air and gliding around on the pond before shooting back up into the air and spinning around. When he reached a height of a few 100 meters, he stopped spinning, a grin on his face, and he froze in place. Ahead of him was the ice castle. Whoa, he said in a whisper, mesmerized. Gripping his staff tightly, he took off towards the towering icy spires that sparkled and glittered in the sunlight. That is just... wow! Before him stood the huge ice creation in whites, blues, and purples, all done in stunning and majestic ice. He floated down and started inspecting the creation, a look of awed reverence on his face. Who did this? Who did this wonderful thing? He ran a hand over the carved snowflake door handle before moving up to continue his inspection of the castle. He landed on a balcony, frowning at the jagged spikes and fallen chandelier. "Well, this is unfortunate," he said, muttering to himself. He waved his staff over the area and smoothing out the jagged ice, returning the chandelier to its hanging spot above him. Something bad must have happened here. He floated forward, still looking around at the splendor of the castle around him. "This," he said, speaking fondly to the ice around him. "This is ice." Jack sighed. Up to that point, it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Everything was ice, Jamie. Everything. And it was just... He moved his hands around before him, trying to come up with the right words to describe what he had seen. Jamie grinned as he stirred the pot a few times, before placing a lid over it and turning away from the stove, and gesturing for Jack to follow him the few steps to his small desk in the living area. "So when did you meet her?" Jack smiled. "Ah, well, that was the best part of finding everything," he said. "She was coming to the castle, on a sort of vacation. She told me that later. I was touring around her castle still, and those main doors opened up. I turned and there she was. She was framed so perfectly in the setting sunlight. That ice blue gown she wore was fitted around her. And it took my breath away. Everything just was..." He trailed off again, unable to find the right words to describe her in those first few moments, even centuries later. Jamie watched as Jack looked out the window and smiled, seeing Jack getting wrapped up in the memory again, as he remembered seeing Elsa for the first time. Chapter 3. Elsa raced up the side of the mountain and across the ice bridge leading towards her castle, still sending out bursts of power around her as she gleefully reached her vacationing spot. She slowed as she reached the doors, turning to look down behind her at the valley below. The sun was setting behind her now. She figured she had about another hour of daylight left before she was left in darkness. She smiled to herself. Might as well make the most of it, she thought as she turned and threw open the doors. She paused in the doorway, letting her eyes adjust to the darker interior before slowly walking inside and looking up with a smile at her creation. Yes, this was such a marvelous thing she had done, and with a little more work, it could be the perfect spot for her to just get away from time to time, and she could bring her work with her in the future, too, so she wouldn't bother Matthias every time. She slipped her bag over her head, letting it thump heavily on the ground, and nodded to herself, rubbing her hands together. "Now then, let's see what I need to make with what daylight is left," she murmured to herself, and flicked a wrist towards the closed doors on the opposite walls, allowing all the remaining sunlight to flood in. It was the one perk of being so high up on the mountain. She paused then, looking over the room with a careful eye before she started moving her wrists and hands with a practiced motion of creation. Atsu. Jack floated around the center of the room, watching the woman as she made furniture from ice that she made from thin air. Magical ice, like his. He was transfixed by her, and she was humming while she swept around the room, making quick work filling the large empty room with these new ice creations. She'd only been here a few minutes, and she'd already turned his world upside down, just from opening the doors. He'd been admiring the castle when those doors had opened, and she'd been standing there, the sunlight framing her in the icy doorway with her white blonde hair and blue dress hugging her. She'd looked like an angel. The whole sight had just stolen his breath away. Then when she'd walked into the room, looked right up at him and smiled, he'd about fallen out of the air. But then her gaze had moved right past him and around the room, without seeing him. He'd thought for a moment that she could see him. For a moment, he thought that he wouldn't be alone anymore. But, alas, it was still status quo. He smiled softly, turning his attention back to her, as she skipped up the stairs behind him, a happy grin on her face. Her hand trailed on the wall behind her, causing an eruption of frost patterns to form up and down the walls. "Hey, not a bad job," he commented, flipping onto his back to follow up her the rest of the way. She intrigued him immensely. Ooh, she'd stopped in the upper room he'd repaired when he got here, a frown on her face. She was running a hand over the smoothed walls. "I don't remember doing this," she murmured. "I was dragged out of here and into the dungeon before I could do anything more in here." She trailed off, looking around, tapping her foot hard onto the ground, sending new ice trails out into the walls, and changing them from an angry red to a softer pink color. She moved her hands apart, causing the doorway to the balcony area to widen and grow taller, and then the whole room pushed further out. Jack stared at her. Dungeon? They had imprisoned her? For what? He watched her as she continued her crafting. She moved her hands, wrists and fingers gliding in a fluid motion as ice and frost flowed from them to create the art and objects she saw in her mind, this time making a bed complete with a canopy. Jack raised an eyebrow. She was planning to sleep on a bed made of ice, but was making a canopy which was made to help contain heat? The logic escaped him. He chuckled, but his laughter soon fell away as she spread her arms, and large, fat flakes of snow began to fall throughout the room. The heavy flakes fell rapidly, big, fat, fluffy flakes that he liked to use for snow days. Realization dawned after a few short moments. The big, fluffy snow would be nice and soft after it fell, and be like a blanket for her to sleep on. "Clever," he commented, flying up to survey over the room, as she flicked her fingers to cover the bed with an icy fabric, similar to what she was wearing. "What you're wearing is made of ice. Never thought of doing that." She made quick work around the rest of the room, crafting several other pieces that she felt she needed. A nightstand, dresser, and a chair. All of them made in the same elegant manner she had created the bed with. Everything sat in the room with a calm, icy stillness, an unspoken power filling the room around her. Satisfied with her work, she turned and hurried back down the stairs to the big room downstairs. The large room seemed vastly empty now, save the newly made table and the stilled ice fountain. Her heels clicked softly on the hard floor as they came down the grand staircase and crossed to where she had left her belongings, muttering to herself. "If that ice furniture wouldn't melt so quickly in the other castle, I'd use it there. It would save me a ton of money." "Wait, you have another castle. Are you like a princess or something?" Jack asked her, floating down behind her. She snorted, almost as if she'd heard him. "What am I talking about? Everyone already thinks I'm the half-crazed queen. That's just what I need to add. Hey everyone, I'm going to start making all the furniture out of ice." "Yeah, that would go over great," she said sarcastically, grabbing the stuffed bag and setting it heavily on top of the icy table. "What all do you have in there?" He wondered aloud, bending down to look. "You aren't going to break the table now, are you?" She didn't answer him, as she hadn't heard him. He sighed. She pulled the bag open, slowly working at unpacking the contents. Out came a stack of books on the table and a wooden box filled with candlesticks. a small lantern-looking device, and a thick wool blanket. She also pulled out a stack of folded clothes, tins of food and flasks of water, and a stack of blank parchments with a large pot of ink and several writing pens. She set the bag on the floor and kicked it underneath, before organizing her few items neatly on the table. Setting her hands on her hips, she surveyed the few items that she had. Dear me, maybe I should have listened to Anna after all. I didn't bring very much with me. I'll be bored silly tomorrow, she said, biting her lip. You're a queen? Jack asked her, looking at her incredulously. You're a queen, and you have ice powers, and you think you'll be bored by tomorrow. I might need to show you how to have a little bit of fun then, he muttered, shaking his head, still watching her. She picked up her stack of books and looked at the titles, considering which to read. Then, laughing softly and smiling to herself, she pulled the smallest of the titles out, sat the others back down on the table, picked up the blanket and settled down on the floor, using the blanket to cushion herself. Now then, getting back to my earlier problem, perhaps I can find a solution in here. Men in fairy tales are always perfect. Let's see if I can find a suitor in here, she said, laughing as she opened the pages of her childhood storybook. Wait, Jamie said, leaning back in his desk chair. You mean to tell me that you're in this ice castle with her, and she's about to go through her childhood storybook looking for marriage suitors? Jack grinned at him. Well, she wasn't being serious. I can assure you of that much. She was having a laugh for herself, or so she thought. You gotta realize that before this point, Elsa was getting some pretty outlandish offers from just about every country there was, especially any country that was having a drought of some kind. An ice queen for a drought country? What happens to ice when it melts Jamie? Jack asked, giving him a sardonic grin. And Elsa could conjure it from nothing, just a wave of her hands and there it was. People were either awed or amazed by her, or terrified of her. Very few could just appreciate her for the amazing person that she was. Jack smiles. That stuff almost done. I'm hungry. Jamie grins and got up to check on it. No, you aren't. You never need to eat anything. You are immortal. Starving, Jamie. Wasting away over here? Jack floated to the floor in an overly dramatic fashion to emphasize his point. Jamie laughed, stirring the contents in the pot before nodding. Yeah, it's good. Come get some. Jack was up off the floor and opening the cabinet that held the bowls before Jamie had finished speaking. Good. Smells great. You made it spicy, right? I love spicy things. Jamie laughed, spooning healthy amounts of curried meat and vegetables into both bowls, handing one to his impatient roommate. Then, grabbing a drink for himself, he returned to his chair to eat and listen to more of the story. So I'm guessing that you were one of the fairy tales featured in her little book? He asked, blowing carefully on a spoonful of his dinner before sampling his spicy creation. Jack, however, wasted no time and began shoveling huge spoonfuls of the hot curried meat and vegetables into his mouth, nodding to answer Jamie's question. Trino. Yeah, I was. Fourth one in, after The Little Mermaid, The Master Thief, and Hansel and Gretel. Jack brought his bowl up closer to his mouth and continued to devour his bowl of curry, making small grunts of approval. Jamie smirked as he ate his more slowly. He believed that he could give Jack just about anything to eat, and Jack would sing his praises as a chef. Well, with that kind of competition ahead of you, it's amazing you were chosen. Jack's bowl came down quickly in indignation. Hey! Jamie laughed and held up an arm to block his face as a snowball came hurtling towards him. I'm kidding, Jamie says, throwing up his hands quickly in surrender. Jack smirked. Fine, I'll continue. He shifted to sit in the chair opposite Jamie, balancing his mostly empty bowl on his knee. Elsa opened her book, a childish grin on her face. Okay, let's see here. The Little Mermaid. Unlikely, lots of death, and he gets married to someone else. That takes you out of the running, dear prince, she said, flipping through the pages of the story to the next one. The master thief. I don't think you'd be a very good choice for a king. Thievery is generally frowned upon, especially by those that have to handle the crown jewels. Again, she flipped through more of the pages to the next story. And Hansel and Gretel. Well, my dear, if I'm not mistaken, you are still a little boy, and I'm looking for a man, she said on a sigh, and flipped through more of the pages. This may have been harder than I thought. Who knew even fairy tale suitors would be difficult? She opened the book wide at the next story, and smiled happily. Oh, I'd forgotten about you, dear friend, she said, eyes bright as she looked over the page. Jack Frost, you're just like me. She was silent for a few minutes as she read through the pages of the fairy tale, her lower lip pressed between her teeth, and a half grin on her lips. Jack had been watching her in amusement as she had been looking through her book, but had frozen in stunned shock when she had reached his story. She'd known about him growing up. Had she believed in him? Would she believe in him again if she read the story again? He gripped his staff in a tight grip and watched her with his breath held. He just wanted someone to talk to. Was that too much to ask for? She leaned the book down and looked up into the open space ahead of her. The last of the sun's rays slipped away and the room was getting very dark now. She sighed and stood back up, setting the book on the table, and pulled a few candles out of the box before grabbing the lantern box. She opened it carefully to reveal a hot coal inside the metal box and pressed the candle's wick to red-hot coal until it ignited. Then, setting the box back in its melted square on the table, she looked around for some place to put the candle and sighed when she realized she hadn't made one. She waved a hand over the edge of the table, waiting a moment as the ice and snow churned to form a candle holder, and placed the candle in it. Maybe it is nicer to live in a place where I don't have to make everything that I need every time I need something, she said, picking her book back up. Alrighty, Jack. Let's see what you might look like then, she said, turning back to the open space, which was lighter now with the lit candle. Jack raised an eyebrow at this and floated down beside and slightly behind her. He was curious to see this. Well, first I think you'd be tall, she said, waving her hand out in front of her to form the tall shape of a man with a block of ice that rose out of the floor. Though maybe a little on the thin side, since you're the embodiment of winter. She moved her hand again, and the shape became more defined. And maybe you'd look a little like that. She set the book down now, using both hands to define her Ice Jack creation better. Jack watched with amusement, trying not to laugh as this strange version of himself came into being before his own eyes. She crafted his legs, arms, torso, and face, gave his icy doppelganger clothing too, stiff and frozen wardrobe creations that made him look like quite the flattering and princely figure, if he did say so himself. Blue eyes, of course, like mine, she said. And hair like that. There, Jack, there you are. You're real now. She seemed happy, amused with herself at her creation, like she didn't have a care in the world in those few moments. Hello, Jack. I've been waiting for you. Hello to you, too. Not a bad job, though you did a terrible job on my chin, if I do say so myself, he said, moving forward to try and get a better look at her sculpture. She screamed and whirled around at him, her hands raised, like a cat ready to strike. She stared at him, startled from her relaxed, good-natured fun, and to being frightened and guarded. He jumped and scrambled back from her, staring at her. Whoa, what? You can hear me? You can see me? Who are you? Where did you come from? He blinked at her. I'm Jack Frost. Jamie was laughing in his chair, setting his bowl aside on his desk. He looked up at Jack, who was looking at him with a little bit of annoyance. I don't see what is so funny about that, he said. The first thing you said to her was basically, Hi, I'm Jack. You did a terrible job on making me, Jamie said, taking a drink from his glass. Only one Jack, right? Jack watched him for a moment before starting to laugh himself. Yeah, I guess you're right, he conceded. I gave her quite the fright, too. I felt so bad afterwards. Jamie sighed, rolling his eyes, and stood up. He grabbed his bowl and reached for Jack's. You want dessert? Jack gave him a serious look, crossing his arms for further effect. Does a leopard have spots? Jamie chuckled and headed into the kitchen. That particular saying was Jack's newest favorite. After hearing Sophie used it sarcastically to their mother a couple months ago, Jamie pulled some ice cream out of the freezer and scooped some into new bowls, coming back out a few minutes later and handed Jack his new bowl. So what happened next? Did you two get into a frost fight or something? He chuckled at his own little joke. Jack gave him an amused look. Frost fight? Really? Jamie shrugged, grinning, and ate his dessert, waiting for Jack to continue. Chapter 4. Elsa stared at him, wild-eyed and stunned, before taking a brief moment to glance at her ice creation, then a quick glance back at him, and then back at her ice creation. Jack stared back at her, hardly believed that she could now see him, and apparently hear him as well. She'd played around with making an ice sculpture of him, talking like she was making him into a real creation, and then that must have made her believe in him. He grinned. She believed in him. He couldn't lose that now. I'm Jack Frost, he repeated. The real Jack Frost, not your little ice sculpture there. Though, I must admit, I'm quite impressed at your skills. He gave her a big smile and leaned forward on his staff, hoping to not seem overly excited. She was the first person that could see him, that could converse with him for the first time ever. Oh yes, there had been the brief encounters with those guardians over the years, but he hardly counted those. Not real conversations with someone. He watched her with bated breath as she slowly lowered her arms and studied him. He didn't dare move as she took a few cautious steps towards him. You're really him, Jack Frost? I'm not just dreaming, or having some weird madness, she said, her eyes wide in the dimly lit room. He winked at her. The one and only, he said, giving a small half bow. I was flying by and saw the place. Thought I'd come and check it out. Though, after having seen you in action, I must admit, I should have expected nothing less. He kicked off from the ground, San Cinta, and floated over to the table, taking several of the unlit candles from the box, and floating up to the chandelier above them, and fit them into the holders. He glanced at her nonchalantly as he floated back down to the table to get the lit candle, grinning at her as she stared at him. I thought we might like a little more light in here. One little candle isn't going to do us much good, don't you think? He reached the chandelier and began to light all of the candles, working his way around in a slow circle. What do you want? She asked, eyes still wide as she watched him. He dipped down below the chandelier to look at her. Want? Why do you think I want anything? Well, I mean, you're a legend, a myth that's hundreds of years old. Hey, I'm like 70, maybe 80, I can't quite remember. He interrupted, fitting the lit candle into an empty spot before moving back, looking around to see if the light was better. Satisfied that it was, he rejoined her on the floor and looked at her, his eyes alight with amusement and mischief. And besides, if I did want something, what would you be giving? She stared at him for a long moment before swallowing and taking a step back, shivering slightly before turning to walk to the table with all her supplies and that book. Still open to the page featuring him, she picked up the book, closed it, and hugged it to her chest, shaking her head. I almost can't believe this is happening. You're not supposed to be real. You're just supposed to be a... Don't say that, please!" he almost shouted, rushed towards her and pulling the edge of the book down. She looked up at him in surprise and curiosity. "Why? What are you really—" He stared at her for a long moment before sighing. He leaned his staff against the table and threaded his fingers through his white hair, turning away from her to walk a few steps, considering. "It's a strange story," he finally said, turning back to look at her over his shoulder. "The short answer is, I'm a spirit. I'm Jack Frost, only able to be seen by those who believe in me. To everyone else, I'm invisible." She stared at him for long, silent moments, and he wasn't sure what to think of her reaction. He wasn't sure what to think of any of this. The only thing that was passing through his mind, over and over and over again, was the hope that she wouldn't stop believing in him so soon after she'd started. The thought of losing something he'd only just gained seemed a bitter pill to swallow. He watched as she raised her chin, as if deciding on something and committing to plunging headlong into it. "I have a fairly strange one myself," she responded, and he continued to watch as she moved to settle back on the blanket that she'd read the book on earlier, this time with a tin of biscuits on her lap. A massive sense of relief washed over him, and he couldn't help but smile at her, still hesitant to move, though, lest she'd change her mind. "I'm sure you do," he said, his own curiosity about her piqued. Silence fell between the two for a moment, as neither was sure what to do next, each of them nervous. She worked at the top of the tin, nails scraping at the metal noisily, until the top popped off to reveal the confections inside. She held up the tin to him with a nervous smile on her face. "Shall we both share?" she asked him. He looked at her and smiled, coming over to sit by her, spinning around on the icy floor before doing so. The gesture had given him a wonderful sense of friendship, of companionship, something he didn't think he'd ever experienced before. "Ooh, I'm assuming that you aren't cold," he asked, selecting a biscuit and taking a bite of the chocolate-covered confection. She smiled at him, removing on herself and nodding. "Correct. The blanket is just for cushioning." He smiled, popping the rest of the biscuit in his mouth before grabbing a second. "So who goes first?" "I believe you just volunteered." He scowled before chuckling. "Fair enough." Jamie glowered at Jack. "Wait," he said, bringing his hands up to emphasize his annoyance. "So you're telling me that the story that took me close to 8 years to get out of you in full, start to finish, you told her, after knowing her for a matter of, what, minutes? Hours?" Jack grinned sheepishly at him, taking a big spoonful of ice cream and shoveling it into his mouth. "Jamie, you'll find that when there is an amazingly beautiful woman that takes your breath away, you will be telling her most anything she wants to know about you." He shrugs. "This was also 200 years ago. Things were much different back then. I was younger." Jamie scowled, giving Jack a rude gesture. Jack laughed, returning the gesture and grinning at his friend. "Just you wait, boyo. Just you wait until you meet someone and see if you aren't spilling your guts to her. And I'll be there to say, 'I told you so.'" Jamie's scowl deepened. "Whatever," he said, gesturing for Jack to get back to his story. "So, how did she react?" "So, I've just been alone, traveling around the world, doing my duties and never being noticed." He turned and looked at her, and smiled. "Until now." Elsa stared at him. She could hardly believe this was happening to her. She'd made the ice sculpture as a bit of fun, not seriously expecting anything to happen, and now he'd just told her that she was the first person he'd ever spoken to. Was the first person that had really believed in him. Her mind was just racing with everything that was happening, and he was looking at her with such hope in those big eyes. She paused at that last thought and smiled at him. "You have blue eyes," she said, staring at him. He blinked at her, a look of puzzlement coming over his features. "What?" She laughed and lowered her crossed arms, picking up the fairy tale book. "Sorry, it's just, you are so real," she said, inspecting him again. "What can you do? You can fly around a little, and you can frost things like me?" Jack crossed his arms. "I can do lots of things, thank you," he said. "What's your name, since you obviously know mine?" he asked, eyeing her. She paused for a moment, her glee faltering before she raised her chin a little to answer. "Elsa." "Elsa," he said, turning her name over on his lips. "Pretty name. Well, Elsa, the first thing that I insist that we do is that we have a little fun." He jumped up from his seated position and snatched up his staff from its position on the ground beside him, turning it over in his hand as he grinned down at her. Then he held his free hand out and down towards her expectantly, waiting for her to make the next move in their strange but careful dance they were in. "Fun? What kind of fun?" she asked cautiously, looking around at the sparse room. There weren't lots of options for things to do as the midnight hour approached. He grinned. "Oh, my dear, there is lots that we can do still. Like perhaps." He lunged forward, leaning down and slipping his free arm around her waist. In a moment they were up and flying out the open door and off the balcony into the cool, moonlit air. "We can take a tour around." She squealed and turned to grasp tightly to him, gasping as they soared high into the air over Arendelle, the waxing moon lighting the valley below in a soft glow she'd never seen before. Jamie's cell phone buzzed, jolting Jack out of his memory and causing him to raise an inquisitive brow. "Is that your mom?" Jack asked, floating up from his chair to pick up his empty bowl, and then Jamie's, as the younger man studied the small lit screen of his mobile phone. "No," Jamie said in a confused voice. "It's the school's alert system. Several of the water mains broke for the school, and one in the school, it sounds like. Several of the buildings have been flooded. With as cold as it's going to get tonight, it might all freeze. Man, that's going to be a mess. They've already said that classes will be online only all next week, and the professors will be in contact via email." "Oh my," Jack said in feigned surprise as he came back into the room. "Whatever will you do with yourself?" Jamie laughed, shaking his head and tossing the phone back onto his desk. "You know, I'm glad that I'm on your good side. I'd hate to see what your bad side looks like." Jack settled back to his chair in the living area, waggling his fingers at Jamie, a wide grin on his face. "Very scary, I assure you." Jamie readjusted his seat in his chair, settling his legs under him as he turned to a blank page in his notebook and popped his neck. "Okay, so you guys had an epic first date then, touring around Arendelle." "First date?" Jack asked, giving Jamie a frown. Jamie gave Jack an amused look. "Come on, Jack. You swept her off her feet into the moonlight, giving her something no one possibly could ever hope to give her. Totally a first date." Jack smiled wryly. "Well, I suppose when you put it like that." Jack and Elsa were both laughing as they landed back on the balcony to the ice castle, and as Elsa's feet touched the icy surface, Jack grabbed her hand and spun her around. He grinned as she giggled again, dipping her down after a few short dance moves. "Now that, my lady, is how we have a little fun," he said, pulling her back upright and bowing to her. She still wore an enormous grin on her face as she looked at him. "Huh, oh my goodness, I don't think I've ever had that much fun," she declared, twirling around on her own, laughing. "Well then, you need to get out more. Maybe we'll go somewhere else tomorrow. Maybe Russia, or even the Americas." "Oh no, I couldn't do that," she said, stopping and her smile fading. "I only have a few days before I have to get back. They can't run things for very long without me. I'm scared enough for the few days I'm up here that things will be in shambles." She looked away, back down at the valley towards her kingdom. "Run things without you?" he asked, giving her an amused look. "Oh yes, well, you see, I'm the queen. "The Queen of Arendelle," she said, giving him a shy look. "Sorry, should have told you that before. Good thing you didn't drop me, right?" He stared at her. She was the queen. When she was talking before about suitors and whatnot, he assumed that she was just being silly. But now, upon learning this, well then, we shall just have to make the most of it then, won't we? She turned and looked back at him. We? He puffed himself up, turning around slightly in the air. Of course we. I'm not about to leave you all alone up here to be plagued with boredom and the like. We shall have fun together. And with that, he raced inside, leaving her to follow behind him and watch as he zoomed up to check the candles, leaving a wake of snowflakes behind him. She smiled as she watched him speed around the room, Frost trailing behind him as he dragged his staff on the floor, chuckling to himself before he stopped in front of her, grin in full view. He's scared I won't like him, she thought with a realization. He's been alone all this time, and he's terrified that I'll just turn him away and forget about him. As she realized this, she made a decision. She stepped forward and threw her arms around him. "Thank you. I had fun tonight," she said. He stiffened, unsure of what to do as he looked down at her in shock. He dropped his staff, wincing slightly as it clattered on the floor, and wrapped his arms around her hesitantly. "You're welcome, Elsa." She yawned into his chest. Pulling away, she covered her mouth with her hand. "Oh goodness, I'm sorry. It's been a long day today. I'm tired. It has to be quite late. We were out for a while." He smiled and stepped back, bending to pick up his fallen staff. "Well then, I suppose it's time for you to try out that nice snowbed of yours." She grinned at him. "I am excited to see how that works out," she admitted, looking eager to try out the aforementioned bed. "Wanna race?" Jack said. She looked at him, considering. "No flying." Jack leaned his staff against the wall, holding up his hands in mock surrender. "On my honor." She bit her lip before slowly breaking into a smile. "You're on," she said, and took off towards the staircase. "Oh, no you don't," he said, spinning around and running close behind her as they raced up the stairs to the bedchamber she had created earlier. He caught her by her waist just as they entered the room, both laughing with mirth at the fun of the race. Then he turned, spinning so that he landed on the bed flat on his back, and she landed on top of him. She stared down at him in surprise, blinking down at the sudden change in events. He was surprised at what had happened himself. She blushed, turning her face away from him as he grinned up at her. "I believe that victory is mine," he said softly, flipping her long braid behind her shoulder. She flushed, rolling off his chest and onto the bed, blushing deeper. "You grabbed me. That was cheating." "Ah, you said no flying. You said nothing about anything else," he pointed out, propping himself up on one shoulder to look at her. "Details." She stuck her tongue out at him, causing him to laugh. "So what do you think of your bed? Comfy enough?" he asked, poking at the fluffy white mass. Her cheeks still flushed red. She turned her attention away from him to her bed, feeling the thick snowfall, and moved to try to settle herself in. He had unnerved her here in the last few minutes, seconds, when he had grabbed her. It might have been innocent enough, but her reaction to it certainly wasn't. She was starting to understand why Anna and Kristoff fell in love so quickly. But surely a immortal winter spirit like Jack Frost wouldn't be interested in a mere mortal woman like her, right? She busied herself with making herself comfortable in the bed, smiling up at a bemused Jack when she had. "What?" she asked, looking around to see what he was smirking at. "You look like a cat, getting all settled into a nice bit of blanket is all." "It's cute," he commented. She scowled and he laughed. "Well, I shall leave you to rest then, Your Majesty. Yell if you need anything, I shall be." He gestured to indicate the space around them. Somewhere around here. You don't sleep. He shook his head. Not usually, unless I'm bored. Don't usually eat too, unless it's sweets. I just don't need to. He hefted himself off the end of the bed and skipped back out of the room. Well, see you in the morning, he called behind to her. Jack looked up to see Jamie cover a yawn as well. Looks like you need to get some sleep as well. Jamie waved a hand dismissively at him. It's barely 10. I'm fine. I want to hear more of the story. Jack chuckled. He sounded like a little boy again. All right, I suppose I can keep going. Don't want you falling asleep on me, boyo. Jamie gestured with his pen again, writing a few notes in a margin, as Jack grinned, falling back into telling the story. Chapter 5. Elsa awoke the next morning to the glare of sunlight coming through the reflected prisms of the icy walls around her. She groaned, moving her hands up to cover her face, and grabbed at her blanket to snuggle down further in her covers. When her hands merely grasped at the loose snow, she opened her eyes again in confusion, moaning as the snow was made brighter by the morning sun. Oh, stars, this is terrible, she bemoaned, rubbing her fists over her eyes and yawned. She carefully looked around her room, through half-opened eyes, remembering her adventures and dealings from the night before. Snow, ice, and sun? Just bad combination. She saw movement out of the corner of her sun-shocked eyes. Jack? She asked quietly. Your Majesty, I'm so glad I got here in time. It looks like you are in need of me. Maybe a hug, the voice said, a familiar voice. Elsa looked down beside her to see Olaf standing beside her bed, looking up with his big snowman grin on his face. Who is Jack? He asked, looking around and then bending down to look under the bed. Elsa's smile, upon seeing Olaf, faltered. There wasn't anyone downstairs? She asked, a little ashamed of hearing her voice crack. Olaf continued looking around, not picking up on her sudden change in voice or mood. Oh, did you mean your ice sculpture downstairs? Yes, he's still there, doing a great job of guarding the door, too, he said, giving Elsa a wide, reassuring smile. Elsa gave Olaf a sad smile, her shoulders slumping. He'd already left, moved on to something else. She thought that she was special, though, after how he'd acting when she could see him. She sighed, laying back down in her bed, comforted by the soft snow spread around her. Night, after several long, quiet minutes, she frowned, sitting up again. She heard something outside, and it was steadily getting louder. It sounded like singing, like a man singing. Jack appeared, humming the last few notes of his song as he floated in through the balcony door. His whole face lit up when he saw her watching him. In that moment, as she smiled back at him, she realized that not only had he not left, he wouldn't leave her. Jack had raced to get back to the castle, hoping that she would appreciate this small gift. He grinned, gripping the brown wrapping he held a little tighter, before flipping around in the air and speeding even faster towards the castle. He started to hum and then sing one of his favored traveling songs, hoping that he would manage to make it back to her before she awoke for the morning. So, when he reached the castle, spinning in through the door he'd opened before he'd left, a few curses went through his head when he saw her sitting up. He flashed a big smile, inwardly grimacing that he'd failed to make it back in time. Good morning, he said, setting the bag down on the bed and putting a hand on it. She smiled back at him, quirking an eyebrow as she studied him in the daylight. Good morning. Hi, I'm Olaf, and I like warm hugs, came a new, happy voice. Jack turned incredulous eyes to look down at a small, but very much alive snowman, standing on the other side of the bed, looking at him with a big loopy smile on his face. You can see me? Jack asked him. Yeah, why? Said Olaf. Elsa blinked at Olaf, surprised as well after hearing Jack's tale the night before. You can? Yeah. Why? Jack sat down hard at the end of the bed, smiling. 2 in 2 days. This is incredible. What's going on? Why, am I not supposed to see him? I can turn away, Olaf said, turning around and covering his eyes with his stick hands. Elsa chuckled. Olaf, this is Jack Frost, she said. And people don't usually see him. We're the first 2 that have ever. Oh, Olaf drawled out, turning back around. People usually have something to say when they first see me too, like screaming or demon, or what's a snowman doing in the sauna? He smiled brightly up at them, turning to Elsa when she groaned. I told you not to go to the sauna. Olaf looked at the bed, sitting just over eye level to him, reached up, and began to pull himself up to join them. But Oaken likes me. He says it's great for business to have a snowman in the sauna, he said, his uppermost parts making it onto the bed. Then he hopped around, bent over, and carefully pulled his lower half up behind him. Besides, have you ever been in the sauna? Oh, it's just amazing, he continued, turning to smile at the couple. Jack and Elsa turned and smiled at each other, chuckling a little. Olaf's antics were amusing. Are you okay? Elsa asked Jack, as Olaf settled himself into a corner of the bed. Jack shook his head a little, more in disbelief than disagreement, and smiled at her. Great, he said. Absolutely great. I brought you something. He turned slightly, reaching behind him to grab the bag he had set down on the bed. He sat it on his lap, peeling away the paper carefully before stopping, smiling and looking up at her. Here, you choose first. I went and got them for you after all. He held the bag out for her, watching as she gave him a curious look, and slowly reached to take the bag from him, a confused look crossing her features. She moved a hand to the top and pulled down, peeking inside before looking back up at him. Pastries? Jack grinned, moving to sit on his knees, and moved a little closer to her. Not just pastries, danishes. I flew down to this great little shop in Denmark to get them this morning. You didn't really have much in the way of breakfast downstairs, so I thought this would be perfect for you. Jamie was laughing aloud, even snorting once as Jack was jolted back again out of his telling of his past. What? What's so funny? Jamie laughed for a few more moments, grabbing his sides and taking a few calming breaths, still giggling a little to try and catch his breath. Knowing you were thinking about those danishes for a good hour before you decided to go and get them. And her lacking anything to eat was just a good excuse. Jack scowled at him. I flew to another country to get her breakfast, thank you. I'd like to see you do as grand a gesture to a lady. Thank you. Jamie chuckled a few more times, hiccoughing once, and gestured to Jack to continue. Sorry, please, go on. You brought her, he giggled. Danishes. Jack crossed his legs and scowled, trying hard not to smile himself. Jamie was right. He had been thinking about the danishes, but he'd wanted to do something for Elsa too, so that had redeemed his wanting the danishes for himself. She stared at him, blinking once before glancing down at the bag and laughing a little. You flew to Denmark to get me pastries? Jack continued to grin at her and nudged the bag, urging her to take one. Try one. She stared at him for a moment, a blush creeping across her cheeks before she gave a small smile and dipped her hand into the bag, pulling out a flaky pastry. Apple, I think, she said, as she rotating the Danish around a little to inspect it. After a moment's hesitation, Jack leaned forward, his own hand darting into the bag, and he pulled one out himself, still grinning madly and obviously quite pleased with himself. Cherry, he declared, holding it up before taking a large bite. Elsa hesitantly took a small bite of hers, chewing for a few moments before smiling up at Jack. It's good, she declared, before taking another bite. He swallowed his own bite, grinning again. "You think I would go all that way for anything subpar, my lady?" he asked, giving her a small bow on the bed. She giggled at him, moving her foot under the snowy bedclothes to kick his leg while taking another bite of her breakfast. Olaf watched them, head moving between the two of them as he grinned madly with them. Can I smell one?" he asked. "I can't really eat anything, but I could smell one." They turned and looked at him, a little bit of surprise registering on their features, like they had forgotten that he was sitting just beside them. Olaf leaned forward on his mounds of snow as Jack picked up the bag and brought it over towards him. "What's your story anyways?" Jack asked him. "How are you, well, an animated snowman in summertime?" "That was me," Elsa said sheepishly, causing Jack to look back at her. "What was you?" he asked. "My magic," she answered, gesturing to Olaf. "I made him." Olaf nodded in agreement, smiling at Elsa. "And then she made my little flurry cloud so I can be around all year round," he said, grabbing the bag and inhaling Deepening. "Oh, that smells good." He leaned back, smiling, before turning and hopping off the bed. "Well, I just came to make sure you weren't lonely up here. But since you have your boyfriend, I'll just go back to the castle. Bye!" And with that, Olaf sped out of the room and was gone. Elsa and Jack both stared at the empty doorframe before slowly turning to look at each other, both blushing a little before continuing their breakfast in silence. Nervous laughter filled the bedchamber as they attempted to ignore what Olaf had just said about Jack. He rolled forward, coming up on his knees to grab her hands. "Come on," he said. "Let's go. Lots of things to do today." She stared at him, confused. "But I've just woken up," she said. His eyes flicked up to the top of her head, and he gave her a forced smile. "Yeah," he said. "I know how stubborn hair goes." "Oh gosh, I must look a fright," she said, quickly moving her hands up on top of her head. "Not so bad," he said, winking at her. "Anyways, come on, we need to get going. I have big plans for today." "Plans? Scotland!" Her eyes widened. "But that's so far away. What if something happens? They might need me here, or what if we get stranded?" He smirked at her, giving her a bemused look. "Elsa," he started, "it's going to be fun. That I can promise. And I can have you back here by tonight if you want." "Okay," she whispered, a symphony of nerves playing inside her. Then slowly, a grin spread over her features. "Okay," she said louder. "I've never left Arendelle before. This will be an adventure." Jack gaped at her a little. "Never?" She shook her head. "Never." "Oh, Elsa, I have so much to show you then," he said, bending to grab his staff from its position on the floor, before slipping his arm around her waist. "You ready?" She turned into him this time, fitting one arm behind him and grasping his hand on her waist with her other. "Don't let me fall," she said softly. He smiled down at her. "Never," he assured her. And then they were off, heading west towards Jack's promise of adventure. Jack leaned back in his chair in Jamie's apartment, smiling at him. "And I did. That's what we did every day for 5 days. I'd go find some fantastic breakfast from some great place and bring it back to her. And then we'd fly to a country that we'd explore for the day. We saw the Scottish Highlands, the great cliffs and rolling hills of Ireland. She dipped her feet in the Irish Sea and the English Channel. We had a picnic in France, with wine and strawberries, and some of the best chocolates you can imagine from Belgium. She got to see some of the great museums she had only read about. The Louvre, the Uffizi. She got to see some of her family that she'd hardly even met before then. We went anywhere she wanted to go that week, and she loved it. And it was just amazing." Jamie watched Jack in amazement. Geez, talk about sweeping a girl off her feet, Jack. Jack grinned and shrugged. "If you'd met Elsa," he sighed. "She was just amazing, unique and just Just perfect. You were falling in love with her already then, Jamie commented. Jack smiled. Boyo, he said. I'd already fallen. I just didn't know it at the time. Jamie smiled, making more notes in his notebook as Jack remembered his fond memories. So you said you guys traveled for 5 days. What happened on the 6th day? You said that she had a week vacation deal, right? Jack groaned softly. Oh yeah, that, he said, laughing softly. Well, while we were gone one day, I still don't even know which one, because she had completely ignored all of her things until the night we got back from Germany. Well, what you called Germany today. It was Prussia then. Anyways, her sister had come up to the ice castle while we were gone, after what Olaf had gone back down to the palace told her what he'd seen. Ice. He shook his head, grinning at the memory. You can imagine the panic that set in when Elsa wasn't there, so she, the sister, left a note. And when Elsa finally saw it, she panicked, and about flew out the door herself back to the other castle. I convinced her to at least pack up her things so it wouldn't seem like she was coming back from being kidnapped or something. I've yet to see anyone pack as fast as she did that night, and then I flew her back to Arendelle proper. And then the real drama began. Drama? Jack quirked a brow at Jamie. You don't really know that much about sisters, do you? I suppose Sophie has let you off easier than you thought. Oh, yes, the drama. There wasn't email back then, or instant messaging, or mobile phones to let anyone know you were okay. You just had to sit and wait for things to happen. You can imagine what that did to Anna. Anna, Elsa's sister. Chapter 6. Jack and Elsa landed back in the ice castle, laughing and talking animatedly about their latest trip. They had gone to Prussia and Corona. Both of their arms were weighed down with bags and boxes from shopping excursions that Elsa had gone on. She'd taken full advantage of a personal expense account she'd never used, and a vacation she'd never taken before. Even Jack's staff was turned upside down, the crook laden with several bags as they came back into the icy room. They separated from each other, both heading for her table, which was now overflowing with all the various purchases that she had made in the last few days. Jack smiled at her, amazed at how excited she had been about so many little things during their trip, marveling at all the wares that vendors sold, and amazed at the people she'd met. She'd bought books, clothes, trinkets, and any little thing that caught her eye over the last few days, and beamed with pleasure while doing it. Halfway into their trip to Scotland, she'd inquired how he intended to pay for anything they wanted to buy, like food. He'd looked at her with surprise. He didn't have money, and he certainly didn't have a way to make money. No one save her could see him. He'd gotten the danishes that morning by taking several different kinds from their reject tray, pastries that weren't pretty enough to put into the window. She demanded that he turn around and go back to the ice castle, where she'd pulled a small purse of coins from her larger bag. When they had gotten back that night, late that night, they had snuck back to her office in the palace a larger coin purse and her seal to write a note banknotes for monetary withdrawals. Elsa turned around after setting all of her new purchases on the table, beaming at him. "This has been just amazing and fun," she exclaimed, looking enormously happy. "I didn't realize how much fun it could be. And all the art I've gotten to see," she continued. "It's just amazing. Thank you so much, Jack." "I told you that we would be having lots of fun this week," he told her smugly. "And we still have another day tomorrow. Where do you want to go?" "Oh God, I don't even know," she said. "I can't hardly think after today." She laughed, pulling back and looking back at the disarray of items scattered before them. "I guess let's try to, condense things down," she said, bending to pick up a mostly empty bag and carefully add in more purchases. She bent down and began to carefully combine boxes into bags. She glanced over when a piece of parchment fell to the floor beside Jack. Ignoring it, she turned back to her task at hand. She must have had left a place marker in the book, She'd find her spot again easy enough. Sorry, he mumbled as he bent to scoop it up. Hey, he said after another moment, did you write a to-do list to yourself of something? She glanced up again as he held the parchment out towards her. She frowned in confusion, reaching out to take it from him. She wouldn't have put something written in one of her books. So, no, I haven't even started on those books yet, she said, opening it to see Anna's familiar scrawl written across it, and began to read. She felt the color drain from her face as she finished the note, moving to the top to read again, and hoping that the words would change as she did. Jack noticed her silence, glancing over at her. What? He asked her. What's wrong? Oh, no, this isn't good, she said, looking up at him, and began to move around the room in a panic. A cold knot of worry clenched deep in her stomach at Anna's written words. Oh, stars, this is bad. Very bad. What's wrong? He asked, stepping close to her to try and read it. Oh, no, this isn't good, she said, looking up at him, and then beginning to move around the room in a panic. Oh, stars, this is bad. Very bad. What's bad? What's wrong? He asked, reaching out for the note as she walked away from him, and missed. Anna, she said, looking up at him worriedly. Anna came up here. I guess Olaf told her about us, about you being up here, and she got worried. She came while we were gone one day, and now she's scared. She's worried about me. She thinks I got kidnapped or something. I need to go back to the palace right now. Jack, you have to take me back right now. Her eyes were wild, frantic and worried as she turned and looked at him, the now crumpled note clutched in one white-knuckled hand. He came forward again, trying to take Anna's note from her again. This time she relinquished it, continuing her frantic pace around the room as she worried. He read over the written words and sighed, glancing up at Elsa's worried form. The sisters obviously cared deeply for each other. He'd always been alone, in every sense of the word, and part of him wondered what worrying over someone like that was like. She turned around, her blue eyes locking with his, and he could see the tears brimming in them before she glanced nervously at the door. So, he smiled softly at her. Let's get the last of everything packed. Then we can get down there in no time. Shouldn't take us too much longer, I wouldn't think. Her eyes widened, her head shaking and her hands coming up to emphasize her disagreement to his statement. Jack, no, we need to go now, right now. Anna is worried about me, she said, coming towards him. She was frantic now, scared and desperate as she began to panic. She was tired from all of the events from the day, worried about the new development with her sister, and wasn't thinking clearly. He watched her for a moment, her hands wringing together and lip worrying as she talked rapidly and nonsensical. He swallowed, trying to think about what he could do to calm her down, what he could do to get her to relax, and recalled what he'd seen so many courtly gentlemen do over the years, in a myriad of situations that he'd seen over the years. She had turned away from him, the winter elements around her kicking up harder as she looked around her room. She felt him come up behind her, turned to see him giving her an assessing look, as if trying to decide from several options of what to do with her. She paused, slightly unnerved by that look. He planted his hands on her shoulders, causing her to pause and look up at him for a moment. Then he kissed her. She stiffened under his hands, startled from the action. Then she relaxed, her arms coming up to snake around his neck, kissing him back. His mind whirled at the action, synapses firing excitedly that his action was being returned. He pulled back, resting his forehead on hers, and stared at her. She stared back of him, both of them seeming stunned by the actions a few moments before. Imda. She opened her mouth, trying to talk before closing her mouth again. Trying to speak again, he then grinned at her, jumping backwards and turning towards her pile of things. Come on, he said. Pack your things and we will go down. She closed her mouth, paused, opening it again to try and speak before closing it again, her teeth clicking together audibly. Then she nodded and came forward. Nahan. The remainder of the bags were stuffed, and boxes were carefully tied onto the wooden length of Jack's staff as they gathered everything up for their trip back down. He wavered on his feet, the weight of everything messing up his balance. He grinned up at her. I feel almost like North, carrying all of these bags of things. It's dark out, too. If only I had the beard, he said, still grinning at her and carefully shuffling over towards her. Something metal in one of the bags clanked together as he moved, causing him to look down in curiosity. She watched him, concern and worry evident on her face. Why didn't you just come back for my things? Or let me come back for everything later? He hadn't thought about that, truth be told. He wasn't about to unload everything and let her know that now. She'd claim that he'd wasted time. He turned up his smile a little more, trying to think of something to say for a moment. Elsa, my dear Elsa, certainly you've figured out that I'm not leaving you by now. There is still too much fun to be had, he said, shuffling forward more and looping his free arm around her waist. Because of how things were arranged around him, and how she was holding on to items herself, she wasn't able to hold on to him for this flight, however short it might be. She was completely at his mercy, thus meaning she had to trust him. Don't let me fall, she whispered, clutching to her bags tightly as they lifted into the night air, turning south towards Arendelle proper. He leaned close to her, his lips just over her ear. Never, he said, lips splitting into a grin, as they cut through the cooling evening sky. The flight to Arendelle was short, neither of them talking as Jack concentrating on flying, and Elsa worrying about what awaited her when they arrived. She directed him to her bedchamber balcony, high at the top of the castle. It's done. The last time they were at the palace, Jack had stayed outside as she had dashed inside to get her items. He was awed as they made their way inside, amazed by the opulence that greeted him as she pulled open the doors to her royal chambers. Set everything down, she said, moving quickly and setting bags down on the ground. I'm going to summon the maids so they can light everything and have them tell Anna I'm back. If Anna doesn't come with the maid, that is. Oh, I hope that she's okay. She looked around nervously, her hands moving together nervously before she helped him remove all of the bags and boxes he was carrying. She stepped over the items. The gathered mess moved from the ice castle to her bedchamber and pulled hard on a large, heavy rope that hung in the corner. That's how you call the maid? He said, gesturing to the rope. The bell pull? Yes, it's attached to a bell that is down in the kitchens. A minute later, the door burst open, and a red-headed, very pregnant woman stood there, eyes wide as she looked around the room, before running at Elsa full speed and wrapping her up in a hug. So, Elsa, oh my goodness, I was so scared, she said, pulling back to look at Elsa. Where did you go? Where have you been? I've been so worried about you. Olaf said you had a man up there with you, and I went up there and you were gone. Jack quirked an eyebrow, watching the exchange. Ah, this must be Anna then, he said. Oh, Anna, Elsa said apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you. She grabbed Anna's hands, pulling her towards the large pile of bags and boxes that we gathered at the balcony entrance. Elsa glanced up at Jack, who was standing by, watching with amusement. Jack and I, we went off and explored. He took me all kinds of amazing places. We went to Scotland and France and Prussia. I got you some wonderful things, she said, releasing Anna's hands to shift through a bag. Jack, Anna said worriedly, a note of suspicion in her voice. Olaf was right then? You had someone with you. And how did you get to all those countries? Elsa straightened back up, a wide smile still fixed on her face. Jack Frost, Anna, she said, breathing his name like he was her saving grace. Like from the storybook Mama used to read us. But he's real. He's a real living and breathing man. Jack watched her with amusement. She certainly did everything with a passion. Elsa, Anna said, pausing to consider her words. He's a fairy tale. You said it yourself. That's a book of stories. Come on now. Honestly, how did you get all of this? Jack scowled at her. Hey, he said defensively. A shocked look crossed Elsa's features, seemingly taken aback by Anna not immediately believing in what she told her. Jack was surprised by her reaction, though he'd also been dealing with rejection for a lot longer than she had. Yes, Elsa tried again. Anna, no, it was Jack. Jack Frost. He flew me with his staff. This staff. He stiffened at her words, a protest on his lips that died as she stepped over and grabbed his staff, turning to hold it out to Anna. He said nothing as he watched Anna's face crease with puzzlement. And we flew to all these countries, like I told you, and, oh, Anna, I had so much fun. The most fun I think I've ever had. He's just the nicest man I've ever met. He's so kind, and nice, and handsome, and just amazing. He smiled at her, touched by her kind words. But just how? Anna asked, her tone worried as she looked nervously at Elsa. He's not real. You aren't holding anything. Elsa looked down at her hands, frowning in puzzlement before glancing to her side and then back to Anna. You can't see it? Maybe because he isn't holding it. Jack, come here, she said, gesturing to him. He smiled at her and walked over to her side, taking the staff from her. Elsa, she can't see me. She would have when she came in the room. She will, Elsa said, giving a confident nod. Just give her time. She'll see you. Who are you talking to? Anna asked, looking concerned. Elsa, you're scaring me. Elsa bit her lip. Here, I have an idea, she said, walking over to the bags and opened the one that contained all of her books and pulled out the storybook. Read the story. Read Jack's story. Elsa, Please, Anna, please, Elsa said, looking at Anna with a pleading look. Just read the story. I'm going to unpack some of my things while you do. Anna stared at Elsa for a long moment, seeming to consider the request before sighing and turning to go sit on the bed with the book. Several maids stood just inside the door, silently waiting direction as the sisters had their discussion. Elsa turned, directing the maids to first build a fire in the fireplace and light all the lamps in her room before helping her to unpack. They dipped curtsies to her, moving to do as she had asked. Jack itched to help her, but stayed where he was against the wall and sighed. He smiled as the maids' faces lit up when Elsa pulled a big box of Belgian chocolates from their short stay in Prague out of one bag and told them to take it downstairs to the kitchens and share it with everyone. When the room was finally put to rights, they hurried out of the room, excited to share the gift that Elsa had been given them. Elsa smiled to them as they left, turning to look her sister just as Anna turned the last page, looking up at Elsa after she finished the story, a smile on her face. I forgot how good these stories are, Anna admitted, closing the cover of the book and setting it on the bed. But they are Elsa stories. What about the trolls? They have magic, a special kind of magic, Elsa countered. There are all kinds of magic in the world. You just have to believe. You can't see Jack unless you believe in him. What, like St. Nicholas? Anna said, smiling. He's real too, Jack said dryly. Really? Elsa said, turning to him with a look of wonder. He nodded, smirking. What? Anna said, looking at the corner that Jack was in, and then back at Elsa. Jack says that St. Nicholas is real too. He's Russian, he continued, amused at their reactions. You're making that up, Elsa said. Nope. Who are you talking to? Demanded Anna, looking worriedly at her sister. I'm talking to Jack. I told you. She turned her head. Come over here. He shrugged and floated over to her, watching Anna's brow furrowed in worry and confusion. "Oh, us, Elsa," she said. "If this is some joke you're trying to play on me, it's not funny anymore." Elsa's hands clenched, the room growing colder around them. I'm not joking," Elsa said, her hands gripping hard at her skirts at her sides, the room growing colder around them. "I'm very serious. He's right next to me. Jack Frost, like you just read in the book. Just believe me, Anna. Believe he's real, and you'll see him." Anna threw her hands up in frustration. "Elsa, you're looking at AIR. There isn't anyone there. What do I have to say to convince you that he's real?" Elsa pleaded, her eyes desperate to convince Anna. Anna hesitated, starting at Elsa. You're serious about this?" Elsa threw an arm up in frustration, not knowing what else to do to convince her. "Yes," she exclaimed. "Jack is, oh, for heaven's sake." She turned, grabbing his head, and kissed him. Again. She melted into him, both of them ignoring as his staff clattered to the floor, and a gasping Anna behind them, as arms wrapped around each other. They broke apart a few moments later, when Elsa turned her head as she heard her sister's frantic mumblings behind her. "What now, Anna?" Elsa said, expecting more protests from her sister. He's, oh my, but he's not. He's right there. You just kissed him," Anna said, staring at Jack with huge eyes and clutching her stomach. "Oh, I need to sit down." "You can see me?" Jack said, unable to believe that Elsa had accomplished it. He talks," Anna said, still staring at Jack. Elsa hurried to her sister, leading her back over to the side of the bed, instructing her to breathe as she tried to calm her. Jack chuckled and then started to laugh, the glee evident on his face as he picked up his staff and spun around in the air, spinning snowflakes out as he did so. "Oh, what has you so happy?" Elsa asked, looking up at him with amusement. "You?" He swooped down and hugged her. "You," he told her simply. "You have me happier than I could ever have dreamed I could be. You can see me. She can see me. Do you know how long I've waited for this?" Jack looked up from his chair to see Jamie almost falling asleep in his chair, writing a few lines out on his notepad, but blinking heavily, trying to stay awake. He chuckled and stretched out his limbs, looking to the clock, nearly 2 a.m. now. "Oh, I think I should stop for the night. You look like you're about ready to pass out," Jack said, crooking an arm behind his head, eyes laughing. Jamie coughed and sat up straighter, shaking his head a little and opening his eyes wide. No, I'm good. For a little bit longer at least. Did Anna go into labor? You said she was super pregnant, right?" Jack sighed a little, smirking at Jamie. Jamie loved a good story. "No, she didn't. She was stunned, that much was apparent. And, I was still getting used to Elsa being able to see me, so watching her then turn around in less than a week and convince her sister as well, it was amazing. Then, the next day she did the same to her niece and nephew, Anna's kids. Though I've found over the years that kids are a little more adaptable to the idea of magic and spirits like me, but still, it was wild, going from nothing to so much, so quickly. In the next couple weeks, I think a dozen or so people could see me. It was again just stunning. Having people see me, talk to me, having groups of children begging for snowball fights and ice skating in the courtyard, and even the ones who couldn't see me, they'd shyly ask their friends, and still even more that would ask about me over the years I was there, if I was still around. "Years?" Jamie asked, a harsh note of exclamation in his voice. "How long were you there?" Jack grinned, shrugging his shoulders. "That is a question for tomorrow. Right now, it's time for you to get some sleep, boyo." Jamie scowled up at Jack. "I'm not a kid, you know," he said, writing a few more notes before capping his pen, and finally standing up. Jack laughed, And I'm over 300 years old. I think that means that I know when it's time for a 19-year-old to go to bed, he countered. Jamie rolled his eyes, stretching and yawning as joints cracked and bones popped, staggering a few steps as he relaxed. He then went about locking up the small apartment for the evening, shutting off lights and locking the front door, doorknob and deadbolt. "Hey, Turtle, I'll get the kitchen. Don't worry about it," Jack said, waving a hand and smiling at Jamie. "Go get some sleep." Jamie shrugged and nodded, covering another yawn with his fist as he shuffled into his bedroom. "Night," he muttered, closing the door behind him. "He's so much like Henrik sometimes," Jack murmured, turning into the kitchen to clean up the mess from dinner. "So much it's scary." Chapter 7. Jamie woke up late the next morning to bright sunlight streaming into his room. He turned and stretched, yawning loudly. Blinking at the clock's face, he read that it was nearly noon and groaned. He hadn't wanted to sleep in that late, but then he had been up late the night before talking to Jack about his past, and that was always a good reason to stay up late. He sat up, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed and pushed himself up. His room was cold, which meant the apartment as a whole was cold. Jack had opened the window for a time at some point that morning. He shivered as the cold air touched his bare flesh. "Hope he's still here," Jamie muttered as he walked over the door and pulled his robe off the hook on the back, slipping it on to keep warm. He emerged into the chilly living room to see that Jack was still there, to his relief, and browsing on his computer with the special gloves that Jamie made him wear. They had found out the hard way that Jack could quite literally freeze a computer. At least Jack had remembered to close the window when he had returned from going out for the morning. "You went out?" Jamie asked, covering his mouth as he yawned before he wrapped his robe tighter around himself. He immediately felt silly for asking such an obvious question. "It's winter," Jack said, slowly punching a few of the keys on the keyboard like an unfamiliar grandfather. "I do still have a job I have to do, you know. Picked you up breakfast on the way back, though." He gestured over his shoulder at the square donut box perched on the chair behind him. Jamie grinned. "Courting me now?" he asked, walking into the kitchen and pouring himself a glass of milk before flopping into the chair and proceeding to devour the donuts. Jack snorted, holding up a hand in a rude gesture. "Oh, yeah, I don't think so," he said, not looking over as Jamie laughed at him. "How do you spell continental?" "Contental. Why?" Jamie said, around a cake donut, taking a drink. "Just looking something up is all," Jack said. "Who was the unlucky city that you frosted this morning?" Jack paused, turned and scowled at him, an affronted look on his face. "Excuse me? Unlucky? Your view changes when you get a little older. Lucky for kids when you get out of school. Unlucky when you have to drive on it," Jamie said, biting into the donut again. "Still fun, though," he quickly amended. "Still fun." Jack turned back to the computer, shaking his head while he smirked. "Well, when I can figure out how to keep it off the roads, I'll let you know. And it was Toledo and Oxford in Ohio. Oh boy, sounds like fun. I did have a little fun before I came back here. Some epic snowball fights already this morning in Oxford near the college. Well, more like last night." Jamie set the box aside and got up, grabbing his notebook from last night, and flipped through a few pages in silence. Jack still slowly typing on the keyboard, muttering to himself. Jamie frowned and looked up. "Are you speaking in another language?" he asked, curiosity piqued. "Huh. You were muttering. It sounded like a different language." "Possibly. Probably. I know most of the languages in the world. It was probably Norwegian." "You know every language in the world, and you didn't ever help with me with my Spanish homework in high school," Jamie exclaimed. "That's just mean." "What, and take away all the fun for you?" Jack wrote something down on a piece of paper before he turned to Jamie, grinning. "Besides, would have been a little strange if you seemed completely fluent in a language you were just learning." Jamie scowled, flipping through a few more pages of notes from the night before. So, getting back to your little story then. How long were you in Arendelle? Jack sighed. Total. I don't even remember an exact amount. Half a century? Maybe a little less? A little more? How I parted was a little less than favorable, so I try not to think about it most of the time. But we'll get there. Eventually. It's how it ends after all. He stretched his arms out, thinking for several moments. All right, so going back to where we left off last night, otherwise you'll start hounding me with questions. It took Elsa about 6 months to convince people in the household that I was real. He starting to recount the story again. Like Anna's husband, the palace staff, and whatnot. Her niece and nephew caught on really quickly and just loved having a new playmate. Me and that snowman I told you about earlier, Olaf. Then they realized I could fly, and stars above. I can't tell you how many rides I gave those two. That's what convinced their dad, Kristoff, was seeing his kids fly around on nothing, was that there had to be something doing it. Though, his face the first time I took Lisbeth for a ride was just... Jack laughed. Oh, it was priceless. So 6 months of convincing everyone and hanging out in Arendelle, that would have put you into the winter season though, right? Jack nodded. What did you do? Jamie asked, looking even more curious now. What do you mean? Well, did you leave? He asked. I mean, you're like the embodiment of winter. You're supposed to bring winter to the world, right? Jack shrugged. I didn't leave. He sighed. I was young, relatively, and in love. I didn't want to leave the people that could see me either. I was scared that if I left, they would forget about me. But what about your job? Your duties? I'd leave for short little jaunts here and there, putting frost on the neighboring nations, but I wasn't ever gone for more than a couple hours, and usually that was when Elsa was working, or sleeping, and I was bored. I did just enough to keep everything barely at status quo, keep the powers that be pleased that I was doing something that winter, Jack explained. And the same the next winter. I couldn't leave her, or if I did it was only while she was busy as well. And when we were both done, we'd go off somewhere together, like to the ice castle, or sometimes we'd go down south and have a picnic in some field, like in Poland or Belgium. Well, what you call them today. As I said before, the borders were a little different back then. Then at night, we'd spend back in Arendelle, just curled up together in that opulent bedchamber of hers. Jamie snorted. Oh, Jack, you two sound adorable, he said, in a higher-pitched voice. Jack threw a pencil at him. Jamie laughed. So wait, did Anna have her baby? The one she was pregnant with? Jamie asked, flipping back a page. Jack grinned. Rolf? Oh yeah, little blonde boy. Looked just like his dad, especially after he grew up. It was a little shocking how much he looked like Kristoff. They were great kids. I miss them from time to time. Jamie looked up, a shocked on his face. They died? Jack looked at Jamie with a look of weary sadness. They lived in the early 19th century, Jamie, he said softly. Of course they did. A long time ago. The whole palace has, several times over by now. If it's even still there. Silence fell in the room. Jack silent as he worked through unpleasant memories, and Jamie, as he tried to think of what to say next to bring back a happier mood. So, what happened with you and Elsa? Jamie hesitantly asked softly, carefully watching Jack. Jack looked up, brow furrowing in slight confusion. What do you mean, what happened? Well, I mean, you guys were obviously in love by that point. I mean, you kinda made that clear. Did you get married or something? Jack chuckled. Elsa, marry a man that only some people could see, and a man that never aged? Plus I could fly, don't forget that little tidbit. Some of the people that could see me thought that I was a demon. They thought that Elsa's magic was evil and I was one of her creations, like Olaf, he said, an amused look on his face. That was one dilemma that we faced at least, but I will admit we had talked about. It just didn't seem like it was possible, though. But, Jamie started, frowning at his notebook before trailing off. Jack smiled at him. But indeed. Chapter 8. Arendelle Spring, 1827. 4 years later. Jack and Elsa lounged on the side of a hill far away from the clamorings of the palace and the stresses that she had to endure. She was on her side, head resting on his shoulder, as they laughed and talked about all the varied things that were so prominent in their eccentric lives. He was forever trying to get her away from the palace, getting her away from the stiff and formal life that she played a part in to be able to really play, with little snow and ice creatures they created, or snowball fights in ice fortresses. Today Elsa looked tired. It was making Jack worried. "What's going on that has you so exhausted?" he asked, looking down at her. Elsa smiled, turning to look up at him before resting her head back down on his shoulder. "I was hoping you wouldn't notice," she admitted. "I didn't want you to worry." He chuckled, stretching an arm to tuck behind his head. "You should know better by now," he said. "I'm always keeping an eye on you and your well-being." She sighed. "I've been getting correspondence all week about various outbreaks in some of the neighboring countries," she admitted, sounding worried. "Cholera this time. It sounds like a rather bad outbreak, too, and I've been worrying about it. I'm trying to get some supplies so I can close the gates if need be." She moved her arm to rub at her eyes. "I guess I wasn't doing as good of a job at hiding my concern as I thought I was." Jack had stiffened as soon as she had said the word outbreak. Outbreaks weren't uncommon. This was the second one that he'd been around Arendelle for. There had been an outbreak of influenza in the village nearby, a few months after Jack had arrived. Arendelle had never experienced anything on the scale this cholera outbreak was turning out to be. Elsa hadn't been trying to hide it from him, but she was scared and didn't know how to approach it yet. She was still working to gather facts about the disease herself. She didn't want to panic anyone. Scared people en masse were just as dangerous as an outbreak. Jack pulled her closer to him. "Tell me," he said. "Tell me everything you know." She smiled, turning her head up to see the fierce determination on his face to protect her. Jack, her protector, her guardian, ready to take on the world for her at a moment's notice. And so she did. She told him everything that she had found out yet about this oncoming plague. Jack sighed when she was done, the weight of the possible epidemic now heavy on his chest. "Don't worry," she said, as much to herself as to him. "We don't know it will come up here. We're so small compared to everyone else. We will take precautions." "That doesn't stop influenza," he countered. "Everyone gets influenza outbreaks," she said bluntly. "It's going to be fine." "I will be fine," she said, a moment later, guessing his real worry. He could protect her against so many things, except disease. He sat up and pulled her onto his lap, holding her close in his embrace, burying his face into her hair and the crook of her neck. "Let's talk about something else," he said. "Something more pleasant, more fun." She closed her eyes, smiling at his hold on her. "I love you," she said reverently, speaking the words like an intimate prayer. He squeezed his arms that were wrapped around her waist, lips moving to tickle her neck. "I love you too." They were silent for several long moments, enjoying the warm sunshine as they sat curled up together in the meadow in an embrace, the soft fragrance of flowers and the promise of rain surrounding them. "Yeah, something fun," she mused softly, breaking the silence after a spell. He murmured, moving his head to rest on her shoulder, looking up at her. We could always get married," she offered, eyes alight. "That would be fun." He raised an eyebrow at her. "Oh yes," he said sarcastically. "Marrying an invisible man. A fairy tale, no less. Sounds like lots of fun. I'm sure everyone will love it." Jack, she said, a weary note in her voice. Don't be like that. I would make it work. We would make it work. We make things work now just fine. I know, he said quietly. I know, but I don't want you made a laughingstock because of me. I hear the rumors the same as you, Elsa, that you've taken a strange fancy to a myth. I can't have your sanity called into question as a ruler by a wedding. You know that as well as I do. I know, she conceded, looking down at her hands. I know you're right. He hugged her tightly to him. The thrills of being in the public image, right? He said, chuckling slightly and jostling her. She looked up and gave a weak smile. Indeed. A roll of thunder from the west had them both looking at the sky. Time to go, it seems, he said, leaning back to reach for his staff and lifting them back into the air. She sighed. Yes, I have more reports to read. Cholera, Jamie asked. That was a big deal back then, right? Jack nodded. It was terrifying. It killed so many people. Elsa got more information about everything in the next weeks about it. Ended up closed the port and inviting the majority of the village inside the palace, before shutting the gates as long as we could hold out. I went on more than a few supply runs to help last them a few extra weeks longer. And it worked, thank the moon. But what about like planting for spring and whatnot? Most of them had already done that, and agreed that letting weeds grow with the crops for a few weeks was well worth trying to avoid an outbreak of cholera, and they all helped. It was an impressive feat to see. All these people working together in a crowded environment where it could have been so easy to get upset and angry, Jack said, recounting the events. Elsa had read in one of the documents she'd gotten, some science thing, saying that it was suggested that everything was as clean as possible to help stave off an outbreak. She'd compiled everything she could on the outbreak. All of this research, and then brought everyone together and told them what she'd found, and everyone all worked together. Everyone cleaned in the castle every day, even me. That's really impressive. How did she know it would work? She didn't, Jack said, giving him a pointed look. She was basing all of this off of theories she had read, and hoped it would work. It wasn't until, like the early 1900s that they discovered it was that unclean conditions passed the illness. I mean, the idea was there, kind of, in the early 19th century, but not on this level. My Elsa, God, she was so smart. If this idea was around, why didn't people use it back then? Money. It cost a lot of money to house everyone in the palace just for those 2 months that we did, and even more to help with food costs for that winter, since the harvest was lacking from everyone having to neglect their fields and gardens for 2 months. But not having a disease outbreak was worth it to Elsa, and everyone agreed. The perk of having such a small country, I suppose. That had to be a relief for Anna and Kristoff with their children, though, right? Jack shook his head. We took the kids, more than just those 3, up to be with the trolls before we brought everyone in. Oh. Elsa was concerned that if the theory didn't pan out, because we didn't know if it would or not, that something could happen to them, and we didn't want to risk it. I suppose that makes sense. Jack nodded. It was a scary time for us all, but it all worked out. So what happened after that? Did everything go back to just normal? Well, it was hard to jump right back to normalcy after a big scare like that. Fall 1827. Arendelle. Jack sat alone on top of the roof of the castle, looking up at the night sky, and was grateful the moon was not out tonight. He wanted to be alone for a time. Elsa was below in her office, finishing up paperwork and trying to find ways to refill the coffers, after a large portion had been drained, while they had avoided the cholera outbreak that had been going on around them. That had scared him. He'd be a fool not to admit that. He'd known that he'd lose her one day, but he'd thought it would be a day long from now, not when she was still young. The thought of a sickness taking her had never crossed his mind. He still had so many things he wanted to show her in the world, so many things that he still wanted to prove to her, to give to her. He stood up and kicked off from the roof, flying off into the forest and thinking about his next words. If he could make this happen, it would make her so happy. But could it happen? He supposed he would find out soon enough. After a long, dark flight, what seemingly took twice as long as it usually did, he landed in the troll's clearing and looked around. He cleared his throat and tapped his staff on a few of the stones. He didn't have to wait long before their stones began to rumble and roll into place, showing the bright, happy faces of the trolls. "Jack!" Several of them shouted, before their voices were all muddled together, all of them starting to talk at once. He grinned, kicking off from the ground and hovering until he found Bulda, and sat back down in front of her. "I need to talk to Pabby, please," he told her, trying to get straight to the point at hand. She smiled up at him, gesturing to another troll that rolled off in another direction. "Certainly, Guardian," she said. "I'm not," Jack started, stopping as she grabbed him by his shirt front and dragged him down to her level. "If you are wanting a favor, then you'll let us call you whatever," she stated bluntly. Jack stared at her, straightening when she released him as rumbling stone was heard. Then Pabby appeared, bowing down to Jack like he always had. Guardian, how can I help you today?" Jack opened his mouth, thought briefly, closed it, and then tried again. "Would you mind if we spoke in private?" Pabby looked up at him, considering his words for a moment before nodding. "Very well. This way," he said, leading Jack away from the large, open clear to a small cave nearby. They sat down in the cramped space, the old troll watching Jack curiously before the spirit let out a long sigh, leaning forward on his knees as he still worked at how to word what he wanted to say what he wanted. "Hide. Why don't you just tell me what it is you want?" Pabby asked him. "And we can go from there." "I want to be human," he said, looking up. Pabby looked surprised at this. "Jack, I know," Jack told him, laughing bitterly. "I don't mean permanently. I was hoping for perhaps a day, a week?" He sighed. Elsa wants to get married, but I don't want her to marry someone that hardly anyone can see. People already talk in whispers enough about her." "I'd do anything for her," he admitted. "I'd give up everything for her, but I don't know how I can do this for her." Pabby was silent for several very long moments, considering and debating with himself, before he turned and started pulling out charts, crystals, and stones from the nooks and crannies of the cave around him. After a few minutes of searching, he finally returned to Jack, giving him a heavy sigh and a wary look. "I can grant you one favor, Guardian, and only one. Ever," he said, a strong note of caution in his voice. "Are you really sure you want to use it on this?" Jack paused, with a protest on his lip, and thought for a long moment. Pabby hadn't said that he couldn't do it. He had said he would give Jack one favor. Only one favor. What else could he ever want, though? Jack smiled. "Yes," he said, nodding. "Of course. You can do it." Pabby hesitated. "Maybe?" he conceded. "I'm not sure yet. Come back in 3 days, and I'll have an answer for you." Jack nodded slowly. "Okay," he said, turning to leave. "I'll see you then." His flight back to the palace was just as long and quiet as the one to the clearing had been, his mind filled with a flurry of thoughts, worries, and anxieties as he made his return to Arendelle proper. He found Elsa waiting for him in her bedchamber, lazily paging through a book, with the bedclothes tucked comfortably around her and pillows propping her up. "Where have you been?" she asked, looking up curiously as he walked inside. "Went to see the trolls," he said honestly, bending down to kiss her. "Was curious about something." "About what?" she asked again, setting her marker in her book and sliding it onto her side table. "Eee!" He smiled, setting his staff against the wall and flipped down beside her on the bed, pulling her to him as he did. I guess you'll find out in a couple days. Oh, a surprise? Maybe, he said, ignoring the knot in his stomach, and kissed her again. Chapter 9. The 3-day-long wait was agony for him. He worked hard to distract himself, going out for some early fall frosts in the areas, and playing with Annas and the village children. He tried to Elsa with her paperwork, but that only worked in making her suspicious that something was going on. Had he asked too much of the troll? Of course he had. The moon had an incredible power over Jack, and he knew that. That power wouldn't be broken by just anything. Not that Jack was expecting it to be broken. He did quite like being Jack Frost. He just wanted, even for only a few mere moments, to be able to give Elsa what she wanted. But what if she doesn't actually want me, if everyone can see me? He thought, looking over at her from the paper he held in his hands. He hadn't actually been reading it. He wasn't even sure what it was about. There were so many thoughts and worries had been racing through his head. He looked up slowly, blinking as he saw her watching him expectantly. He quickly smiled back and turned his attention back to the paper, trying to focus on what it said and hoping she hadn't asked him something. He grimaced when he heard her stand up and walk over to him, pulling the paper from his hands and set it aside. She took his hands in hers and looked up at him worriedly. "What is wrong, Jack?" she asked. "Something has been on your mind the last couple days, ever since you came home late that other night." He looked down at her, her warm blue eyes watching him with concern, and he fought with himself again on whether or not he should tell her or not. If it worked, then she would be so excited. At least, he hoped that she would. But what if he got her hopes up for nothing, only to be dashed if this plan of his didn't work? Nothing was promised, even more so when magic was at work. He was a spirit after all, and he certainly felt cursed to be one some days. Jack gave her a weak smile, rubbing the sides of her arms as he laughed weakly. "Nothing is wrong," he told her. "That I can promise you. I just have to go see Pabby tonight. I asked him about something a few days ago, remember? He told me to come back tonight. I'm curious and a little nervous about what he's going to say is all." Elsa looked up at him for a long moment, moving her arm up to attempt to straighten his hair. He gave her a slow, wry smile, as her eyebrows furrowed frustration when it refused to cooperate. He chuckled. "You know that it does. Its own thing," he told her, amusement in his voice. She moved her hand away, putting it down at her hip and looking back down at him. "I'm going with you, then." "Elsa, I don't know if that's a good idea," he said, shaking his head. "I don't want you to get disappointed if he can't do what I asked. It was something I wanted to do for you." She looked surprised. "For me? Jack, there isn't anything that I need." Jack smiled. "Of course there is," he said softly. "And that's what I'm around for, to do my best to give you everything and more." "Well, then I'm certainly going with you now," she said, crossing her arms across her chest. "Elsa," Jack started. "Jack, I'm going either with you or I'll get there on my own. Which would you prefer?" Jack looked down at her, smiling slowly at the determined set of her jaw and the gleam of stubbornness in her eyes, and sighed. "Fine," he said, leaning over to pick up his staff that had been leaning against the wall. He offered his hand out to her, watching as she triumphantly walked towards him. They walked to the balcony door, opening it to the cool dusk air. He paused, turning to her. "Please don't be too disappointed if it doesn't work out," he said, moving to pick her up. Okay," she conceded. "But first you have to tell me what I can't be disappointed about." Jack took a deep breath and told her his request to Pabby, to her his plan, and quietly hoped that his fears wouldn't become reality. A confident voice in the back of his mind, however, told him to be strong and trust her. "My God, you're taking your sweet time in telling this part," Jamie grumbled. "What happened? Did the troll do what you wanted?" Jack looked over at him, smirking. You sound just like you did when you were a little kid. You know that? Jamie groaned. Oh, come on, Jack. Jamie pointed to his notebook. This is an amazing plot twist. The immortal winter spirit gets a chance at being human again to marry the mortal woman he loves? He exclaimed, a huge grin on his face. Well, except you didn't know you were human in the first place. Pabby didn't tell you that? Jack shook his head. I never did find out why. Jack shrugged. It's not that important, though. I'll admit it crossed my mind when Tooth first told me, when I first learned about my human past. But I haven't seen the trolls since I left Arendelle. You haven't ever gone back. Ever? Jack shook his head. No. But why? You obviously cared a lot for Elsa and people that lived there. You want to hear the story or not, Eager Beaver? Jamie held up his hands in surrender. Sorry, I'll hush. Jack laughed softly, shaking his head at Jamie before starting to tell the story again. Jack and Elsa walked carefully into the clearing, looking around curiously. Jack smiled as Elsa skipped forward and began patting the stones before spinning around with her arms open, letting streams of snowflakes fly out from all around her. She was excited to find out what was going to happen. He was nervous. The trolls rolled to life, just as they had the few days before. They talked excitedly with both of them, asking about Anna and Kristoff, as well as questions about themselves. They all parted a few moments later, as Pabby rolled towards Jack without prompting. Jack wasn't sure if he should take this as a good sign or not. The troll bowed to him. Guardian Majesty, the elderly troll said. Hello, I've been expecting you. Hello, Pabby, Elsa said, walking back to Jack, standing close to him. What have you found out for us? Right to the heart of the matter, thought Jack, and smiled at Pabby. Just like Elsa. Pabby sighed heavily. Jack didn't take that as a good sign. I can't make you human, Jack, he admitted, causing Jack's heart sink, but I can give you what you want. What do you mean? Jack and Elsa asked at the same time, desperation for one, curiosity for the other. Pabby held up a necklace for them to see. I was able to make this for you, he said. The necklace was a simple creation, a long braided brown string with a heavily carved wooden rune hanging at the end. 2 round white crystals hung on either side of the rune, anchoring it in place. Jack and Elsa looked at it, turning to at each other, before they looked back at Pabby. Pabby, what? Jack started. This is a very powerful amulet, Jack, he said gruffly, pointing a short, stony finger at him. It took a lot of power and resources for me to make it for you, but even this alone can't offset the moon's power for you. You know how powerful he is. Just before the end of Moon's cycle this month, there will be an even greater force that will interrupt the moon cycle. Jack, it's sheer luck that this is happening right now. Sheer luck. Okay, so the moon's cycle will be disrupted because of this force. What does that mean? Elsa said, trying to get her facts laid out. It means, Elsa, that it will make me like a human with this amulet? Jack said softly, shock in his voice as he stared at Pabby. Pabby nodded. Without this event, I could have maybe given you a few hours. With this event, you have 6 days from when the event starts, he said. And you'll have to follow my instructions very carefully, Jack. And I mean very carefully. If not, it will not work. Jack nodded, hardly believing what he was hearing, but working hard to concentrate on what Pabby was saying. When the moon is waning out in the last of his crescent, the earth shall move to block him fully from the sun. You will see this in the sky. You'll have to be watching it. When the shadow moves to cover the moon, put on the amulet, Pabby explained, gesturing up to the moon. Don't be flying. I don't know what it will do to your powers. Keep it on, at all times, or it might cancel out the spell earlier than you might want. After the event, it will be just a keepsake, a reminder of the event. Jack looked up into the sky. The moon is already waning from full. That means we have maybe 2 weeks to prepare?" 10 days, replied the troll. Jack nodded, feeling Elsa grab at his hand. He looked down at her and smiled, her eyes full of amazed delight. She beamed up at him. She was so radiantly happy. Jack turned back to Pabby, and his smile faded a little. The troll still held the amulet with a firm hand. "Jack, you remember what I said last time, about that I can only do you one favor," he said, a hard look in his eyes as watched Jack. "Are you still certain that this is the one thing that you want it to be?" Pabby stared hard at him, causing Jack to hesitate for a moment. He looked back down at Elsa, who was looking between Jack and Pabby with a little bit of confusion. "I don't understand what she started, brow furrowing. "Yes," Jack said firmly, holding out his hand. "Without a doubt, yes. This is what I want." He couldn't think of anything that would possibly be more important than her happiness. He felt Elsa's eyes on him, felt her own anxiety that now replaced his own with her hand that she placed on his arm. Pabby hesitated for a moment, and then placed the amulet in Jack's outstretched palm. Jack nearly yelped with the amount of power that was in the small rune he now held. "Good luck to you both," Pabby said. Jack didn't think that he meant with the next few weeks. He smiled and bowed to the troll. "My thanks to you, Pabby." The troll nodded, looking at Jack with almost sad eyes. Jack wasn't really sure why. He was happier than he'd been since the first day he'd met Elsa, since she could first see him. And now, today was the day he could finally marry her. No more fear that she'd be called crazy for trying to marry nothing. No more worry that she might grow bored of the rumors and murmurs that something wasn't right in her head, that she fancied a fairy tale man as much as she did. He turned his attention back to her, smiling, and tucked the amulet carefully into his pocket. He wrapped her up in his arms and they took off, spinning into the air in a whirl of snowflakes and laughter, before turning and heading into the direction of the ice castle. "Jack, where are we going?" she asked, looking around. "Home is back in the other direction." "Elsa," he told her, looking down at her seriously. "My home is wherever you happen to be at the time, and right now, I have one more thing planned for you since this went so very well for us." "Something else? Jack, what else could you have planned?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Close your eyes," he told her. "What?" she said. "You heard me. Close your eyes." She sighed, rolling her eyes before doing as he asked, moving one of her hands over her eyes to add to her voluntary blindness. They landed several minutes later, the sun just setting behind them like it was the first time he'd seen her. He positioned her near the middle of that lower room and looked around one last time. "And where are we?" He'd spent the majority of his first of the 3 days out here preparing this for her, in anticipation of everything going right. He'd then spent part of the second day trying to convince himself not to come out here and destroy everything, totally convinced it had been a foolish idea of his. The lower room had been covered in his ice frost-created flowers that he'd carefully woven together and around every bit of what she had made before. There were roses, lilies, tulips, any kind of flower that he had ever seen before. He had recreated into this frost and ice flower garden for her. A garden that he'd now carefully arranged her in the center of it. "Ooh!" he swallowed, fighting back a new set of nerves now. She'd asked him so many times, and he'd so casually explained to her why it was impossible for so many reasons. What if she did the same to him now, just to spite him? He carefully picked up the ring he had created for her, also of ice, the different hues of blue stone shocking against the ice-white band. The blue stones were shaped like tiny snowflakes. Perhaps, if he was going to be able to be seen for a little while, he could have it made into a real ring, if she said yes, that was. He knelt down before her. "Ace, open your eyes." She did, looking around and gasping. She slowly turned around. Her hands covered her mouth as she looked around at all the frost-created flowers he'd made for her. "Jack, you did this all for me?" she asked, her voice a whisper as she was awed at her surroundings. "Yes." She turned back around and looked down, her eyes widening even more. "Jack." "Elsa, I know. You've asked me dozens, hundreds of times, and the answer was never no, because I didn't want to," he said, trying desperately to explain himself. "It was because I didn't feel that I was worthy enough for someone as beautiful, and as graceful, and as wonderful as you. But here, in this garden that I made, just for you, I sit on my knees and I am begging you. Elsa, please, please, will you marry me?" She was crying and nodding. "Yes," she said. "Yes," she said again. He jumped up, sweeping her into her arms and kissed her over and over again. He set her down again and slid the ring he'd made onto her finger. He looked up quickly when she gasped. "What? Do you not like it?" "No," she breathed, staring at her hand. "Jack, I love it. You made this too? You made all of this just for me?" "Elsa," he told her, pulling her back close to him. "My love, everything I do is only just for you." Jack smiled, looking down at his hands as the only noise breaking the silence in the apartment was Jamie scratching at the notepad on his lap. He considered something for a few moments before he stood up, walking into the kitchen and opened the freezer door. He started pulling several items out, looking for his query. "Dude, are you really looking for ice cream or something at this hour?" he heard Jamie call. "Or something," he replied. There. In the back corner of the freezer was the ice patch he was looking for. Jack reached his arm back and touched it, feeling the ice give way very easily when he did so. Having winter powers certainly has its perks. He smiled, removing his arm, setting item he'd removed aside, and replacing the frozen food items before picking it up again, and walking back into the living area. The ice melting away to reveal a small gray box, several inches on several sides in an oblong shape. Jamie frowned when he saw it. "I've never seen that before. That's because I kept it hidden in the freezer." Jamie's eyes widened. "That was that weird ice thing is in the back of the freezer," he exclaimed, setting his notebook aside and sitting forward in his chair to get a better look at the box. "I thought it was some crazy frost-burnt frozen dinner I was eventually going to have to dig out of the back." Jack flashed him a grin as he sat back down and leaned forward himself, carefully pulling off the lid. He reached in and pulled out a lady's wedding ring, made of ice with blue-hued stones and an ice-white band. The main setting was fashioned in the shape of a snowflake, with dark blue stones in the center slowly fading out to lighter stones around the edges. "I wouldn't touch if I were you. Not without gloves, at least," Jack cautioned, as Jamie leaned forward and held the ring forward for him to look at. Jamie's jaw dropped open. "Wait, that's TT's her ring. You still have her ring." Jack nodded, wincing as the other items in the box shifted and made noise. Jamie picked up on it right away. "What else is in there?" "My ring and a transport orb, a small one that North gave me once. But I don't use it. I prefer to fly. I just keep it in here for safekeeping." "Let me see yours," Jamie said excitedly. Jack sighed, slipping Elsa's ring onto his left forefinger, the small band only coming to his first knuckle. Then he reached in and pulled out his own ice-white band, studded with tiny dark blue-hued stones. Jack slipped it on his ring finger, smiling sadly when the familiar band fit perfectly into place. Jamie's eyes danced between the two rings, grinning broadly. "Those are wicked cool," he said, bringing his pad up and started sketching them out at the top of the page. Jack snorted. "Literally." Jamie grinned at him. Jack looked back down at his hand, staring at the rings. A long overdue sense of loneliness from missing Elsa washing over him came when he looked at her ring. She had loved it. Was forever staring at it when he'd given it to her. He'd catch her moving her hand different ways to catch the sunlight and the lamplight, to have it sparkle in a different way. Then she'd turn and give him a beaming smile. He shook his head a little, pulling the rings off his hand and carefully putting them back in the box before walking back into the kitchen. Hey, I wasn't done with them. I wanted to sketch them. I'll get them out again later. I don't want them to start melting. I worked hard on them, you know, he replied. We should make lunch. It's afternoon already, he said after another moment, hoping that his attempt to change the subject would be successful. He needed a small break from the storytelling. This was getting to be harder than he thought it was going to be. Jamie groaned in reply, but Jack heard him move to comply. Donuts can only fill you up for so long, it seemed. So, what? He said, shuffling into the kitchen. Chapter 10. They were both silent as they ate, each wrapped up in their own thoughts, ideas, and memories as their light lunch fare was consumed. Jamie watched as Jack picked at his sandwich, dipping it over and over again in a cup of soup as he was lost in a memory. This is hard for you, isn't it? He asked the guardian quietly. Jack looked up, surprised at the question before relaxing back in his seat and nodding. Yeah, it is, he said quietly. Jamie gave him a smile. She sounds like she was pretty amazing from everything you've told me so far. Jack smiled. That she was, and I've barely told you anything, really, of who she was. Silence fell again, Jamie considering his words carefully. So what happened next, then? After you proposed, in epic fashion, I must add. Jack laughed, moving his hands to sit on top of his head, his eyes falling closed as he replaying the events in his mind. Well, we went back to Arendelle, and she went immediately to her sister. That was a sight to see. 2 grown women jumping around a room and on a bed, shrieking and screaming with glee and babbling in some. He moved his hand in a circular gesture. Language? I thought you said you knew all the languages in the world, Jamie said, smirking. You were rather prideful when you were talking about that earlier. Jack opened an eye, looking over at Jamie. That was not a language. That was some complex woman code that no man has any hope of breaking, Jack said seriously, and closed his eye again. Oh, but while they were, I suppose celebrating is the correct term. I was chatting with Kristoff. Jack and Kristoff stood off to the side of the room, both watching as the sisters bounced happily around the room with an impressive amount of vigor and glee. They would pause to look again at the ring Elsa wore on her finger before they took off again in their glee-filled dance around the room. So when is this going to happen, then? Kristoff asked him mildly, his eyes following the bouncing form of his wife. Probably when Pabby's spell goes into effect in a couple weeks, if everything can be put together in time, Jack replied. Elsa and Jack had told them first about their trip to the trolls and the spell amulet Jack had received. Then, Elsa had moved her hand and revealed a sparkling ice-created ring on her left hand that had sent them into this celebration frenzy. You're going to do this publicly? I don't see why not, he said, looking at Kristoff. It's for Elsa, after all. I don't really care one way or another. Kristoff shrugged and nodded. I suppose you're right. Might be weird to have everyone being able to see you, though, he said. It was weird, on our wedding, being the center of attention. Before, I'd always gone pretty much unnoticed. Though Anna just loved it. Loved everything. I suppose they view the day differently, though. Jack chuckled, nudging Kristoff's shoulder. It will be a good day, regardless of how she wants it to happen, he said. Of that much, I am assured. Unsure if Anna heard him, or if maybe her thought process clicked back around to the event that followed an engagement, the younger sister froze and turned to Elsa. When will you get married? She asked breathlessly, but sounding excited, both of Elsa's hands still grasped in her own. Elsa paused herself, out of breath herself, she looking over at Jack, who smiled at her and shrugged. Whenever you want, love. Whenever you want. She beamed at him. The first night? Right after the spell works? Jack raised an eyebrow at her. She blushed a little. I don't want to wait any more than I have to. He smiled softly at her, shrugging again. Whatever you want, he said. Though you better start on your invitations if you want it that soon. Oh, Anna exclaimed, realization dawning as he pointed that out. Will they have time to get to everyone? Everything has to go by ship, and it's less than 2 weeks away. The sisters looked at each other, considering and murmuring about persons, royalty and otherwise, they would want to invite. I can deliver the invitations, Jack said, stepping back and leaning against the wall, still smiling at his new fiancée. They all looked up to him, Elsa grinning madly at him. Oh, Jack, she started, and he waved his hand. Go get started on your invitations, he said. I can fly, but they will still need time for all of their pompous plans, and to get their noble selves here quickly enough. The sisters moved forward, Elsa rushing forward to embrace Jack. Thank you, she said, her blue eyes shining up at him. He smiled at her. You might want to put a different send date on them, since I'll be delivering them so fast, he said mildly. Elsa, come on, Anna said from the hall, bouncing on her heels with the anticipation of wanting to get started. Coming, we need to call Matthias, see if there is anyone who needs to be sure to be on the invite list. Oh, and we also need to get, Elsa was saying as their voices trailed off down the hallway. Jack chuckled, and Kristoff shook his head. I don't think I'll be seeing her until late tonight. I better go get the children from the nursery, Kristoff said, nodding at Jack and turned to walk from the room himself. Jack looked around the now quiet room, thinking about the day's events. He'd gone from nerves and fear that nothing could change, and nothing would happen to planning his wedding to the love of his life. He chuckled softly to himself, pushed himself off the wall he was leaning against, moving to follow Elsa and Anna down the hall. He might as well do what he could to help them before playing delivery boy. He had a feeling it would be a very busy few days. Jack had certainly been right. It was a very busy time leading up to the moon event Pabby had told them about. He was grateful for the hectic nature of everything, though. It his mind off the fear of failure. So, the sister had called in several people for a long night of making the invitations on evening, both of them having worked with Matthias to compose the wording of the invite and who needed to be invited. The others that were moving in and out of the room were maids bringing in the elegant supplies. The calligraphers and copiers worked steadily through the night going through the list that they had been given. Jack's suggestion that they should start with those furthest away was taken with enthusiasm. And does Master Frost have a title? One of the calligraphers had asked, proofreading his copy of what needed to be written out on the heavy embossed parchment in front of him before they had started. Elsa had paused, looking from Anna to Jack and to Matthias. They had shrugged in unison. They had apparently not thought of that. It is traditional that the prince consort is titled, Matthias had said quietly, bending his head and proving a list of examples as reference. The man was forever providing lists of examples. Elsa bit her lip and looked at Anna, whose eyes lit up. Istape, Anna said, smiling at Elsa. Duke of Istape. Elsa stared at her. The Duke of Icicles, she asked, a note of incredulity in her voice. Anna, that was a joke, when we were kids. Oh, come on. How many of people will know honestly think twice about it? Anna asked, smiling. Elsa looked up. The 5 calligraphers seated in front of her were looking at her, waiting patiently for her answer. She looked to Jack, who shrugged. I think it's funny, he said. She smiled, looking at the table of calligraphers. The Duke of Istape is his title, she told them, trying to sound regal and official. Anna snickered as Elsa looked back at Jack. I'm going to have to knight you now, she said, smiling at him. Let's do it now, Anna said, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Now? Elsa said, turning to her. "We have all this to do." "Elsa," Anna said, groaning. "Come on, it's going to take them time to write them out. Let's go have a little fun while we wait. Then we can start planning everything else." Elsa thought about it for a long moment before she finally grinned and nodded. "Okay, let's do it." Jamie laughed, bending over at his waist at the peerage title. "So wait, you are the Duke of Icicles in Arendelle? Seriously?" Jack laughed with him, nodding. "Well, technically, I'm a prince," he stated, smiling smugly. "But yeah, I am." We all three laughed through the little speech she had to give with the special sword. Some nobles took tradition really seriously, so we tried to set things up to appease as many as we could. Anna even came up with where it was in the next days, putting a little pin in a map that Elsa had to show us. I laughed every time it came up. "So who all did they invite?" "For the wedding." "Oh God," he said, leaning back in his chair to look up at the ceiling. I went everywhere it seemed that next day. Those calligraphers were faster than you can imagine. They turned out at least 30 invitations that night alone. Then Elsa and Anna both signed them carefully. Big, huge, stylized signatures that they had fancy seals stamped on them. And then they were carefully packed into equally fancy envelopes with the names written on the front in these huge letters. I swear, it was an art form unto itself. Those invitations. So each one of them, the calligraphers, made only 6 invites. Jack nodded, smirking. Only. Each one of those invites took an hour or so for them to make. Jamie's eyes widened. And they were professionals? "Oh yeah," Jack said. "One mistake, and you gotta start all over again." "But they were beautiful invites. They did a great job making them. Elsa was so happy. Anna even more so," he said, smirking at the memory. I took them and headed off to see all of these impressive addressees. I delivered them to King Thomas and Queen Primrose of Corona, Princess Rapunzel and Prince Eugene of Corona, Frederick VI of Denmark, William IV of England, William S of the Netherlands, Charles XIV John of Sweden, Frederick William III of Prussia, Charles V of France, Alexander II of Russia, and Isabella II of Spain. And those were just the monarchs. So many monarchs. I never understood why she invited so many of them. Most of them didn't come. I guess she wanted to make a good show of inviting them all. Jack shrugged. "Who did come?" Jack sighed, thinking for a long moment. Corona came, of course. Their prince and princess. Denmark sent a princess. England sent a princess. Netherlands and Sweden both sent duchesses. None of the actual monarchs came. For another monarch they had never met, of a tiny nation that didn't have much importance. No, they were all huge nations, though it was funny to watch them open the invitations and see them try to find Arendelle on their maps and globes. Alexander was the funniest. Did the ones that didn't come send something like you do today? "Oh God, yes," he replied, chortling. "I thought Elsa would drown in gifts. I think that was her purpose in inviting all of those bejeweled, pompous people. Most of them opened the letter, glanced at it, tossed it at their secretary, and ordered something appropriate be sent. The ones that sent someone did the same thing, only send something with so-and-so, and then it was back to whatever they had been doing before." "Good, interesting," Jamie said, rapidly making more notes in his notebook. "Though, of all of them, I can't blame the King of Denmark for not coming. He was in his late 60s at the time, pretty old for back then." So what happened next? The next week was almost a blur. I rushed more invites around, rushed various orders for supplies around with huge payments for things to get to Arendelle in time. The whole staff was excited. Everyone was bustling around the castle. But the best part was that Elsa kept sending me to the kitchen to test all the food for the chefs while she was working on her dress with Anna and her seamstress. "They could all see you." Jack shook his head. "Not all of them, but the head chef could. He laid down a layer of flour for the first testing. The 2 other chefs were standing there, a little confused, but still standing all smug when he did that. I guess they thought he was explaining to the heir that he wanted me to write my comments in the flower for them. Jack chuckled, remembering everything. One of them fainted when I said his pastry dish was too dry. Then I was able to just say my comments. That was an awesome job she gave me, I must admit. Jamie snorted. You know, you could probably do really well as a food critic. Jack grinned. Already have a job, thanks. So then, the wedding was next. Jack took a deep breath, nodding. Yeah, that was a big day. Long day. Jack stood at the window watching the sunrise. He'd watched the sky change from midnight blue to purple, to red to now bright pink and orange. Thin streams of clouds streaked across the sky. Some stained the color of the sun, like morning paintbrushes. This was the day. It had finally arrived. He clenched the amulet held tight in his pocket, his eyes still roaming over the countryside as everyone slowly woke up. This late in the year, he wouldn't have too terribly long to wait until the moon set in the evening. And then, God willing, this magic would work. If not, well, he couldn't think about what would happen if it didn't work. 200 wedding guests had arrived over the last few days, with another 50 expected to arrive today. While Elsa had used the small private chapel for her coronation, the wedding was to be held in the largest of the grand ballrooms. He looked down at the gate to see a stream of carts loaded with flowers heading towards the gates and smiled. Everyone in and around Arendelle was looking forward to this event, from attendees to villagers to vendors alike. He turned around the noise of Elsa stirring in bed behind him. He smiled softly, padding back over to the bed and crawled back under the covers, gathering her up in his arms. She murmured sleepily, muttering something nonsensical. He chuckled. Not sure you want to oversleep today, my love. It is a rather big day. She groaned, squinting against the sunlight. I won't oversleep. The sun is barely up. She stretched out her limbs and yawned. What else needs to be done today? Anything. I need to get you dressed, but that shouldn't take too long. Jack crinkled his nose and looked down. What's wrong with this? He said, gesturing down at the simple pants and simpler tunic. She raised an eyebrow at him. This, she said, picking at his shirt with her fingers, is not wedding attire. No, he asked, smiling against her lips before kissing her. I suppose as the Duke of Icicles, I need to put on a better show than plain old Jack Frost. Elsa pulled the covers back around her further, burrowing down into their depths. She chuckled, her voice muffled by the coverlet. Call yourself by your proper title later, or at least try to seem proper about it. He calmed his face, his eyes still dancing as he turned her face up to look at him. Okay, I'm being serious now. This is my Duke face, of being very dedicated to being the Duke of Icicles, he said, as he scrunched up his brow and frowned down at her. They burst out laughing. She rolled to the side, wiping her eyes from laughter as she untangled her limbs from the bedclothes. He watched her as she sighed heavily, preparing herself for the day ahead. Oh, come on, she said, gesturing for him to get out of the bed himself. Let me do your clothes so we can both get going for the day. There is so much still that needs to be done. He sighed, still grinning at her, and pushed himself up, climbing off of the bed. He tossed the carved rune amulet onto the bed behind him, making note to make sure it landed near the pillows. You're going to make me wear shoes, aren't you? Oh, it's just for one day, she told him. You'll survive, I promise. He rolled his eyes, his feet padding heavily on the carpet as he came to stand before her, holding his arms out to either side as he grinned at her. Madam, do your worst, he declared, holding his chin up high. He felt her hand rest on his shoulder, pressed down and felt the magic tingling around him. It started with his feet, as he felt them being encased, and then felt himself rise up ever so slightly. Heels? He asked, a note of sarcasm in his voice. Really, Elsa? No, you don't have heels. They are boots, and that's just how they are, she said defensively. He sighed, feeling as the magic worked its way up and around his legs, not really feeling any differences with the pants. They were pants. Surely there weren't that many different kinds of pants in the world. The loose, comfortable shirt that he had worn did change, though. The sleeves lengthened down the full length of his arms, ending around his wrists, and he felt the fabric stiffen. A collar encircled his neck, causing him to raise his head and stand up straighter. Weight was added to the left side of the shirt, causing him to open his eyes and look down. So, the shirt had been transformed into a military jacket, the same icy blue color of Elsa's favorite dress. A darker blue sash ran across his chest, with a white stripe down its middle. It started at the top of his left shoulder and ended at his right hip. Hung on the sash was an impressive stylized snowflake pinned, the icy fingers of the flake catching the candlelight and sparkling. He ran a hand down the front of the jacket, smoothing out the line of tiny pearl buttons that ran up the middle of it. He looked lower, holding a leg out and seeing a nice simple pair of navy blue pants that complemented the jacket nicely. He lifting a foot to the side, seeing the aforementioned boots that came up to just under his knee, a slight rise just under his heel. "You do impressive work," he commented, looking up at her. "You might want to keep the maids away from me. They might try to steal me with how good I look." She laughed, coming forward to kiss him. "I think they know better," she said, smiling against his lips. "How long do you think we have before the event tonight?" He sighed, pulling back as he considered, turning his head to look out the window again. 8 hours? Maybe 9? She nodded. "Can you go down and check the downstairs and see how the preparations are coming? I'll be down shortly. I need to get a few things ready up here," she asked. "Anna is probably out at the door about ready to knock it down." "Yes, I am," came the younger sister's reply from outside the door. Jack chuckled, shaking his head. "It's not nice to eavesdrop," he called, turning his face to the door. "You'll know where to find me if you need me," he said, bending to kiss her before grabbing his staff from beside the window. He turned, grabbing the amulet from the bed and slipping it into his pant pocket. Then he crossed the room and opened the door. Anna stood outside, her arms full of various items. Brushes, hairpins, and jewels and underclothes tossed over her shoulder. Lisbeth clutched her skirt, a doll clutched in her own arm, already dressed for the occasion. They both looked up at him and gaped open-mouthed at his wardrobe change. "Uncle Jack," Lisbeth started, "you have on new clothes." "I do," he said, smiling at her. "Do you like them?" Lisbeth said, nodding excitedly. "I have a pretty new dress for tonight, too." He crouched down, grimacing at how the collar worked when he did so. He'd have to get used to that. "I look forward to seeing it. I'm sure you will look lovely," he said, winking at her. He stood, sliding out into the hall and humming as he headed down the hall. He tried not to laugh aloud as he heard Anna ask Elsa behind him. "Elsa," she asked, "do you think you could dress Kristoff for me?" The day went by quickly, Jack helping to supervise, direct, taste, move, and watch, as all manner of things happened in the halls, kitchens, and castle. For the people that could see him, he was stared at, all of them dumbfounded at the transformation he'd made, with the clothing change, amazed that clothing could have such a makeover to take him from a peasant in mere shepherd's clothes to a man fit to be king, or prince consort as he would be. He found it odd. He liked like he should as a winter spirit in his normal clothes, but he'd wear whatever she wanted for this day. He was just glad Elsa hadn't made him wear a sword like he'd seen so many other nobles wearing. As the sun dipped lower and lower into the sky that day, his nerves rose. He had hoped, prayed this amulet, this magic would work. It had to. He couldn't fail Elsa now. Not on this day. Half an hour before he predicted the moon event would be, he excused himself from the hall, slowly working his way back up to Elsa's bedchamber. Though, he mused, I suppose it's our bedchambers, really. He hadn't really considered that. He hadn't really given himself an actual physical place to live, though after tonight he would. He'd be married, he'd have a wife, he'd have a family. He smiled as he turned down the hall to the bedchamber. Elsa, his wife, and Arendelle, his home. Forever. It was a dream come true. Something he'd dreamed about for nearly 80 years, and it was finally coming true. He reached the door and turned the knob to open it, frowning when he heard Elsa inside talking to someone. Was Anna still inside? He pushed the door open to see her sitting at her dressing table, still in her dressing gown. She held a portrait in her hands and had tears in her eyes. She gasped and looked up, quickly wiping her eyes and setting the frame down. Jack, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you come in. Is everything okay? She asked, standing up and smiling at him. It's fine, he said, looking concerned at her. I was just coming up to get ready for the event. Are you okay? Why are you crying? She laughed once, shaking her head. Oh, it's nothing, she said, waving her hand, sniffling once. Elsa, he said, a note of concern in his voice. Tell me. She looked up at him for a long moment before picked up the frame again and showing it to him. It was a painting of a couple, her parents he saw from other paintings he'd seen. They were both dressed in their own wedding finery. The man looked serious, standing tall and straight in his military jacket, with ribbons and medals decorated across his chest. But the woman had a huge smile, like she just couldn't stop smiling. Her full purple skirts, the color of royalty, splayed out around her, and she bedecked in jewels that she wore with an air of elegance that the artist was able to capture. I was telling them about everything, she said, running a hand over the edge. About you, about the wedding today, and just... She made a waving motion with her hand, the words escaping her. She looked back up at him with an embarrassed smile on her face. You probably think I'm silly right now. He relaxed, shaking his head at her. No, he said softly. I wasn't ever sure that I would get married, but I was always sure that if I did that Father would be there and Mother would be there to help do my hair, she admitted sadly. He wrapped his arms around her and kissing the top of her head. Well then, you should finish up your conversation, he said, rubbing her back. We still have a little time before the event starts. I'll just be out on the balcony, keeping an eye on things. She nodded, smiling up at him. Thank you, Jack. I love you, Elsa, he said, bringing his hand up to rest under her chin. More than anything. She rose up on her toes and kissed him. I love you too. He turned and stepped outside, smiling as he heard her behind him. See, Mama, isn't he wonderful? He leaned back on the railing, looking up at the sky at the crescent moon rising up into the sky. He took a deep breath and pulled the amulet out of his pocket, looking down at it. He felt power of the amulet radiating through his hand, and took a moment to contemplate everything that would happen in the next few days. Tonight's events would last long into tomorrow morning, with the ceremony not even starting until late in the evening. He anticipated that no one would be awake until late tomorrow afternoon, most especially him and his new bride. He smiled at that prospect. Then it would be all the various guests that would be staying past the wedding, and the entire family standing on ceremony to entertain the remaining nobility, the burden of royalty as Elsa had called it. His smile faded slowly as he watched the sky. The barest hint of a shadow had started to fall over the moon. Elsa, it's starting, he said softly. She moved quickly out onto the terrace and looked up at the moon. Where is the amulet? She asked, looking at him with wide eyes. Do you have it? He opened his hand, showing her the carved rune, and took a deep breath. He looked at her, trying to calm his nerves. She rested a hand on his arm, squeezing it reassuringly. "It will be fine," she said softly. They both turned their attention back up to the moon, waiting with bated breath until the shadow completely covered the silvery face of the moon. Jack closed his eyes, taking another deep breath as he hung the necklace around his neck. He didn't dare move in those next moments, terrified something was going to go wrong. "Did it work?" Elsa whispered. Jack released his breath, slowly opening his eyes. "I don't know," he admitted. "I don't feel any different." Elsa looked him up and down. "You don't look any different." Jack smirked. "Well, you aren't exactly the one to ask, now are you?" She chuckled. "Well, let's go down to the hall then. I'm sure there's someone down there that has no idea who you really are," she mused, "with all the wedding guests coming in and all." "You," he said, pointing at her, "are supposed to be up here getting ready for our wedding ceremony, which starts in 40 minutes. I'm surprised I'm the one who is having to remind you." A loud knock sounded on the bedchamber door, causing them both to step back inside from the balcony. "That should be Anna," Elsa said, hurrying over to the door to open it and let her sister. In streamed a small army of stylists, maids, Elsa's seamstress, and, of course, Anna. Jack carefully opened the top couple buttons of his jacket, tucking the rune inside before carefully buttoning it back up and straightening it. "Sorry?" He looking around and smiling at Anna as he moved to exit the room. He paused, turning and looking more than a little surprised when all of the maids and stylists stared at him. Several of them had never been to the palace before. "Who is that?" "That's Jack." "You've never met him before." "He looks so handsome." "I can see him." Jack turned, looking at Elsa, and smiled. "I think we have our answer," she told him, grinning. Jack chuckled and offered Anna his arm. She was already dressed up in her own wedding finery. "May I escort you downstairs to see what rumors we can start before the wedding?" Anna laughed and nodded. "Indeed, I'll go have a look at everything. Make sure everything is on schedule." An hour later, Jack stood in front of a lavishly decorated altar at the front of a long, equally lavishly decorated aisle. The whole ballroom had been transformed into something from a dream, as soft, tiny flakes of snow fell from the ceiling to land around the seated guests on either side of the aisle. Elsa had carefully crafted delicate ice sculptures that were placed in the corners of the room. Off to the side, on a small raised platform, was a small group of musicians playing their stringed instruments quietly in the background, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Kristoff stood beside Jack, his gloved hands carefully holding their 2 rings that Jack had created with Elsa, the icy circles resting safely in his palm. The vicar that had crowned Elsa stood on Jack's other side, calm and collected, as he also awaited the arrival of the queen. The people gathered before them still were talking about him, pointing up at him and murmuring as if they were amazed he actually existed. The amulet worked. He was amazed and happy that it did, as he had had his doubts, even after he was seen in the bedchamber, and again downstairs. Everything seemed so surreal. The music kicked up louder, the musicians changing their tune from the soft background music into a swelling crescendo. He looked up from his thoughts, up to the main entrance, and smiled as Anna glided in, a huge grin on her face. She winked up at him and mouthed the word "wow" to him. He smiled. He could have told her that. Elsa didn't have to spend an hour getting ready to do that. Anna took her place across from Kristoff as they closed the doors to the hall, allowing Elsa to make a grand entrance. Jack shifted slightly where he was standing and took a breath. As he expelled, the doors opened, and the breath caught in his chest. She stood there as much of a vision as when he had first seen her. She was wearing a dress with a full skirt, in the same color as his jacket. The dress sparked in the light of the thousands of candles that were lit around the hall. The careful icework that covered the dress was amazingly intricate. As his eyes reached the bodice of the dress, it hugged to her curves and emphasized her frame while covering her body. Her shoulders were bare, but he could see the beautifully snowflake-patterned veil trailing behind her. So, the dress was paired amazingly with the tiara that she was wearing. He didn't think he'd ever seen her wearing a tiara. Sapphires and diamonds ran along parallel to each other in an intricate pattern that bespoke of regal elegance befitting a queen. Her stylist had carefully arranged her hair up and around the tiara to frame it and her face. She was smiling at him, her eyes only on him, as she slowly walked towards him. "Your mouth is open," Kristoff muttered under his breath, leaning towards Jack. Jack closed it, with some effort, and swallowed, finally remembering to breathe. "Wow," he whispered. "I told you," Anna whispered loudly. Several dignitaries in the first rows laughed softly. As Elsa stepped forward, and he could better see the trails of veil and train from her dress that followed behind her. She glided along to the music, and he stood transfixed as she did so. When she finally reached the altar, he took her hand when she reached him, both of them beaming at each other. "You look amazing," he told her, looking her up and down. She smiled up at him, blushing. They turned their attention away from each other when the vicar cleared his throat, smiling sheepishly at the old man as he began the ceremony. Jack kept stealing glances of her, barely able to keep his attention on the vicar. He swore that he would always remember how she looked today. They repeated their vows, repeating the sacred and treasured words that would bind them together as man and wife. Then they exchanged their rings, the ones they had crafted together, and stood smiling at each other. He grasped her hands in his, turning to and waiting for the vicar to finish. The vicar smiled at them, closing his holy book. "And now," he said, eyes sparkling, "by the power that is vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride." Jack already kissing her before he had finished his sentence, moving one of his hands up to cup her face as he kissed her passionately. He broke away as the vicar cleared his throat again, smiling at her. "Hello, wife," he said softly. Chapter 11. Jack smiled down at Elsa, who was beaming up at him in return, her eyes sparkling with delight. They still stood at the altar with their hands clasped together. Slowly they turned and faced their clapping crowd, still refusing to let go of one of their joined hands. "May I present their Majesties, Queen Elsa and her husband Jack, Prince Consort," said the vicar's calm behind them. As they had practiced the night before, they stepped off the altar in union, her hand moving to rest gracefully on his raised one as they glided down the center aisle. Both of their faces were fixed with wide grins that seemed to hardly able contain their glee. Paper confetti rained down upon them from the guests as made their way down the aisle. Behind them, Anna worked quickly to rearrange Elsa's veil and dress train before taking Kristoff's arm and following behind the newlywed couple. "The receiving room is over here," Elsa muttered, barely moving her lips. Jack nodded slightly, turning them at the end of the aisle to walk towards the smaller antechamber. Elsa sighed as they walked through the doors, relaxing her rigid back as she did so, and turned to face him. "We're married," she said, bouncing up and down on her feet. He chuckled, smiling down at her before grabbing her hands and bringing them to his lips to kiss. "Yes," he replied, mischief twinkling in his eyes. "And as much as I would like to whisk you away, I think we still have some royal duties to attend to. My wife." She smiled at him. The sapphires in her tiara matched her eyes, as well as her earrings he now noticed. He raised an eyebrow, continued to look her over as he got a better look at her. "No flowers?" he asked, wondering where the normally present bridal piece was. She shook her head. "They just didn't look right," she said, shrugging a shoulder. "The fresh ones, that is. And I couldn't make frost ones like you can. I suppose those creations will just stay between the two of us." He didn't know what to say. He just looked down at her, rubbing his thumbs over her hands he still held and smiling at her. He didn't think he'd ever be able to stop smiling at her, not after this amazingly wonderful day. "Okay," Anna said, finally bustling into the room. "You guys ready? Time to start greeting everyone. Matthias is right behind me with the guest list." As if on cue, the older and sharply dressed man entered with several pieces of parchment in hand. He stood back towards the corner just inside the door, ready to announce the guests as they entered the room. Jack and Elsa stepped back, moving towards the two thrones that sat imposingly in the room. Jack swallowed at the significance those chairs now represented for the both of them, staring at them for only a moment, before turning around to help Elsa arrange her full dress, fanning out her skirts and arranging her veil, before taking his own place to stand beside her. He looked around the room. It was nicely decorated as well, matching all of the other decor that was spread around the palace for the happy occasion. "The room is missing something," he said, tapping the arm of his chair. "It needs something more us." He leaned his head down to her and smiling. She looked puzzled, looking around with a slightly worried look in her face. "Like what?" she asked. "It looks beautiful to me." "Like snow," he said, gesturing to the empty ceiling. She stared at him, blinked. He sighed, showing his empty hands. "No staff." Elsa chuckled, flicking her wrist up at the plain ceiling. Tiny, delicate snowflakes began to fall around them, larger ones forming across the ceiling above them, and frost patterns swirled around and down the walls in delicate shapes. Jack gently grabbed her hand, sliding his fingers through hers, and stood up straighter. Propriety be damned. They could talk all they wanted. Let it be known that the monarchs of Arendelle loved each other and weren't afraid to show it. The process of greeting everyone in attendance took 3 hours, going in order of highest-ranked nobility in attendance to the lowest gathered of peasantry. They had gone through all the various titles of each person as they entered the room, exchanging all of the proper bows and curtsies. Jack was never so happy to see the local villagers that had come at the very end. They had all dressed in their best clothes and gushed over how beautiful everything looked. They didn't require standing on ceremony for everything, just bustled into the room with wide smiles and wider eyes, arms open to help celebrate with them. Elsa seemed to be delighted to see them as well, just as tired of standing on ceremony for the nobility as he was. As the last guest left the room, Elsa turned and picked up her skirts, tromping over to one of the grand throne chairs, and flopped back down into it with a loud groan and a drawn-out sigh. "Why did I invite that many people?" she asked, looking at Jack. He laughing, walking over and sitting down in the chair beside her. His feet were actually tired for once. It was an odd sensation for him. He was getting hungry, and his mouth was very dry after all the talking. He was looking forward to going into the dinner that all of the guests were being seated for at the moment. Anna and Kristoff had ducked out after an hour of greetings, with murmured apologies of needing to go check on their children, leaving Jack and Elsa alone with plenty of tradition and ceremony remaining. The two were alone in the room now. "My back hurts," Jack said, a little incredulous. "My everything hurts," Elsa complained, bending over and moving through mounds of skirts to remove a shoe and massage her foot. "No, Elsa," he mused, looking at her. "I think the amulet did turn me human, regardless of what Pabby said. Maybe he just didn't think it would work this well. I'm hungry too, like actually hungry." Elsa turned her head towards, smiling. "This being human thing might be a little weird for you, won't it?" He smiled at her, leaning back in his throne. Just gives me a legitimate excuse to bother to kitchens for a few days." She laughed, leaning back herself and slumped down in the chair, uncaring of her perfect posture. She immediately sat up ramrod straight when a knock sounded at the door, looking rather sheepish at her lapse in manners. The door cautiously opened, and Matthias stepped inside, bowing as he cleared the entryway. "Your Majesties," he said, straightening slowly. "Your guests have been seated for dinner. The princess and her family has also been seated. We now await your arrival." He bowed again, pulling the door closed behind him. Elsa sighed, pulling herself up from her throne to stand again. "Back into the fray, then," she said, pulling carefully at the top of her bodice. She turned to look behind her, reaching a hand out and sending a burst of magic out. Cold air flared out her skirts and train, freshening up the dress to make it look as though she hadn't just rumpled them. She then brought her hands up to straighten her tiara that was perched on her head. Jack smiled at her, watching as she preened herself and simply straightened his own jacket, holding her arm out for her while he waited. When she was finished, she took it, her hand sliding perfectly into the crook of his arm. They stepped forward together, once again in unison as they moved on to the next part of their ceremony, standing before the closed doors of the banquet hall, as the footman pulled them open from the other side moments later. Their Majesties, Queen Elsa and her consort, Prince Jack. The next hours were a blur for Jack, while they ate and conversed with all their guests. He still took every opportunity to clasp or kiss Elsa's hand whenever he could, unable to stop himself from being as close to her as decency allowed in public. He made mental notes to personally deliver thank you notes to the villagers that started clamoring for the two of them to kiss for luck on more than one occasion. As the last of the plates for the cake that they had eaten, which he and Elsa had cut together, were cleared away, Jack pushed his chair back and stood. He held his hand down for her to take. She smiled up at him as he swept her up out of her chair, leading their procession of guests back into the large hall, where the wedding had been held. The staff had worked hard while the guests had dined, clearing out all the chairs and various furniture that had been arranged for the ceremony, and everything was now set up for dancing and partying, which would last until the wee hours of the morning for some guests. Jack, however, had other plans for himself and Elsa. Propriety's rules be damned. He led her straight out to the center of the room, standing there with their hands still clasped together, as their guests filled the room and around them. They murmured happily, and pointing out the various decorations and discussing the festivities thus far. The musicians were now situated on the raised dais that Jack and Elsa had been wed on, the altar and all its decorations gone. With a nod, they began to play once more. Jack stretched his arm out, bowing while Elsa dipped into an elegant curtsy. He smirked as he heard several younger girls around them sighing, as her beautiful skirts of hers flared out, catching again in the candlelight around them. Jack straightened, pulling her up and into his arms before spinning into the dance steps. She looked up at him in surprise. "You weren't this good in practice," she whispered, her lips barely moving through her brilliant smile. "I was faking in practice," he admitted, grinning at her. "Why?" she asked, her curiosity evident in her tone. "To surprise you tonight," he said, moving his wrist and turning her to send her spinning out on the dance floor, her sparkling skirts to flared out and caught the candlelight like there were thousands of diamonds embedded in their folds. Appreciative murmurs and claps went up around the room as she spun back to him, and they continued their dance around the room. "Where did you learn to dance?" she asked, amazed, not trying to hide her lip movements now. He smiled, kissing her forehead before they split apart as part of the dance. As they came back together, he replied, "I've had 50 years of watching parties. I learned a thing or two." "I'd say," she murmured. He laughed and spun her around again. As the music wound down, he dipped her down on his knee. those skirts flowing against him like water, and he kissed her, smiling against the kiss as he heard women sighing around him. He stood up, pulling her up with them, and they acknowledged the crowd. Elsa turned to start the next dance, when Jack shook his head and grinned at her, that gleam of mischief back in his eyes. "No, no more dancing," he said, leaning in close to her. "What?" she said, her eyes darting around the room. "Elsa, I am done standing on ceremony for tonight," he said frankly, bending slightly to sweep her up into his arms. He grinned at the gasps and laughter in the crowd. "So, I believe we shall make our exit," he whispered to her. He could tell she was trying hard not to blush, but the color seeped high into her cheeks and up onto her brow. He chuckled, pressing a kiss to her temple. "For heaven's sake, Jack, don't drop me," she said, turning her face into his neck. "Oh," he said, chuckled as he kissed her forehead. "I'll never drop you, Elsa. Never." He carried her from the room, with her dress and veil trailing along behind them, an icy snake that betrayed their destination up to their bedchamber, and the wicked things that were to keep them waking up at intervals all evening. None of their wedding guests, when the newlywed queen and her prince made excuses that they could not join their guests the next day. Nor was Anna surprised at the note she received the next day, begging her to play hostess whilst they tended to a certain newlywed illness. Jamie chuckled, and Jack looked over to see his teenage friend smirking. "Were the two of you ill?" He made the last word in finger quotes. "For the whole time you were gifted with the amulet." Jack smiled. "No, just the one day. Though, I certainly made a case for more than that," he said. "And you aren't getting any more details than that, so don't even ask." "So what did they all do? The guests? Did they just show up for the wedding and then leave?" Jack shook his head. "No, something like that, where they would have to travel for such a long time and long distances. They would stay for a couple days, or a week at least. Some did leave right after the wedding was over, some the next day. It depended on how near or far they lived, how quickly they had to get back. That sort of thing. It was a slow trickle that they left the palace. The last guest left a few days after the wedding, so Elsa and I had about a day and a half together before the amulet's magic ran out." "Did you try to see if you still had your magic at all?" Jamie asked, leaning forward, twirling his pencil around his fingers. "Tried it after the guests left, actually," Jack admitted. "And?" Jack shrugged. "Nothing. It made sense, though. If the moon's power had been disrupted and my power was from the moon." Jack made a level measuring motion with his hands. "Luckily, I didn't really need my powers for anything those few days. So what did you guys do for those couple of days?" Jack stared at Jamie, a slow smile spreading across his face. "Jamie!" Jamie laughed, holding up his hands in defeat. Okay, I can draw my own conclusions." Jack awoke on the morning of the last day that the amulet would work. Dawn was just starting to break through the dark night sky as he looked out the opened window. He had always loved watching as the sun slowly spilled up every morning, the yellow rays gradually filling the midnight sky to usher in a fresh new day. He fingered the carved rune that still hung around his bare chest. He could feel the power was almost gone from the trinket. It had been an amazing and certainly interesting experience this week. People, guests, and palace staff alike, all being able to see him, greeting him cheerfully on a daily, hourly basis. He was even greeted by some as royalty, which he supposed he was now. He felt true hunger, true weariness in the last few days. It was something that it wouldn't soon be able to forget. Even harder to forget would be the feeling of Elsa, how she felt under his hands as they danced together, as he held her in his arms in an embrace, and certainly in more private settings. He had no idea what would happen when everything returned to their normal states, but he would savor the moments that he had left, and the memories that those moments created, as long as he could. He smiled, looking over at her sleeping form. The amulet was the only thing he wore, other than his wedding band at the moment. Elsa was dressed accordingly, her blonde hair a mess of tangles as she lay beside him. He stretched out his arms above his head, wincing as he heard the muscles and joints popping. There were a few things he wouldn't miss about being human. Being able to curl his warm body up against and into his wife's, however. He smiled at the thought, turning to nip at her shoulder, running a hand over her bare back. It wasn't too early, he supposed. He felt Elsa wrap her arms around his waist that evening as he removed the braided cord from his neck, sighing as he looked at the carved rune. He wished it could have been longer, even just with Elsa. All good things must come to an end, she told him, rubbing his back. It was fun while it lasted. He turned slightly, tossing the necklace back to land on her dressing table, before wrapping her up in his arms, shivering as he felt his old familiar powers returning to him. "So what next?" Elsa said, turning her face up to his and kissing his chest. "Well," he said, drawing the word out, "we still have our honeymoon." He ran a hand over her messy hair, trying to smooth it out before kissing the top of her head. "Honeymoon?" she asked. "We're leaving." "What? You thought that you didn't get one?" She smiled. "I don't know. I wasn't quite sure." He chuckled. "Pack a bag, and we can get going, now that I can fly you away." She stepped away, smiling, and yelped as he lunged after her to kiss her thoroughly. He nuzzled her neck as she sighed, running a hand over his cheek. "I'm perfectly fine staying here, you know." "Really? I thought you always wanted to see Venice." "Venice? Really?" she asked excitedly, turning to face him. When he nodded, she jumped up and down excitedly, clapping her hands together happily, before stepping over to pull the bell pull. He raised an eyebrow at her. "Can I have my clothes back now?" "Almighty spell seamstress?" he asked. "Since I've gone along with wearing whatever you've wanted me to wear for the last week, it was rather difficult, I'll have you know, wearing shoes." She laughed and waved her hand at him, his simple clothes returning to his frame, before she donned a simple dress of her own. "Oh, how long will we be gone?" she asked, turning to him with her arms overflowing with clothes and books. He shrugged. "As long as you want." She beamed, seeming to grow even more excited before she paused, biting her lip, as if she had just remembered that she was a queen, the ruler of a country. "I'm sure that they can give you a nice allowance for our honeymoon, Elsa. It's not like you were getting more than one," he said softly, reading her thoughts. She nodded at him, giving him a weaker smile. "A week," she said. "A week will be good. We can always go back if I want to." He smiled and nodded, leaning against the doorframe, and watched her and several maids carefully pack her things into a bag, while ever-faithful Mattia stood nearby, taking notes as she dictated them. He dutifully held out a hand to take the packed bag from one of the maids as it was finished, slinging it across his body and stepping back to continue to patiently wait. When Elsa had finished her instructions, she turned to him and smiled. "Ready?" he asked. "Almost," she replied. "I just need to tell—" There was a crashing sound in the hallway. "Anna," Elsa and Jack said at the same time. "Oh, good. You're still alive. I was wondering if Jack was ever going to let you out of here," said Anna, coming into the room. Elsa smiled at her, biting her lip sheepishly. "We were actually just getting ready to leave," she said. "We're going to Venice for a week." Anna's face lit up. "Oh, you two always get to go so many neat places together," she said, coming forward to hug her sister. "Have fun. I'll hold down the fort while you're gone." "Thanks, Anna," Elsa replied. "I'm sure you will." She stepped back, turning to face Jack, who swept her up into his arms, a wide grin on his face. "Now, are you ready?" he asked. She nodded, laughing as he scooped up his staff. She waved as they flew backwards through the room, exiting out onto the balcony and into the open air, before ascending up into the dark sky and headed south for their destination. After a few minutes, where she moved and nuzzled closer to him, she gasped a little. He looked down at her with a quizzical look on his face. What's wrong?" he asked. "Where are we going to stay? We aren't just going to jaunt back to the castle like we did before. I have a reservation already made." She leaned back a little, looking up at him with amazement. "You do?" He smiled and looked down at her. "Well, when you had me playing messenger boy for all those requests and invites, I stopped by with a written request of my own for their finest suite. It's a place right on the Grand Canal," he said, grinning at her. "You're going to love it." She gaped at him for a moment before relaxing. "Jack, how did I get so lucky to have you in my life?" He smiled back. "I've been asking myself the same question." Their week in Venice passed in a week of decadent bliss, the only mar on the vacation being that Elsa was forced to fashion herself a very rich northern noble who was traveling on a holiday alone, rather than a married queen traveling with her winter spirit for a husband. And the icy demeanor that she wore in public dissuaded any potentially amorous Italians from approaching her. The icy shocks that invisible Jack gave them helped as well. This time, instead of trying to carry all of her purchases back to Arendelle, Elsa arranged for a courier service to have everything shipped. They were more than happy to charge her pricey fees for packing, shipping, and handling for the impressively crafted glass pieces that she had picked out. Jack had scowled at that. "We could have carried them," he said one night, running a hand lazily down her back. "For all that time, flying over France and the Alps. Do you remember our time in Florence?" she said, looking up at him. He paused at that, smirking down at her. "I had tried to forget." She chuckled. "I'd rather spend the money to make them take it to me, and then spend the time close to you, rather than trying to balance all the things that I buy here," she replied, kissing his nose. At the end of their long week, after seeing everything that could be seen in the floating city, she stood at the foot of the lavish bed, with her items spread out on the coverlet, as she repacked everything, humming one of Jack's favorite songs and swaying her hips as she did so. Jack, too, chuckled at her, leaned up against a wall to watch her. She looked at him over her shoulder, smiling. "Got a problem with something?" He grinned, shaking his head. "No, but we're going to be late back to Arendelle if you don't hurry up." She laughed and turning to finish packing before holding it out for him to take. He did so, slinging it over his shoulders again. She sighed, walking over to the window overlooking the wide Grand Canal of Venice, crossing her arms. "Isn't this just lovely?" she asked, watching the people in gondolas bustle by below in the dim streetlight. Stunning," Jack replied, looking at Elsa. She turned, blushing slightly as he looked at her. A slow smile spread over his face as he continued to look at her. "Ready to go back to our normal life?" he asked quietly. She sighed and nodded. "Yes, it is time to do so," she said, coming to stand beside him. So he nodded, wrapping her up in his arms and turning to leave. They were off, slowly heading back to their reality. The next weeks went by quietly, falling back into the regular routine they were both used to from the past years. Jack darted out early in the mornings to frost fields as winter came into full season, starting up snow and weather patterns before dashing back to be with Elsa as long as he could, taking care to spend the nights with her wrapped up in his arms. They were both happy, both so in love that neither thought anything could ever change that anything would ever change in their happy little life. One bright morning, several weeks after the rambunctious New Year celebrations had passed, Jack decided to stay in and forego putting out the frost. One warmer morning wouldn't hurt anyone, he had reasoned. He held Elsa close, stroking her arms with the backs of his fingers, when she suddenly shoved back from him, lurched out of bed in frantic movements. She stumbling over her feet and nightgown to get to the garderobe she had in her room, flinging open the door and vomiting loudly. Jack froze. Was she sick? Had someone tracked something in from one of the trade ships? Had she eaten something that was bad and it wasn't sitting well with her? He kicked the bedclothes and hurried over to her, he brow creased with worry and his stomach heavy with dread. "Elsa, are you okay?" She turned to him, and his stomach dropped even more. Her face was pale. She looked like she felt terrible. His heart clenched. He turned and walked over to the wash basin, wetting a cloth for her and returning, carefully patting the damp cloth across her face. "Jack, Her face turned a slight shade of green, and she turned to vomit it again. His heart clenched again. He bent and rubbed her back, continuing to pad the wet cloth gently across her face. "Get Anna," she gasped out. "Anna? Shouldn't I get you a doctor?" he asked, puzzled. She shook her head, groaning. "Not yet. Just get Anna. Please, Jack." He nodded, standing, and hurried out of the room to get his sister-in-law, worry etched on his face. He couldn't lose her so soon after he had just gotten her in his life. He wouldn't. He pounded on the door to Anna and Kristoff's room, smiling tightly at Rolf's small form when he opened the door to the huge apartment of rooms the family shared. "Anna?" he called, looking around for the red-headed woman. "Anna? Elsa, she's asking for you. She's sick. Very sick." Anna bustled into the room, the buttons on her dress only half done up, and her long red hair still running loose down her back. She looked at Jack, seeing his panicked look, and paled. "Kristoff, I'll be back," she called behind her, following Jack back down the hall at a quick walk. "What happened?" she asked as fell into a half-run. "She woke up and just started vomiting," he explained, trying desperately not to panic. "Ah," Anna said, visibly relaxing. "Okay." Jack scowled at her, unsure of what she meant by that, and annoyed further by her reaction. They both hurried back into the room, where they found Elsa still hunched over the garderobe. They helped her back into bed, Jack watching nervously while Anna moved a small table holding a wash basin next to the bed. He looked down at Elsa, murmuring to her as he tucked the covers around her, made uneasy by her pale complexion and greenish tints around her face. He felt so bad for her. He glanced up at Anna as she stilled beside him, hands on her hips. She was smirking down at Elsa. "Well, what's wrong with her? Is she okay?" he demanded, still not liking Anna's demeanor. Anna bit her lip, looking like she was struggling not to laugh, and glanced up at him with a raised eyebrow before looking back down at her sister. "Jack," Elsa chuckled, "I'm fine." He gave her an incredulous look. Obviously not. Anna looked back at him, smiling. "No, really she is," she said. "Well, she will be." Jack looked confused now, looking between the sisters. He held up his hands, silently requesting some sort of clarification on the matter, as worry and anxiety still raged inside him. Elsa smiled at him. "Jack," she said, "it's called morning sickness, and, unfortunately for me, it's going to be happening a lot." He stilled, staring at her with wide eyes as the words slowly processed. That, he began, stammering out nonsensical words. We mourn." She nodded, still smiling at him. "I'm pregnant." Chapter 12. He stared at her, unmoving. He didn't even dare breathe, not even sure he heard her correctly. She watched him carefully, glancing over to Anna, carefully reached out to take his arm. "Kristoff was rather stunned, too, when I first told him to," Anna said sympathetically, patting Jack's arm. Slowly, Jack came back to his senses, slowly looked over at Anna with a strange, loopy smile spreading over his face. He turned, sitting down hard on the edge of the bed beside Elsa. Anna laughed, looking between the two of them. "Well, since there is no crisis," she said towards the door, I'll leave you two be." Elsa raised a distracted hand up to wave at her sister as Anna pulled the door closed behind her. The latch clicking closed loudly in the quiet room as she watched Jack sitting dumbfounded beside her. "Are you okay?" she asked him quietly, reaching her hand out to grasp for his. Slowly, he turned to look at her, bringing her hand up to his lips for a quick kiss. Yeah, he said, slowly nodding. "I'm fine. Great. I'm surprised is all." She smiled, moving forward onto her knees to rest her head on his shoulder. He moved his arm around to pull her closer, kissing the top of her head. "I was rather surprised too," she admitted. "How long have you known?" he asked. "Not long," she said. "I missed my last cycle, so Anna and I suspected, but I didn't know for certain until this morning." He laughed softly. "You scared me to death when you flew out of bed like that." She chuckled. "I hope it's not like that every morning," she said, rubbing her stomach, "or I will get tired of it very quickly." "That amulet must have been more powerful than we thought," Jack mused. "Wonder what Pabby did to it." "I can't say that I mind, though," she admitted. "No," Jack agreed. "And you have an heir to the throne now." She tilted her head up at him, smiling at him. "Yes, Jack. But more importantly, we have a child. Together," she said. "And that is wonderful." Whoa, wait," Jamie said, sitting up on the edge of his chair. "You had a kid?" Jack grinned, nodding. "Yeah, we did." "Boy? Girl? Twins?" Jamie asked curiously. "Anna had twins first. Did Elsa have twins too?" Jack raised an eyebrow. "You going to let me tell the story or not?" Jamie groaned, falling back in his chair. "Jack! Come on!" "My story, my rules." Jamie sighed, picking his notepad back up. "So what was the pregnancy like? Was it weird?" "Of course it was weird. I'd never been around a pregnant woman from start to finish before. It's not really something I want to experience again. I can tell you that much. As much as I loved her, and she loved pregnancy," he said. "I thought it was horrible." Jamie rolled his eyes. "I mean, did she have like weird cravings? Or did her powers go all crazy with her emotions?" "Ice cream. She loved ice cream." "What's so weird about that?" "Freezers hadn't been invented yet. I mean, Arendelle exported ice and had ice harvesters. But even a giant block of ice melts decently quick in summer." "Oh," Jamie said, pausing and then giving Jack a strange look. "Then how?" "She would ask for fruit and cream, then freeze it when she got it. Then she would just chip away at it. She didn't call it ice cream. It was just something she did on accident one night. Fruit with clotted cream was a common dessert back then, and she craved sweets like it was going out of style. Honey was her favorite," he said, recalling the time. "I started calling her Honeybee. She'd put honey on everything. It was disgusting at times, honestly." "Really? I've seen you eat some pretty sweet things." "No, I mean honey on greens. Honey on meat. Sometimes very rare meat. Honey on anything she wanted to eat that day. I half expected the babe to be born looking like a honeybee. I still can't stand to eat anything with honey on it." Jamie laughed. "So how did the things with her having snow bees in the myth come from?" "Oh," Jack laughed. "Oh, that was me." "You?" Jamie said, a note of exclamation in his voice. Jack continued to laugh. "Yeah, she ran out of honey one night and started having a bit of a meltdown. Hormones, I guess." He shrugged. "So, after I got her back up into our room before she lost control of herself, then calmed her down, I made her laugh by making all these little honeybees from ice and frost and having them fly around the room," he explained, making a flying motion with his fingers. "I teased her, told her that they would go get her more honey and sent them off into the wild, right out the open window. Well, everyone thought she sent them to get more honey for her silly cravings and, well, He grinned, shaking his head. Mythology? History? I don't know. That was a hilarious night when we found out that fairy tale. So did she have trouble with her powers while she was pregnant? Jack shook his head. Not once. She was scared, though. The whole coronation thing really traumatized her, so she wanted me to help her be extra careful. I didn't think she would, he said, shrugging. But I didn't want to cause her undue stress by arguing. By the end of everything, she looked like she had a large ball under her dress. You know, like the ones you play with in summer. Jamie looked at Jack amused. A beach ball? Jack nodded. Yes, that kind. So did anything else happen? Or was it pretty normal? Jack snorted. Only if you call honey-covered everything normal. Seriously, until you've seen a woman devour a plate of honey-covered lutefisk with a huge grin on her face, you do not know disgusting. I sense a but coming here, Jamie muttered. Jack smirked at him. Well, he said, making a gesture with his hand. Zzz. It was just amazing, watching her stomach slowly swell up with the child inside, or watching her face light up with delight when she felt it moving or kicking. That was amazing to feel as well, the movements and kicks from under her skin. His eyes unfocused as he stared at the wall as he remembered. She'd sometimes come bustling into a room to find me to grab my hand and put it against her belly, a huge smile on her face. And throughout it all, she was just amazingly beautiful. Doesn't sound so horrible, Jamie pointed out. Jack paused, considering. Yeah, he conceded. Maybe not so horrible. Jack floated through the corridor, carefully balancing a tray on his arm loaded with sweets for Elsa, who was tucked comfortably in bed. She had begged him to dip down to the kitchens to fulfill another of her cravings. He smiled as he landed softly before the door, working the doorknob with a practiced ease before gliding into the room and trying not to laugh when he saw her sprawled out against the pillows of the bed. It took so much for her to get comfortable these days, with her huge belly protruding from her middle, not allowing her to roll onto her stomach anymore. She bemoaned that fact on a very regular basis, but he didn't mind. He supposed she was allowed to complain about her lack of comfort, as it did look rather uncomfortable. He carefully eased the tray down onto a table in the room, trying desperately not to make any noise. He winced when a spoon shifted and clattered to the floor. Elsa made a snort and a snore before shifting a little more onto her side, but stayed asleep. Jack exhaled deeply and straightened up, smiling at his sleeping wife. His staff still in his hand, he approached the bed to climb in beside her. As he reached the side of the bed, he spun the end around twice in the air, and all of the carefully lit candles in the room were snuffed out by the cold rush of wind that spun around the air. Satisfied that all was well, he laid down for a nice, long, and peaceful sleep. He was awakened several hours later by a strong, painful grip on his hand, and the sound of pained, heavy breathing beside him. He sat up, looking over worriedly at Elsa, who had tears in her eyes and on her cheeks as she looked over at him. Elsa, what? What's wrong? Are you okay? He looked around, panic rising his chest and frowning when he put his hand down into a damp part of the sheets. It was quickly ignored, though, when Elsa whimpered, then screamed, tossing her head back into the pillows as a pain racked her body. Jack felt the color drain from his face, not feeling her tight grip on his hand grow even tighter. Do I need to get Anna? He managed to get out, grimacing as he lost feeling in his hand. His eyes scanned the bed, trying to see her in the dark, as his other hand came up to try and stroke her face. Yes, she managed after a few moments. Yes, get Anna, but hurry back. Please, Jack. I don't want to be alone. He nodded, his limbs moving in several different directions at once, before his brain comprehended the movements that would send him the way that he needed to go towards Anna's rooms. He scrambled off the bed, taking a moment to remember to grab his staff before he flew out of the room, and down the hall, quite literally, before bursting through the door to Anna and Kristoff's rooms. "Anna," Jack said, not caring when his voice came out in a panicked shout. "Anna," he said again, looking around desperately. He could feel his hand shaking. He floated through the rooms, trying to find her. "Jack?" he heard her voice ask in a sleepy tone. She appeared then, wrapping herself in a robe with her long hair sticking out in several different directions. "What's wrong?" she asked, yawning. Elsa, screaming, time, baby?" he managed, gesturing towards the door in a slightly helpless manner. Anna smiled at him and chuckled. "Okay, I'll be there in just a few minutes." "She's sure this time?" "This time?" he asked, landing hard on the floor. "I'll take that as a yes. I'll call for the midwife as well then. Go on back. Let me just get dressed and I'll be there." Jack nodded at her, turning to hurry back out of the room, flying faster down the hall when he heard another scream from Elsa. He skittered back into the room, rushing over to pull the bell pull in the corner, before clambering to get back to Elsa, grabbing her hand once again. Surely the palace maids would know what was needed as well. "Anna will be here soon, and she said she would call the midwife," he said, his hand still shaking as he tried to figure out where to touch her. He prayed that others that knew what to do got here soon, because he certainly didn't have a clue. 8 long hours later, Elsa sat on recently changed bedclothes, in a recently changed nightgown, holding her recently born sleeping son in her arms and smiling down at him. A slightly worse for wear and traumatized Jack sat behind her, rubbing her arms slowly as he looked down at the new babe. She turned her head back to look him, and he smiled at her. The midwife hadn't seen him. He hadn't really expected her to see him. She certainly didn't expect him to be there. But when Anna had suggested that he might want to leave, and he refused, then the midwife could see him, and then had gotten rather insistent on him leaving. But Elsa wanted him to stay, and so he did. Apparently the midwife hadn't wanted to test her luck with 2 ice-wielding monarchs. He was so proud of Elsa, how well she'd done through it all. "Are you still okay with the name we discussed?" she asked him. He hugged her shoulders and moved his hand to stroke his son's fine blonde hair. "Of course. Why wouldn't I be?" She smiled brighter, moving to kiss Jack's cheek before looking back down at their child. "Hello, Henrik." Chapter 13. "Henrik? So you had a son?" Jamie asked, looking up at him with a grin on his face. Jack smiled at the pleasant memories, the joy he remembered he felt while holding his wife and newborn son in his arms. "Yeah, Henrik," he said. "She said it was a family name. His formal name had about 4 more names, as the crown prince, but almost always he was just Henrik, or Henry." "Did he have ice powers like you and Elsa?" Jack nodded, still smiling. "Yeah, his powers were like Elsa's, which makes sense. She was born with hers. Mine were granted to me, and Elsa was just thrilled to be a mom. She was committed to making sure that his childhood would be nothing like hers. He'd have his cousins to play with. She wanted to take him places and explore the world, not just be locked up in his room and terrified of the world like she had been. And she was always there to help him, as he was learning how to use his magic. We both were." "You didn't have any other children?" Jack chuckled and shook his head. "No, just Henrik, and he was more than enough some days. You'll find out soon enough." "So, what was it like? They had nursemaids back then, right?" Jack nodded. "Yeah, wet nurses. The one that helped Elsa was a young girl, barely 16, whose baby was stillborn. That's usually how it was for wealthy people. Elsa didn't have much of a choice, since she was queen. He started, amending himself. If she could have done everything, I'm sure she would have, but they didn't have milk pumps and formula like they do now. Nor did the cloth diapers we used hold much, so it took a lot to raise a baby. Even just ordinary people had people helping them. It was rare to have someone completely on their own with a baby. And you, did you help? Did you like it all? Jack smiled. Oh, of course I did. I did every chance I could, and I loved it. Jack chuckled as he spun around in the hot summer air outside the castle, holding Henrik, smiling as his son squealed with glee as a whirl of snowflakes spun around them. Jack stopped their ascent, turning them slowly to face down at the palace and the small town that surrounded it. There was a steady stream of people coming in from the outlying areas, and even a few ships still pulling into the harbor. Tonight was Henrik's birthday celebration. He had just turned 4 in these miserable hot months, and it was certainly something to celebrate. Jack thought Elsa was more excited about it than Henrik was, but he wasn't about to say anything to the contrary to her. He smiled down at the little boy in his arm, who was clapping his hands together and grinning with a toothy smile. He rubbed his small hands together and pulled them apart, a small snowflake forming and falling away, before he squealed with glee again and looked up at Jack with utter delight. "Look, I made snow, Papa," he said. Jack hugged him close and kissed his temple. "Good job." Henrik clapped his hands again, trying to make more snowflakes, still laughing happily. "Jack," he heard faintly, turning his head and seeing Elsa waving her arms from their bedchamber balcony at them. He waved his arm, holding his staff up in acknowledgement, before tightening his grip on Henrik, spinning around a couple more times as they descending down to the balcony. "Mama," the little boy cried out, reaching his arms out to her after they landed. Elsa's eyes were filled with delight as she pulled him tight into her arms, giving him a big kiss on his forehead. "Did you two go flying again?" she asked, grinning when the little boy nodded with huge nods of his curly blonde head. "Look, Mama," he said, leaning back in her arms and rubbing his little hands together again, his tongue sticking out of his mouth in concentration before he pulled them apart and another snowflake appeared. He smiled madly up at her and laughed when she cuddled him close again. "Oh, good job. Keep practicing," she said. "Now, we need to get you cleaned up for tonight. You remember what tonight is?" "Party," he said, wiggling down out of her arms. "I get to wear my new fancy clothes, and I get to wear my fancy hat too." She chuckled and sat him down, watching him run towards the door. "Bath first," she called after him. "Yes, Mama," he said, using his whole body weight to pull the door open before running out. Jack chuckled, hearing his feet tap a rhythm down the hallway. "Fancy party, then, if you're wanting them to wear jewels," Jack commented, turning to Elsa. "I didn't want him to. It was all his idea," she said, walking further into the room with him. "I was putting some things in the vault after the ball we attended in Corona." Jack nodded. "Henry went with me. He wanted to see everything, I guess, and I showed him some of the things. He was amazed that we don't wear it more often. Since I told him it is only for very special occasions, he insisted that we wear jewels for his party tonight." "We?" Jack asked cautiously. "Oh yes, we," Elsa said, a firm note in her voice. Jack raised an eyebrow at her, a smirk on his face. "I'm wearing shoes again too, aren't I?" "Oh yes, dear," she said, threading her hand through the crook of his arm. He felt her magic racing over his skin, and the outfit he'd worn for his wedding fitting into place. He looked down, inspecting himself, and smirked when he noticed that she had added a couple of ribbons and medals to the sash that went across his chest. "I feel like a pompous peacock in this," he said, pulling at the tight, high collar of the military jacket. "And you're making me wear jewels on top of this? You're an evil woman." Elsa laughed, walking over to her dresser table and opening a large box that sat on the edge. "Well, love," she said, shrugging a shoulder as she began to pull a few items from the box. "You'll have to take up your complaints with His Highness, the birthday boy, and your son, because he could not be swayed from wanting this." Jack grimaced at the stiff clothes. "So who else is getting the wonderful royal treatment?" Elsa turned, smiling at him. I think if Henrik had his way, I think the vault would be empty, and everyone would be wearing jewels tonight, down to the cooks in the kitchen, she said. Not that it wouldn't have been a sight to see, but I finally convinced him that it would hinder their jobs. So, it will just be the three of us, Anna and Lisbeth. Not the other boys, Jack said, feeling slightly annoyed that Kristoff, Eric, and Rolf had managed to get out of everything. Oh, they weren't all that interested in wearing tiaras. Jack laughed. What? There are only a couple of actual crowns in the vault. The rest are tiaras, she said. They are large, heavy, and enormously expensive. And the boys deemed the tiaras a bit too girly, so they are just wearing everything else they could manage to get their hands on, and quite excited about it. They look like court ladies with so many rings on their fingers. But the actual crowns. Henrik is wearing the smaller one himself, a duplicate of this. He insisted that you, she said, grunting as she pulled out an item wrapped in dark blue velvet. Wear the larger. Did he try to get you to wear the big, huge crown? She scowled as she carefully unwrapped the velvet. Yes, I wouldn't even wear that on my coronation, I told him. It weighs at least 30 pounds. I've no idea how my father wore it. I'll wear a tiara any day. And it matches this huge thing. Do they actually match, or did you just tell him that because you like it so much? Elsa smiled wickedly up at him before she held up the unwrapped crown for him to see. It was white gold, like the one that she wore before, and perfectly round to go around his head completely. The band that would encircle his head at the top, and bottom was a neat row of perfectly matched diamonds, parallel to each other to showcase the intricate work that had been done between those two rows. Careful swirls had been crafted and then filled in with diamonds, broken apart in even intervals by huge sapphires in differing shapes. At the top of the band, there were more diamonds, as if the jeweler had taken the molten metal holding the stones and draped it in an even pattern. Each dip and point was perfectly symmetrical, and along this perfectly crafted band was an even line of sapphires and diamonds, and at the top of each of the points was a small cluster of sapphires. Jack stared at the creation open-mouthed. It was magnificent, impressive, and simply amazing. Elsa chuckled and stepped forward, lifting up the crown a little. I'm glad that I don't have to wear this one. It's heavy too. Because of all the stones in it, and being a full crown, it has a lot of gold. No wonder Henrik was amazed. What does his look like? Bend down, she said, fitting the piece onto his head when he did so. It's a smaller, toned-down version of this. This is the full, regal king's crown, what is supposed to be worn for major political and social events. She slid the crown onto his head, fitting it low on his head to sit across his forehead, and then fit snugly around the back of his head. She moved it around a little bit, making sure his hair didn't look strange while wearing it. He smiled at the look of concentration on her face, as she made sure to make everything look perfect. Toned down? Elsa chuckled. Henrik isn't the first young boy to be crown prince. They had a smaller and lighter version made long before even my father was alive. Some of his stones are made of glass, so it's not too heavy. Your advisors are going to have a conniption that I'm wearing this, he said, standing up straight. Unlikely. Henrik has already been around to most of them to give them pins to wear tonight. I think everyone in the castle knows that the vault has been ransacked for the party tonight. I had to put on the invitations for everyone to bring their best, she said, as she walked around him. She walked back to her table, picking up a pin and a signet ring, handing the ring to Jack for him to fit on his right hand, while she attached the large sapphire pin with the Arendelle crest on his jacket. All right, you are ready to go. Now I just need to get myself ready. Shall I send in the army of maids, your seamstress? Jack joked, stepping back to lean against the wall. She turned to give him a mocking glare. I think I can manage on my own, thank you. She stepped over to the mirror that she had the in-room, turning to study herself with a quirk on her lips as she did so, pulling the skirts of her current dress out a little bit and spinning to look at her other side. Jack watched her with amusement. He'd seen her do this a few times now over the years they had been together. It certainly made going to the events they were invited to easier if she didn't have to bring a wardrobe ensemble with her. She opened her mouth to speak, eyes fixed on her figure in the mirror. "Yes," he replied automatically. She scowled. "You don't even know what I was going to ask. It's always if you should do this kind of dress, or if you should wear blue, which you love making your own dresses for things like this, so do what you are thinking about already. Otherwise, you aren't going to be happy most of the night." She scrunched up her nose a little. You're supposed to let me talk it out and then decide. You're messing up the process." He chuckled, holding up his hands. "Sorry." She tapped her foot on the floor and pulled her hands up from the ground. He smiled. He always liked watching this part, seeing what she created for herself to wear for the evening. He smiled as he saw an old favorite of hers settle around her form, hugging her curves with a cloak flaring out behind her. She'd changed the color this time, to the deep sapphire color that would match the gems in her tiara. The dress itself sparkled as she examined herself in the mirror, turning several different ways to see the best angle. I haven't seen that one in a while," he commented. She looked up, a little sheepish, pulling at the skirt a little. "It's a little daunting to wear, being as it is so, form-hugging," she said, running a hand across her stomach. He smiled softly, walking over to her and pulling her close. "You look beautiful, in whatever you wear. From your nightgown to your ball gowns," he told her, placing his hands over hers. She beamed up at him, opening her mouth to reply, as the door burst open and Henrik reappeared, dressed and bejeweled with his hair still damp under his own sparkling crown. "Mama, you aren't ready?" he cried, his small face falling a little bit as he looked at her. She chuckled, moving away from Jack to bend down to Henrik, covering his face with kisses. "Oh, my little love, I just have to put on all the jewels that you insist that I wear," she told him. He squirmed away from her. "Well, then put them on. The party is going to start soon, and we can't be late. It's rude to be late. You told me that in our lessons." Jack covered his mouth with his hand, trying not to laugh too hard at his son's insistence of getting dressed for his party. But it was his party, and thus his rules. Who was he to argue? "Psaye?" Elsa stood and bustled back over to her dresser to finish getting ready, and Henrik looked up at him. "Papa, stand up straight. Let me see you," Henrik demanded, a huge smile on his face as he looked at his father. "Oh," Jack grinned, letting his hands fall down to his sides. "Well, am I to stand for an inspection then?" he asked, watching with amusement as his son moved around him, grabbing his hands to look at the wedding band and signet ring that were settled on them. "You have to bend down now, Papa. I can't see the crown from down here." Jack laughed, scooping him up in his arms. "What if I just bring you up here?" Henrik laughed gleefully and moved around, squirming to try and finish his inspection. His little fingers touched the snowflake badge on his sash and the sapphire pin that Elsa had put on the jacket. After a few moments, he nodded his little blonde head, his crown flashing in the candlelight. "Very good, Papa. You are fit to go to the party," he declared. Jack laughed, setting him down. "Well, that is certainly good news," he said. "Now then, it's your turn to stand for inspection." Henrik gasped, a look of fear crossing his features. "Wait, Papa. I'm not ready yet." Jack looked down at him, watching with amusement as Henrik straightened his own little jacket, made sure his sash was straight and carefully touched his own pins before standing up ramrod straight before Jack. "Okay, now I'm ready." Jack tightened his face, trying very hard not to laugh as he took slow steps around Henrik, who looked very much like a miniature version of himself at the present moment. Henrik wore the same high-collared blue jacket that he did with the cross-body sash, only his little sash had medals denoting him as the Crown Prince of Arendelle on it. They looked like mirror images of each other. "Very good," Jack declared as he finished his pass around him. "You pass." Henrique released a held breath, causing Jack to cover his mouth with his hand in an effort to not laugh. Henrik obviously wanted everything to be perfect for his birthday tonight. Henrique turned and looked at him with a big smile on his face, his bright blue eyes alight with excitement for tonight's events. And looking at his face, he could see just a beautiful blend of himself and of Elsa. He found it amazing. His eyes, Elsa's smile, definitely his stubborn chin. Part of him couldn't wait to see Henrik grow up, and another part of him wanted him to stay young forever, just wanting to freeze this moment in time forever. His thoughts were broken a moment later by Elsa. "I'm ready," she said, turning around from her dressing table. Henrik gasped, Jack turning to look as well and smiling as Henrik bounced over to her. "Mama, you look so pretty. You look like an angel." "I've been saying that for years," Jack said, following slowly. Her hair had been pulled up again, much like she had for the wedding, to carefully tuck and secure the ends of that beautiful tiara into it. It sparkled against the candlelight, matching her eyes as well as her dress. His eyes touched on the matching earrings that dangled in her ears now, then at the huge multi-layered necklace that flowed around her neck like water. She'd also made a sash for herself, matching both of theirs, that held a huge diamond and sapphire signet, denoting her as the ruling monarch of Arendelle, at the top near her collarbone. The sash was fixed to her dress at her hip by another huge sapphire pin that matched the one Jack wore. She wore rings with a variety of gemstones on several fingers, and bracelets on both wrists. On anyone else, it would have been far too much, but Elsa was able to pull it all off with some measure of grace somehow. She looked ready to go to a very grand ball, or royal event, rather than her son's birthday party. "How many sapphires do we own exactly?" Jack asked, raising an eyebrow. "I think we are wearing all of them," Elsa muttered, spreading her arms out for Henrik. "Do I pass inspection, little love?" Henrik grinned up at her and nodded. "Of course, Mama." He stepped forward and hugged her knees. She smiled down at him. "Are you ready to go greet your guests?" "Yes," he said, jumping away from her and bouncing over to the door. Elsa looked to Jack and gave him a bemused smile, looking down at her many ringed hands. She pulled one ring off, a particularly bright yellow ring, and put it back in the box. I always hated yellow," she whispered, and turned to take Jack's offered arm. "Let's go before he notices." The gem-encrusted family made their way down the hall, Henrique jumping down the hall in front of them, until they reached the closed door leading to the ballroom where his party was being held. Jack again bit his tongue as he saw the servants that would be opening the door, and even Matthias, who would be announcing them, were dressed up for the evening. "Henrik's doing?" he whispered to Elsa. He heard her chuckle under her breath a little before she whispered back, "Yes." Matthias smiled down at the little prince as he stopped in front of him. The older man bowed, his large plumed hat waving before him as well. Jack choked, barely holding back a laugh. Elsa elbowed him in the ribs. "Matthias, please announce us," Henrik said. He had been working on how to properly say announce for a week. "Certainly, Your Highness," the old man answered, straightening up. The doors opened and Henrik stepped forward, standing at the top of the stair landing, with his little legs apart, hands on his hips. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Henrik. Henrik bounded down the stairs to applause, cheers, and laughter. Elsa and Jack stepped forward, smiling at each other, and laughing a little at the laughs and gasps that elicited from the crowd as Matthias announced them. Her Royal Majesty, Queen Elsa, and her husband Jack, Prince Consort. They glided down the stairs, Jack amazed at how dressed everyone was for his little boy's birthday party. Everyone did indeed come dressed up in their best, from the village children dressed in their Sunday best, with what Jack suspected were borrowed royal jewels around their necks and fingers. And from the way the palace guards were watching and stationed at the doors, he guessed that is exactly what they were wearing. The nobility was also dressed to impress, family jewels sparkling as everyone mingled and laughed together. Ching. All of the children, regardless of social status, were all running around together, playing a big game of tag in the middle of the cleared floor of the huge ballroom. Why exactly did Henrik want a big fancy party? Jack asked, still wondering why he had decided on this particular theme. She smiled over at him, accepting a flute of champagne from a passing waiter with a nod. He said that not everyone gets a chance to get all dressed up, so he wanted them to have one, and still have fun. Jack turned his attention back to running, multicolor blue that was Henrik, and smiled. Henrik would go far in life. Chapter 14. It was a really fun party, though, Jack said, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed behind his head. He smiled at Jamie. Henrique had the time of his life, as did all those kids. It was fun watching little girls that I knew were daughters of a couple of the maids, running around draped in ropes of pearls, or that had huge gemmed pins on their best church dresses, and everyone had huge smiles on their faces. Was anything stolen? Jamie asked, wincing a little. Sorry, I'm just a little curious. I mean, it sounds like there was millions of dollars worth of jewels running around that night. Would have been specie-dollar, not dollars, Jack said, smirking. So, and the guards agreed with you. But no, nothing was stolen. There were a couple of bits of jewelry that were found under tables later that night, likely from all the running around those kids were doing, but no, nothing was stolen, he continued. And I think what was more impressive was what happened the next day. Oh, Jack nodded, smiling again. Yeah. Well, the nobles that came just sent the standard notes. Thank you for having us. It was a pleasure, etc., etc., he said, waving his hand in the air. But the villagers, or the palace staff whose children had been invited, they came to the palace the next day, with gifts to thank us, just singing our praises for the party. They said that their children were just thrilled at everything. I mean, poor children for the most part, that were able to just pretend they were royalty themselves for a night with all the splendor and glamour. It meant just as much for the parents as it did for the children. And then, when we told them it was Henrik's idea, not ours, Jack grinned, leaning back in his chair. They were just flabbergasted. Gifts? What do you mean by that? Jack leaned forward, his hands coming together. Okay, let me explain. Back then, we didn't have email or phones to just call if you had a complaint, or if you needed something from your government, or a complaint for that matter, he said. And paper was expensive, especially for a family that didn't make much. So, there was a day of the week where you could come and speak with the ruler. Elsa held hers every Monday, and she always set herself up in that receiving room, the one I told you about that we greeted guests for the wedding. Who, usually I would go too, just because it was usually interesting to watch, but I didn't get a say in anything. We'd sit in those thrones, which were damned uncomfortable, I will tell you. Everyone that wanted to speak to Elsa would be shown into the room at the beginning of the day. Would she get all dressed up, like a tiara and whatnot? Jack frowned and gave Jamie a puzzled look. What? No, everyone knew who she was. She didn't have to go around announcing, "Hey, I'm the queen." She just wore simple attire, all of us did. All that jewelry was heavy. Jamie grinned and continued to write in his notepad. I was just curious. Sounds like fun wearing all those gems. Jack snorted. It wasn't. They were heavy and uncomfortable. And hard. They don't tell you that about jewelry. Anyways, can I continue? Jamie made a motion of concession with his hand, a smirk on his lips. Jack chuckled. Anyways, that next Monday, A couple days after Henrik's birthday and the jewel ball, Matthias opened the doors as usual, and all of these villagers came pouring into the room carrying baskets and bundles. Members of the palace staff were with them too, which is what confused us. Jack and Elsa looked at each other as the mass of people filled the room before them. The Monday sessions for the public weren't normally this crowded. A range of people filled the room, from tradesmen to fishmonger wives to palace staff. He reached over and grabbed her hand, squeezing it. He could tell she was getting nervous. She glanced over at him, sitting up straighter in her own chair as everyone arranged themselves in the empty space before them. He noticed her hair got a little neater, and the wrinkles in her dress fell away as well. The noise in the crowd fell away, parting slightly as a small woman stepped forward. Her hair was covered by a dark headcloth, and her brown dress had more than a few patches on it, as well as a few streaks of flour. She was the baker's wife from the bakery that was a few blocks from the palace. She had basket balanced on her arm, and loaves of bread were peeking out from a threadbare cloth. Slipping the basket off her arm, and set it on the floor before glancing up at them nervously. He raised an eyebrow at her, knowing how she had a quick temper and a sharp tongue, but she also had a big heart, and she loved her family dearly. She dipped down into a cautious curtsy, wobbling slightly as she struggled to maintain her balance. The rest of the crowd followed suit, bowing or curtsying with her. Elsa glanced at Jack, confusion on both of their faces before turning back to look at the gathered group. They had risen and were now looking nervously at the baker's wife as she took a few more hesitant steps towards them. "Oh, Your Majesties, oui," she said, obviously nervous, pausing when she didn't know how to begin. "Ein," Elsa smiled at her. "Start with your name, please. For the record," she said softly, gesturing to the clerk seated off to the side at a desk with a stack of paper, pot of ink, and quill in hand. The baker's wife swallowed and nodded. "Of course, Your Majesty. Sorry, Your Majesty. Anna Melland." There was another slight pause while the clerk scratched the name on the paper, and Elsa nodded for her to continue. "Very well, Anna. What brings you here today?" Anna took a breath and paused, obviously thinking about rehearsed lines, and sighed. "We want to thank you. Thank yous both for what yous did for all our children at the prince's party the other night." "Thank us." The group nodded in unison before Anna spoke again. "All our little ones, well, they got something we wouldn't have been able to give them. They had the time of their little lives that night," she said. "Getting all dressed up all fancy like in your gems and jewels, and getting to play with the prince. None of them have been able to stop talking about it. When my little Alec got his invite, I thought it were a joke. But then everyone here got one, and just thank you, Your Majesties." The group nodded again, more people beginning to talk. "Adeline Brevig, Your Majesties, my little ones don't usually get much. Coin usually being so tight. I mean, they get as much as they need, but there isn't much for pretty little baubles. This was just such a treat for them. I can't thank you enough." They sat stunned, listening as more parents spoke up, saying how happy and grateful they were that their children had been allowed to come to the party, and how wonderful it had been to dress up in the gems and jewels for the evening. It had been a night to forget their troubles and just enjoy life. Elsa was beaming, listening carefully to each person before finally holding up a hand to silence the crowd. They looked around, confused, and watched silently as she beckoned Matthias forward and spoke quietly to him in his ear. He nodded once, giving a curt bow before turning to hurry out of the room. "I am honored by all your praise, and gladdened to hear that you all enjoyed yourselves so much," she said as he left, standing up from her throne and walking towards them. The crowd looked at each other, further confused and a little nervous now. And, as a mother myself, I can certainly empathize, though maybe not to your extent. Elsa stopped before Anna and took the small woman's hand, grasping it and smiling at her. "But I'm afraid you are giving your praise and thanks to the wrong person," Elsa told them. I may have been the one that organized the event, and indeed I was the one who hosted the party." She turned as the door opened again, watching as Henrik bounded in, smiling at him. He paused with his eyes wide at the crowd gathered. She held out her free hand out to him, and he ran over to her, shyly holding onto her skirt. Oh, he knew this was the receiving room, and that he wasn't allowed in here on Monday mornings. Henrik turned to look imploringly back at Jack, who smiled and came down to kneel behind him. "It's okay," Jack whispered to him. "You aren't in trouble. Mama will tell you in a minute." "Insat." Henrik reached one of his little hands back to Jack, wrapping it tightly around a couple of Jack's fingers, while his other hand was still firmly grasped in Elsa's skirt. Jack found it amusing that the little boy that had been so confident and excited at his birthday ball a few nights prior was now standing terrified. Elsa smiled down at her son, running a loving hand over his curls, before looking back up at Anna. "As I was saying, it was Henrik that wanted the party the way it was," she told them. "I merely helped to facilitate it." Anna stared at in an odd amazement Elsa for a long moment before turning her gaze down at the little boy, tears and a look of wonder in her eyes. She looked back up at Elsa. "He was who planned the party." Elsa nodded and looked back down at Henrik. "Henrik, why did you want to have everyone wear jewels at your party?" Henrik's grasp on Jack's fingers tightening, and he moved further into Elsa's skirt. "So, I thought that since I liked getting to wear my jewels, and Mama likes to wear jewels, and Papa does, even though he says he doesn't, that all my friends might like to as well," he said, his voice muffled by the fabric. "But Mama said that the jewels can't leave the palace, so I thought if I had my birthday party, everyone could get all dressed up, and we could have lots of fun. I thought everyone had fun." His declaration came out in one big, long sentence. He didn't pause to take a breath as he made his statement, before turning shyly to look up and over at the assembled group. Anna stared at him. They all stared at him in a silent awe as they processed what he, this small 4-year-old prince, had done for them and for their families. Anna turned, bending down to scoop up the basket that she had brought with her, and bent down to Henrik's level, a smile on her face. "Your Highness," she said, giving him a smile, "I'm Anna Melland." "You're Alec's mama," Henrik interrupted. "Don't interrupt," Jack said, gently pulling Henrik out of Elsa's skirts a little to face Anna more. "Oh, sorry," Henrik mumbled, one hand still gasping Elsa's skirt, and the other still holding Jack's hand. Anna smiled at him and nodded. "Yes, I'm Alec's mama, and we all came here to thank you for the party that you did." Henrik scrunched up his face. "Why are you thanking me for throwing a party?" he asked, his little face scrunching up in confusion. A few chuckles were heard in the crowd behind them. Elsa bent down beside them as well, causing him to break his hold on her skirt. "Ada, Henrik, this is one of those times where you might not fully understand right now, but you did a very, very good thing with your party, and you made a lot of people really happy," she told him. "And these mamas and papas that are here this morning want to thank you because you made their children really happy, because you let them come to your party and get all dressed up with our jewels." Henrik looked at her, still confused. "But I wanted them to have fun. That's why I did it." Elsa smiled again and kissed his forehead. "I know, little love, and that is why you are a wonderful little prince. Now, you need to use this as a lesson. Remember our lessons that we have?" Henrik nodded. "So what do you think you should do for Miss Anna here?" Henrik turned back to Anna. "Anna is the name of my aunt," Henrik told her. "I like that name." Jack bit back a laugh, and he saw Elsa lean her head down a little, her lip also between her teeth, also trying not to laugh. Henrik continued, "I am happy that Alec had so much fun at my party. I had fun with him there." Anna smiled and held out the basket to Henrik. "I brought you these for your table. I made them this morning. to thank you for letting Alec come to your party." Henrik released Jack's hand to pull the cloth away from the basket, looking inside. Jack smiled as Henrik elicited a little happy gasp when he looked inside. "Papa, look! She made pastries!" Most everyone knew that the prince had gotten Jack's love of sweets. Jack set his hand on Henrik's little back and leaned forward. "Yes, and they look very tasty. What do you say to her?" "Why are they for the table?" Henrik asked, looking up at her confused. "Don't we get to eat them?" Jack turned his head again, trying hard not to laugh aloud, as chuckles went around the room. "That's what she means, honey," Elsa told him softly. "She means they are for us to eat and enjoy." "Oh," Henrik said, comprehension coming across his features, as he looked back down at the basket. Carefully, he stepped forward, bending down and wrapping his arms around each side of the basket and taking it from Anna's grasp. Then his face shot up towards Anna, a huge grin on his face. "Thank you, Anna. We will enjoy them later," he told her. Anna smiled down at him, curtsied again, and stepped back into the crowd. One by one, the whole crowd came forward, carefully bending down to talk to Henrik and presenting him with some little gift they had brought, like candies, or pastries, or jams they had made. The people that had come didn't have much to spare. It was all something that could make, nothing extravagant. One farmer had even brought a basket full of carefully packed eggs for them. Henrik took them all like they were gifts of gold, telling each person how excited he was about the gift. His favorite had been an older woman's, though, who was raising her grandchildren. She had brought a crocheted shawl for Elsa and had nervously presented the gift to the prince. Henrik's eyes had lit up, and he had immediately draped it around his mother's shoulders. "It's so pretty on you, Mama," he had declared, before hopping over and giving the older woman a big hug and thanked her. Then the crowd had left, waving at the prince, who was still gleefully bouncing on the floor and waving his little hands as he sent them off, before he bounded around the room, looking at the carefully arranged gifts that had been given to them. Jack leaned back on the floor and looked over at Elsa, a huge smile on his face. "Well, that was unexpected," he said, chuckling. Elsa grinned, nodding her agreement. "Indeed," she said, standing from the floor and wincing as she got a cramp in her leg. "Ow," she muttered, rubbing her sore leg. Jack leaped up, sweeping her up into his arms and spinning her around while smiling down at her. She laughed, leaning her head back. I'm forever sweeping you off your feet, it seems," he commented, smirking at her. She laughed again, swatting at his chest. Henrik bounded over to them and looked up, smile still wide on his face. "She's so slide." "I want to do the same birthday party next year," he said. "I want everyone to be able to come and have fun again." Jack shifted, allowing them to both look down at him. "Again?" she asked. Henrik nodded. "It made everyone so happy. And it was fun," he said. "And fun is good, so let's do it again next year." Jack looked at Elsa, and they both smiled. "Well, I know where he got that fun," Jack commented, smirking at her. She snorted, turning her attention back to Henrik. "I don't see why not. It went well this year," she said. "If that's what you still want to do around this time next year, that is what we will do." "Yay!" replied Henrik, jumping up and down before he ran out of the room. Jack chuckled. "At least the next time you'll have more time to plan." Elsa nodded. "True," she said, watching him jump around in the main foyer outside and talk animatedly with one of the maids. "At least I'll have that much." "So did he?" Jamie asked. "Did he want that for his party? The jewel ball thing, I mean." Jack grinned and chuckled. "Oh yeah, it became a big tradition in Arendelle. Every year on Henrik's birthday, we'd open up the palace and everyone from the village and outlying areas was invited to come, dressed up in their best for a night of fun, with dancing and music and tons of food. I bet you loved the food, Jamie said snidely, grinning at him. I loved it all. So how long did the tradition go on? It was still happening when I left Arendelle, when Henrik was fully grown. And by that time we had invested in a whole room of glass jewels, replicas of the real ones, Jack told him, smiling proudly of the memory. Henrik was so excited to tell his friends that they could keep the replica jewels. And you had replicas made every year? Yep. Some people took them as souvenirs. Others brought them back year after year. We would take one of the rooms the day before, the smallest of the ballrooms, and we'd all set out all these jewels and fancy hats and dresses even at one point. Then, when the party started, the crowd would come in and get all dressed up for the evening. The children were always so much fun to watch, seeing as they just draped themselves in everything and then chose out things for their parents. It was lots of fun. That is amazing. Yeah, it was. So, what happened as Henrik grew up? Did Elsa train him to take over for her? He would be king after she died, right? Did she give him lessons on how to rule? Jack sighed heavily. Yeah, she did. I always tried not to give that too much thought, though. Why? Because of what the end result of those lessons meant. You said it yourself, he said, slumping back in his chair. Life was just so perfect for all those years. I mean, yeah, we had our ups and downs, together and as a family. Everyone does, but it was just such a wonderful life. I thought it would just last forever. I wanted it to last forever. Jack pulled himself up from his chair and walked over to the window. He looked out at the heavy snow falling just outside the cozy apartment building. But, he said on a sigh, I learned the hard way that all good things must come to an end. Jamie looked up curiously. What do you mean? Jack leaned his head against the glass, eyes closing. Just give me a minute, would you? He said. This is where it gets hard. Jamie stared at Jack for a moment, slowly nodding. All right, take your time, Jack. Chapter 15. They sat in silence for several long minutes, Jamie unsure of what to say to Jack, watching his friend for a time before turning to his computer while he waited. He checked his email and flipped through the pages of his notes. He looked up when he heard Jack's sigh, shifting his attention back to Jack. Jack's hand still rested on the side of the window while he stared out into the snowing landscape, the heavy flakes clinging to the trees outside the window. As I said before, we did have our ups and downs, but God, really, it was wonderful, he said, smiling. But the hardest thing was watching her age. His fingers curled on the wood of the windowsill. That was the downside of getting to watch Henrik grow up, was watching her grow older. The aging was so gradual, too. You hardly notice it until would just hit you to remind you. Jack leaned his head back, his eyes closed. And over 15, 20 years there were lots of those moments. Lots of pulled muscles, lots of back rubs and then gray hairs, wrinkles, laugh lines, worry lines, so many different names for them, he said, chuckling slightly. She was still so beautiful, though. Every day she was still just Elsa. My beautiful Elsa, my beautiful ice angel. Jamie's pencil scratched along his pad, not wanting to say anything to jolt Jack from whatever caucus of emotions he was feeling right now, as he retold this part of his past. But watching Henrik grow up, change from a little boy into a man, oh! He paused, smiling proudly as he remembered his son. That was something else. Watching those little impish features mature into the handsome man he became, and he cared so much about Arendelle, about the people, and about the responsibilities that he'd someday inherit from Elsa. We all thought he'd be a lot older when he did inherit those responsibilities, though. Jack's head came back forward, resting on the glass pane, and frost patterns swirled up where his skin touched the smooth surface. He was silent for several long moments, staring out the window. "What happened?" Jamie asked softly, trying to prompt him. Jack sighed deeply before taking a deep breath and still staring outside at the falling snow. It was the beginning of 1852. Henrique was 23 years old and engaged to be married in a few weeks, around mid-month of February, so the palace was in full swing with all the various preparations. Jack hummed as he flipped over in the air, clutching tight to the bunch of frost flowers that he had created in his hand, their icy stems carefully arranged. He grinned, imagining Elsa's face when he surprised her. He carefully sat down on the landing outside her office. She'd been putting in long days here in the last couple weeks, trying to get everything ready for Henrik's wedding. He opened the doors and slid inside, closing them quickly behind him before turning to look at her. She was sitting neatly at her desk, the piles of paper forever stacked around her, and the shawl that she'd gotten years ago draped around her shoulders. She finished writing something on a paper before setting down her pen and stood up, turning around to face him with a soft smile on her face. Jack smiled and walked towards her, setting his staff against a wall as he did so, holding out the flowers for her. And, as he had predicted, her eyes lit up and her smile widened as she took them. She carefully took the icy blossoms and looked over them, turning the bouquet in different directions before looking up at him. "So, you know these won't last very long in the warm castle with all the fires going. They are too delicate." He stepped forward and took them from her hands, setting them down on her chair before pulling her into his arms. "My love, they are meant for you to enjoy, and then they can be gone. I can make more, an infinite amount more," he said, wrapping her up and kissing her. She sighed against him before resting her head against his chest. "Oh, Jack, you've always been so good to me." "And I always will be," he said, kissing the top of her faded blonde head. "So what's going on today?" She sighed, turning her head to look back at the mountain of papers on her desk. "Just more preparations for the wedding. Everything is going along quite smoothly. I've heard word of another outbreak of influenza on the main continent again, but it's about that time of year. I'm not all that worried," she shrugged, turning her head back into Jack's chest. "The Duke, Duchess, Tatiana, and their entourage are due to arrive in 4 days. I should go look over the guest wing and see how they are coming along. Come with me." Jack chuckled. "Anything for you, love. Anything for you." She stepped back with a sigh and took his offered arm with a large yawn, her free hand coming up to cover her mouth as the other took his arm. He frowned as they walked slowly from the room. "You should get some more sleep. You're working yourself to the bone." She smiled up at him, squeezing his arm. "You worry too much. I'm fine. Just a little tired is all." He stopped and turned her into the wall, grinning down at her. "We could go to bed after we inspect the guest wing." "Jack," she whispered up at him, looking around and blushing. "Oh, Elsa, please. After 20-some years, everyone here knows better," he replied, nipping her nose. She giggled, pushing lightly at his chest. Yes, okay, but we have to see the guest quarters first," she said, turning her head up and kissing him. He grinned down at her, flipping over the staff she hadn't seen him grab from her office in his other hand. "Excellent," he murmured, wrapping an arm tightly around her waist, before they took off, flying head-first down the hallway. She squealed, laughing loudly. "Oh, Jack, don't let me fall," she said, grasping tighter to him. He chuckled, glancing down and kissed her quickly. "Never." They sped to the guest quarters, startling staff and making others laugh as the Queen and her infamous prince consort flew through the halls. Once arrived, Jack leaned against a doorframe patiently while Elsa walked through and inspected everything. She made instructions to the group of maids that followed her through and around the grouping of rooms, several of the women scurrying out of the room to start on the various changes to be made. Finally, Elsa approached Jack, a smile on her face, and reached out her hand for his. He pushed off from the wall and enveloped her in his arms again, nuzzling her neck and causing her to laugh. Are you ready?" he said, speaking into her hair. She nodded, and he loosened his grip, turning her and resting his arm around her waist and leading her from the room. "We can walk this time," she chastised, causing him to grin mischievously at her, not fighting as she pulled his staff from his grasp. "Oh, ruin all my fun," he moaned, settling an arm around her waist. She chuckled. "I hardly think I could do that if I tried." Back in their bedchamber, after she had dressed in her nightclothes for that evening, Jack wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and pulled her close, settling his chin on her shoulder. He hummed slightly, swaying with her to a tune, and she brought her hand up to sit on his head. He could imagine the smile she had on her face. He took one of his hands away, flicked his wrist around for a moment, while frost and ice formed in the air, before dipping his hand down to catch the frost rose he created, bringing it close to his beloved wife. She leaned her head back, taking the flower with her free hand, while he continued to hum and sway with her, squeezing her close and kissing her temple. 27 years had passed since he'd found that ice castle. 27 wonderful years since she'd thrown open those doors, and he saw her standing against the sunlight like an angel. And he'd loved every single day. Jamie jumped when Jack banged his fist against the wall, watching as the centuries-old spirit turned from the window with a look of sad desperation in his eyes. She wasn't getting enough rest," he said, raising a hand up before dropping it back down to his side. "And I kept asking her to, but she was such a stubborn woman when she wanted to be." He looked down at the floor, a bitter smile on his face and tears in his eyes. Jack took a deep breath, shaking his head slightly. "Das." She was up at dawn every day until the wedding, and stayed up long past sunset. She likely only got maybe 5, 6 hours of sleep, desperately trying to make sure everything was perfect. "What about Henrik?" Jamie asked softly. "Well," Jack started, letting out a long breath. Jack knocked on the door to Henrik's rooms, opening the door with a smirk at the crisp enter that his son barked at the door. Henrik was nervous, though Jack couldn't really blame him. Tomorrow was a big day for the prince. Henrik was sitting at his desk with his back to the door, the long feather of a quill pen moving with steady jerks as he wrote on a paper. Jack closed the door and leaned against it, tossing the packet that Matthias had given him as he'd come up the stairs on a side table. "Just set whatever you've brought by the door, Matthias. I'll see to it in a little bit." "Thank you," Henrik said curtly, not turning around. "Well, that's what I did, but I'm not Matthias," Jack said, still leaning against the door. He slowly smiled as the quill stopped, and Henrik turned around to see Jack standing there. Henrik pushed out of his chair and coming over to his father, smiling. "Papa, I'm sorry, Jack continued to smile, holding up a hand to wave away the apology, and hugged his son. "It's okay. You're nervous. I understand." "You're damn right I'm nervous," Henrik muttered. Henrik groaned, raising his arms above his head to stretch his arms as he crossed over to the fireplace and poked the fire a few times, staring at it. Jack studied Henrik, marveling for the umpteenth time at what a marvelous character the little boy that he swore had just been running down the halls yesterday had grown up into, and was getting married tomorrow. Henrik still sported Jack's stubborn jaw. His childish curls had relaxed into straight white blonde hair, but he still had many of Elsa's soft features. He'd proven to be quite the catch at court for the couple of seasons he'd attended, before announcing his betrothal to Duke Ricard's daughter, Tatiana. "How is she?" Jack asked, crossing the room to stand next to Henrik. He pulled the stopper out of a brandy decanter that sat next to the fireplace, pouring 2 glasses of the fiery liquid, and handing one to Henrik. Henrik smiled, taking the glass with a murmur of thanks, toasting Jack in the air before taking a cautious sip of the amber liquid. "She's fine. Excited for tomorrow, I think. I hope, at least," Jack smiled. She still can't see you. Jack shrugged, swirling the liquid in his own sifter. You can. That's all that really matters to me. Henrique smiled at his father. It seems so real now. Jack smiled, taking a drink from his own glass. You ready for it all? Henrique looked up at Jack, silent a long few moments before he slowly nodded. You and Mama just always seem so perfect together. Jack snorted. Not always. I can promise you of that much, he said, a wry note in his voice. And that's the first thing I will tell you. You aren't always right. She's not always right. And there will be times where you want to just go at each other. It's how you act after those moments, those fights, that will define you as a couple. Define you as a person, too. You can't change someone, but you can change how to react to each other. Pick your battles, if you will, he continued, taking another sip of his drink. That will probably be decent advice for pompous diplomats, too. Henrique grinned, taking a drink himself. I'll certainly keep that in mind then. Jack left an hour and a half later with a much more relaxed and slightly inebriated son and a smile on his own face. Henrique would do fine, and he and Elsa would be there to help if they needed any help after all. He walked down the darkened corridor to his own bedchamber, humming his song as he did, and opened the door. He stepped inside and frowned. Elsa was sitting on her dressing table with a large cloth held up to her face. Elsa? He asked, stepping quickly over to her, his brow knit together in concern. It's okay, it's nothing. Just a nosebleed, she said, waving her free hand at him. I've had a headache all day today. It's likely why. I'm fine. She moaned as she pulled the cloth away, and Jack saw the huge red stain on the cloth. He felt his stomach clench as she moved the cloth around a little bit, feeling at her nose before replacing the cloth. Should I fetch someone? She gave him a nonplussed look over the cloth. The night before the wedding over a bloodied nose? No, I'm fine, really, Jack. It should stop soon, she said. I had them a couple times as a child, and the bleeding has slowed down a lot. I'm sure I'm quite fine. As I said, I've just had a headache all day. Jack slowly nodded and moved behind her to rub her shoulders. She sighed with pleasure, tilting her head to one side as he did so. Singa, oh, that feels good, she murmured, still holding the cloth to her face. He frowned when he reached her neck, moving a hand up to feel her cheek and forehead. You feel warm, he said, trying not to sound panicked. She waved a hand at him again. I was sitting in front of the fire with Anna before I came in here, maybe 5 minutes before you came in. I'm just still warm from that. She had it built up pretty warm in her room. You know how Anna is. Jack relaxed a little, going back to rubbing her shoulders. Well, you need to sleep in tomorrow a little. You've worked yourself to the quick. You need rest. But Elsa, you need some rest, he said. There isn't anything that you need to do that everyone in the castle doesn't already know needs to be done. You've spent the last 2 weeks planning everything, and God only knows how long you've spent before that hiring people, that I know you vetted to make sure they were the best. Do you really need to be down there at the crack of dawn to make sure everyone is doing their best, when you already have the best? She turned around to scowl up at him. Please? He asked, leaning forward to kiss the top of her head. For me? You'll feel better for the actual wedding anyways. She sighed, pulling the cloth away and feeling at her nose before she nodded. All right, if you insist, she said, leaning back against him. Jamie watched emotions play over Jack's face, watched as he pushed away from the window and turned to lean back against it, his head dropping back against the frosted pane. Jack stared up at the ceiling, anguish written on his face as he retold the story. I know now that the nosebleed, the headache, it was all connected, and she had a fever. She wasn't warm from the fire. Jamie swallowed heavily. And the next morning? Was she okay? Jack sighed. She said she was fine, but I noticed that she had these little red dots on her chest and neck. I pointed them out to her, and she laughed, saying they were just from age. He shook his head slowly. It wasn't. It was part of it, too. He laughed harshly, bitterly. But it didn't matter. There wasn't anything I could have done at that point anyway. He said with a note of disdain in his voice. Henrik's wedding went off without an issue, thank God, and Elsa looked beautiful as ever for the day. She was all dressed, to use an older phrase, to the nines, and then some. She looked gorgeous, draped in all her jewels and rich fabrics. A bitter smile crossed his lips. It was the only time she just sat aside and watched, rather than being the center of attention. She rather enjoyed getting to sit back with her sister, while Henrik and Tatiana soaked up the spotlight. Jack sighed and stepped forward, putting his hands on either side of the chair he had been sitting in, and looked down at the floor. You know, I should have known. I should have known something was wrong when she suggested we retire early that night, when she said that she was feeling tired, and when I noticed that she was a little pale, he explained. And she put on such a good face, for Henrik and for everyone in attendance. Henrik didn't suspect anything, though he was rather occupied with his new wife. The next morning she was up again, directing the cleanup of everything and waving goodbye to guests. Then, late that afternoon, Enrique and Tatiana left for their honeymoon, a month touring parts of the continent. They were both so excited. Jack was silent another long few moments before he took a long breath. The next morning she stayed in bed. She joked with me, saying she had just overworked herself and she'd be fine later that day. She just needed a lie-in, he said, his fingers gripping the chair fabric tightly. She spiked a fever that night, a high one. We called a doctor. What was it? Jamie asked in a soft voice. Jack was silent a long few moments before looking up at Jamie. Typhoid. Typhoid fever. Jamie stared back at him for a long moment before Jack pushed away from the chair, stalking back over to the window, bracing his hands on either side of the still frosted pane. I saw. The fevers, they came one right after another, along with other unsavory side effects from all the other organs, as they tried to process the illness. On the third night of the fevers, I took her to the trolls. Jack flew quickly in the night air, holding tight to Elsa wrapped up in blankets and furs, and still shivering against the night air. He looked down at her, trying hard to keep from showing the worry that was likely apparent all over his face. I thought you liked the cold, he joked, bending down to kiss her cheek. She chuckled before breaking into a fit of coughs and wincing. I guess there is always an exception, she said, curling into his chest. He didn't respond, just gripped his staff a little harder underneath her form, and sped on towards the troll's clearing. Elsa's lips were turning blue when they touched down, and she was coughing again. He rearranged all the blankets and furs around her, rubbing at them to try and help warm her up, before looking around at the eyes peeking up at them from the clearing. Pabby, he called out, not caring at the note of panic that sounded in his voice. Pabby, where are you? A path cleared and the elder troll rolled towards them and bowed. Guardian, how can I be of assistance to you? Jack turned and beckoned him back at Elsa, still huddled on the ground in her mass of furs, covering her mouth with a shaking hand as she coughed. Help her, please, Jack said desperately, in almost a whisper. Pabby stared at the wilted queen for a long moment before he shook his head mournfully and looked up at Jack. Guardian, help her? Jack shouted, bending down and gripping his stony shoulders in his cold hands. Please, Pabby, I'll give up whatever I have to. I'll do whatever you want. Just please, please, help her." The old troll looked up at him with big, sad eyes, full of regret, and shook his head again. "Jack, I told you," he said. "I could only do you one favor, one, and that was given for your wedding and then continued on for your line. I'm sorry, I can't do anything more." Jack stared at him for a long moment, feeling a cold, hard fist knot in his stomach. So many emotions warred inside him before he bowed his head and tried desperately not to scream. "Nothing at all?" he whispered. Jack looked up when he felt Pabby pulled away from him and looked around to see an empty clearing. And his last small bit of hope faded as he watched the elder troll ball up and roll away from him, his last real hope at saving Elsa rolling away from him. Jack slowly stood up, composing himself as best as he could, and walked back over to Elsa, his bride of 24 years and the love of his life, and bent down before her. "What did he say?" she asked, turning her face up at him, her teeth chattering. Jack opened his mouth, wanting to curse the trolls, wanting to curse the staff for giving her this illness, and wanting to curse the world for everything. But he gave her the best smile he could manage, tucking the furs in around her a little bit more. He's going to see what he can do, love. He's going to see what he can do," he said, reaching out to stroke her hair, trying not to show his alarm when he felt her burning up. He leaned forward and gathered her back up in his arms. "Let's get you back to bed. A nice cup of tea and the fire is just what you need right now," he said, lifting off and speeding off towards the castle. "That will fix you up." Jack punched the wall, causing Jamie to wince as plaster loosened and fell from the walls, and a picture that he had hung fell down. Jack swiped quickly at his eyes now, the emotions from the memories very evident on his face. So, after that night, I went and delivered a note to Henrik, telling him of the situation at home, telling him about what was going on with Elsa. "They turned around and headed for Arendelle right away," he said. But, as Tatiana still claimed she couldn't see me, offering to just fly them wasn't an option. They were still at sea, and with a little help from the wind, they made it back in 3 days, Jack said, smiling bitterly. She assured him she would be fine, that she would get better, and that they shouldn't have turned around just for her. Jack sighed, looking down at his hand, rubbing his left ring finger absently. "That was the last day that she was lucid," he said softly, "before her fever started to overtake her, overwhelming her mind. Up to that point, her doctors thought she would be fine, but that night, she spiked a fever, and it just never went away. She laid in bed for 2 days, having hallucinations, sweating, tossing and turning, everything from that fever. And the whole time, I just never let go of her. I couldn't." He shook his head while he spoke, as if the thought of leaving even now was unfathomable. During the hallucinations, she would talk, shout even, but nothing made sense. It was all just a random collection of words, he explained before smiling bitterly. Until the last one. He paused, gathering himself to try and finish telling the story. "Oates, she was dreaming about one of our flights together," he said, his voice wavering on breaking. "And she opened those beautiful blue eyes of hers and looked right at me, wrapped her arms up around my neck. She was gasping for breath. She had so much trouble breathing those last few days. I think her lungs were full of fluid, or maybe her body was just getting tired from the illness." He stopped again, taking a deep breath. And she said, "Don't let me fall, Jack. Don't drop me." Jack let his hands fall down to his sides. "Never," I said. "That's what I always said. Never, Elsa." And I pulled her tight and kissed her burning hot forehead, and then she was gone. Just like that. Gone with just a soft whisper as she stopped breathing, and those big, beautiful eyes of hers still staring right back at me, with all the love she held. Jamie stared at him for long moments, watching a big tears roll down his cheeks, unsure of what to do. "Jack, he said softly, moving an arm out towards Jack. "And it was a beautiful day out, too," Jack said suddenly, snapping his head up to look outside as a snap of thunder could be heard. "Oh, I never understood that. Why did she have to die on such a nice day? The sunlight was streaming in from the window, and I heard birds," he said, pounding the wall next to the window again as he shook his head. "Ever since then, I've made sure that it's never been a nice day. On the day that she died," Jack said softly, staring out the window again, his hands clenched together. "When was tomorrow?" Jack interrupted, still not looking at him. "It was tomorrow." Jamie sat back hard in his chair, watching as his friend struggled with the various symphony of emotions that he'd been plagued with over the past 2 centuries. Heartbreak, depression, guilt. The normally mischievous and playful Jack was now trying desperately to not become a mass of tears on the floor as he relived her death, staring out the window into the swirling snowstorm that raged outside, punctuated by the occasional clap of thunder. Jack's emotions were playing out well in the world outside and would baffle the world around them for days to come. Finally, after long silent minutes, Jack spoke again, his voice still broken and shaky as he struggled for composure. Everyone mourned her death, people coming from so many of the outlying areas to come and wish her farewell as she laid out before her burial. I wouldn't leave her side. I stayed beside her as all these people came to see her one last time," he said, his voice now in a monotone as he recounted. "They came with flowers, with coin, with gifts, with anything they wanted to give her for the afterlife. And then, after 3 days of all of that, they buried her," he continued, right next to her parents. "I was still just in shock of everything. I still couldn't leave her, I just wouldn't. I stayed there, seated right beside her for days, weeks, months. I honestly don't even know." "What about Henrik?" Jack smiled bitterly. "He did what she had trained him to do, and did it beautifully. He did such a great job. I was so proud of him. That was the only thing I left her grave for, was his coronation. That was 6 weeks after her death." "That seems rather quick." Jack shrugged slightly. "That was the proper amount of time allotted for grief of a monarch. They merely followed protocol," he said softly. "But I just couldn't go back in the palace. Too many memories. I'd hear her laugh. I'd see her skirts disappear around a corner, or swear that I'd heard her call my name. It was just too much. Too hard." Jack looked down at his hands, swallowing hard as he worked to continue. "So I left. I left Arendelle. I hugged Henrik, told him I loved him, that I'd be back, and I just left," he said, clenching his hands and letting them fall to his sides. A harsh silence fell as Jack struggled to maintain control over himself, and Jamie tried to think of something to say. "So what did you do?" he asked Jack, his curiosity getting the better of him. "Where did you go?" "Everywhere. Anywhere but Arendelle," was the reply. "I went back to being Jack Frost. Just Jack Frost. No rules, no responsibilities, no heartache. Just fun, and being invisible to everyone. I decided I would rather be invisible than go through the pain of losing someone like that again. That pain had to be easier than the torment that was losing someone I cared about. Because that," he said, one hand coming up to point at the air, "that was just agony. So you just left your son? You left Henrik?" Jack laughed bitterly before he nodded. Yeah, I did. And I rather hate myself for doing that. I never got to speak with him again after I left. I regret that now," he said. "I said I never went back to Arendelle, but that wasn't entirely true. I'd go back to Arendelle long enough to leave him a note on his birthday. I'd sneak into his office when he wasn't there, stay around long enough to catch just a glimpse of him, and then I would be off again." But I stopped staying around to see him when I saw him grow into an old man. I couldn't bear the thought of seeing my son die as well. Call me a coward, but I just couldn't do it." Jack sighed, running his hands through his hair, and looked up at Jamie. "So that's it," he said, giving a tearful smile. "That's my story of the Snow Queen. How I lived with her, and how she died. How we made a life together." Jack laughed once harshly. "And now, 200 years, I still get to relive the pain of that end." Jamie set his pencil down and stood up out of the chair, walking over to Jack and looked at him for a long moment. "You get to relive the good too, though, right?" he asked softly, watching as Jack slowly looked up at him. "Good with the bad, like you said earlier." They were of equal height now, Jack looking much older tonight after telling his tale. Jamie stepped forward and wrapped his arms around his friend, trying hard not to grimace at the shock of cold that came from the winter spirit. Jack was still for a long moment while he processed the action, and Jamie's words before his cold arms moved and hugged Jamie back. Then his shoulders moved as he let the centuries of emotion come out, crying as he wept for his long-lost wife and son. Chapter 16. An hour had passed since Jack had finished telling his story, and he sat silently in the chair facing the window as he stared out at the falling flakes. In those long, silent minutes, Jack looked older than Jamie had ever seen him, like the weight of his centuries was finally weighing down upon his forever youthful frame. Jamie sat back at his computer, typing quietly away on the keyboard as he worked through emails and social media. He turned his head to check on Jack every few moments, swallowing as he saw Jack stoically sitting in the same position. So he'd tried speaking to him a couple of times, watched as Jack had pulled the portrait from his pocket and glanced at it, but the Guardian hadn't spoken a word. Nah. Jamie bit his lip and turned his attention back to the computer screen to finish his email. Then, when that was finished, he wasn't quite sure what to do. He looked down at his desk, seeing his notepad, with his untidy scrawl unevenly taking up space across the lined pages, with the now worn pencil laying neatly across the surface. His writer's lifeline. Then he saw the gloves Jack wore when he was on the computer. He glanced over his shoulder again, seeing that Jack was still in his heartbroken trance, before shifting his attention back to the computer screen and tapping a few keys to pull up the browsing history. He frowned when he saw the site that Jack had been using. It wasn't in English. He clicked it anyways, realization dawning as the site's products came up on the screen to be displayed. "You were sending her flowers when I got up this morning," he said softly, a statement of fact rather than a question as all the others had been before now. Jack slowly looked up at him, his hand still holding the portrait, and nodded. Yeah, I was," he said quietly. "Nothing like the ones I used to make her, but she would still like them." Jamie was silent for a long moment, looking back at his computer and the flower arrangements showing on the screen. "This is why you didn't want me to go back to my mom's this weekend." He turned back to look at Jack, his steady gaze meeting Jack's sorrowful one, watching as Jack was the first to look away. "For you were always a clever kid, though it was never my intention to tell you all this. Your question last night, it certainly caught me off guard. But yes, it's why I didn't want to be alone. Is that bad that after so long of wanting to avoid thinking about her, about all of them, that I didn't want to be alone on this anniversary?" Jamie leaned forward and patted Jack's knee, unsure of what to say. "You should do it yourself. Take flowers to her," he said finally, leaning back. Jack shook his head. "I haven't been there in a long time, Jamie." Jamie looked over at his notepad and picked it up, holding it up for Jack to see. This is a great story, Jack," he said, smiling at him. "You can't just let it end the way you did. It's a bad ending." Jack laughed bitterly. "Unfortunately, kiddo, this is real life. And regardless of how strange and magical it might be, with the whole immortal guardian thing, I can't just wish her back into being, or write her back into a story. She's gone. And I've already done a pretty damn good job of messing things up, he said, reaching into his hoodie pocket and pulling out a necklace and holding it up for Jamie. It was the one he had described, the carved white rune hanging at the end, with the polished stones on either end. The braided cord was heavily frayed now, and some of the carved runes had been worn down, from years of rubbing and worrying. Jamie stared at it, feeling his mouth fall open as he reached out for it. Jack let him take it from his hands, turning his own head away from it. You keep it with you?" "Of course I did. It's a reminder that I made a terrible choice, a selfish choice so long ago." Jamie looked up at him from the amulet with a confused look. "What do you mean?" Jack scoffed and looked up at him, glaring at the carved rune before he sighed. "I had one favor, right? One wish? And I wished for everyone to see me, so that Elsa and I could get married. I should have wished for her to be immortal, or be able to stay with me forever or something. I was so vain in thinking that people needed to see me in order for her to be happy. I should have been thinking about more long-term." Jack stood and stalked back over to the window, bracing his hands on the window again, smiling bitterly at himself. Jamie looked down at the rune again, tracing a finger over several of the tiny carved runes on the surface, before frowning and turning to his notepad. He turned a few pages and read over the notes he had taken from Jack's telling. Something was nagging at Jamie's mind about the tiny runes carved into the large rune. He swung around in his chair to scan the bookshelf behind him before selecting a small volume that he was seeking. Flipping the title open and his notepad to a new page, Jamie slowly started writing while he turned the amulet over a few times. After he was silent for several long moments, Jack turned his head to look at Jamie and frowned, seeing his head bent over a book, with his hands still clasped on the rune. "What are you doing?" he asked, coming to stand behind Jamie. "These are Norse runes on this amulet." So I took a Norse mythology class last semester, remember?" "And," Jack said, still not sure what Jamie was getting at. Jamie sat back, holding up his notebook for Jack to read. "And Norse runes usually have meaning to them. Powerful meaning." Jack's eyes went to the 3 that Jamie had sketched and circled before drawing lines up to a sentence at the top. The rune words were blending, growth, well-being, and scrawled at the top, in quotations, was, "Gave you your son." Jack looked up at Jamie with confusion still in his eyes. Jamie was grinning at Jack. "Don't you see what the troll did?" Jack shook his head slowly, not following along. "No." Jamie sighed and taking the notepad back. "He didn't just make you visible, or suppress your powers, or whatever else he did for those few days while you got married," Jamie said, a note of excitement in his voice, as he sounded like he'd found a piece of a puzzle. "He gave you both a line of descendants, Jack. He gave you a whole family. He gave you Henrik." Jamie gestured to the amulet at the multitude of runes scratched on the surface. "But he also gave your whole line virility, strength, everything. A virtual goldmine of, I don't know, good genes." Jack stared at him, eyes wide now. What are you trying to say then?" "I'm saying, Jack," Jamie said, a note of exasperation in his voice, "that if I'm right, you have a family waiting for you. That there are people, relations to you and Elsa in Arendelle still, and they must know you." Jamie grinned at him. "It's high time that you went for a reunion." Jack was silent for several long moments, looking down at the floor and shaking his head before he looked up at Jamie. He turned away, walking around in the room while putting his hands up on his head. Jack? You are saying that I might still have family? A family that believes in me? After all this time? Jamie, it's a wonderful idea, but after how I just left Henrik, I don't know if it's really possible," Jack said, turning to walk a few paces around the room. Jamie was silent a few moments, considering his words. "Wouldn't you like to find out, though?" Jack stopped, turning to look at Jamie for a long moment before finally he sighed and nodded. A slow smile crept across his lips for the first time that evening. "Oh, yeah, I would." "What time is it there?" Jamie said, frowning up at the clock. It was almost 11 p.m. in his little apartment. "Barely 5 a.m. there. Still, shouldn't take me more than an hour to fly there with the wind." "I'm going with you," Jamie said, a stubborn note in his voice. "What? What? You think you get to go have all the adventure by yourself? I can't carry you all the way across the Atlantic." Jamie crossed his arms, giving Jack a pointed look. "I'm going with you." Jack groaned, balling up his hands as he glanced at the window and resisted the urge to simply dart out the window. "Jamie!" "Jack, I'm going. And that's the end of it," Jamie said, sidestepping to stand in front of the window. "What about your classes? You can't just leave them. That's terribly irresponsible of you," Jack countered, smiling smugly. "If you don't remember, they have been canceled already because of the mess you created at the school." Jack grumbled, cursing under his breath. Well, what about your mom? She will worry herself to death if she doesn't know where you are." "Just sent her an email saying I was fine and was going to do school stuff all week." "So you lied to her?" "Technically, this is research on the Snow Queen," Jamie said, smirking. Jack threw up his hands in exasperation. "My God, you are just like Henrik," he grumbled, sinking back down into the armchair and grabbing his staff. "Fine," he said, admitting defeat. "We will leave as soon as you are ready." "Jack," Jamie said, flopping down into a chair across from him. "I'm just as eager as you are, but it's 5 a.m. there. Don't you think most people are still asleep?" Jack scowled. "This wouldn't be a problem if I didn't have you tagging along." Jamie grinned at him, grabbing his notepad and flipping to a free page. "Sorry," he said, tapping his pen on the page, not sounding like he had an ounce of remorse in his voice. "Then what do you propose doing until it reaches an acceptable hour?" Jack asked, crossing his arms. "Since you seem to be running the show now." Jamie gave him a wider grin. "Teach me some Norwegian." Jack frowned. "What?" "Norwegian," Jamie repeated. "You claimed you can speak every language, right?" Jack scowled. "I can speak every language, you ungrateful little whelp." "So, teach me some things in Norwegian. It's going to be a little weird if I just randomly know what people are saying after looking up in the air for." "Worked for Elsa," Jack said, slowly moving to sit down across from Jamie. "Yeah, I don't think I'm pretty enough to make that work for me," Jamie said, smirking. "Oh, I don't know. You've got good bone structure, a good amount of makeup, and a good dress," Jack started, leaning quickly to the side as Jamie chucked a cup at him. "Well, you seem to have come around quickly," Jamie said, scowling. Jack shrugged. "Years of practice," he said. "So then, what do you want to know? The normal curse words and pickup lines? I was hoping for more conversational pieces. You know, things I could actually use to get around Arendelle." "What? You can't use pickup lines?" 2 hours and 8 pages of Jamie's notepad later, the alarm on his mobile phone chimed to indicate that it was time to go. Several empty energy drink cans lay scattered around Jamie's chair haphazardly, as Jack repeated the pronunciation of another word while Jamie made a note. And Jack paused, waiting as Jamie sighed, leaning his head back on the chair to stare up at the ceiling. You don't have... "Don't. I'm going," Jamie said, holding up his hand, holding his pen and pointing it at Jack. "My head just hurts because it's full of Norwegian words. Oh, and all that energy drink crap," Jack muttered. "Sleep is for the weak," Jamie declared, raising his hand up into the air to point at the ceiling with his pen, still not raising his head from his position on the back of the chair. Jack chuckled, shaking his head. Well, get ready then. Mighty warrior, I'm ready to go. Jamie sighed again, his arm flopping down onto his leg. Okay, he said, grunting as he pulled himself up from the chair and began to stuff things into his backpack that he felt he might need for the journey ahead. Jack watched him, amused, as winter clothes, books, notepads, and laptop were packed alongside toiletries and magazines. What exactly do you think you are going to be doing? He asked Jamie, amused as everything was shifted around and around to all fit in harmony in the tight space. That's the point, Jamie replied. I don't know. I want to be prepared. Jack watched him, leaning against a wall as he wrestled with his bag for a few more minutes before finally getting it to close. Jamie sighed, stepped back and stretching his arms up. I need a shower. Are you serious? Jack asked, stared at him unamused. Dude, yes, Jamie said, looking behind him. Just give me like 5 minutes. Jack rolled his eyes, sitting down heavily in the chair Jamie had just recently vacated and sighing heavily. Well, he said, giving him a hand gesture. Hurry up then, or I'm leaving without you. 10 minutes later, Jamie stood smiling in front of Jack, with his backpack slung behind his shoulder and layers of warm clothing seen under his wool coat. All righty, Jamie said, tying a tartan scarf around his neck. Let's get going. Jack smirked up at him from the armchair, rolling his eyes. All ready for school then? I told you, I'm not carrying you across the Atlantic. Jamie's mouth opened in exasperation. Jack, Yeah. You stubborn ass, I know, he replied, standing up out of the chair and flipping his staff over with his foot. Jack walked into the kitchen and opened the freezer again. So, Jack, not an expert here, but I don't think we can get to Arendelle via the freezer, Jamie said sarcastically from the living room, crossing his arms. Jack turned his head, giving Jamie a sardonic look as he pulled out the box from the night before, the one that contained he and Elsa's wedding bands. Then, closing the freezer door, he walked back over to Jamie while opening the box and pulled out the marble he hadn't touched before, then safely closed and slid the box into the pocket of his sweatshirt. He patted around in the pocket of his sweatshirt for a moment before he frowned and looked at Jamie. Where is the amulet? Oh, Jamie said, stepping over to the desk and grabbed the necklace and holding it out to Jack. Jack took it with a soft murmur of thanks, shoving it into the pocket as well. Jack sighed, holding up the marble for Jamie to see. Jamie looked at it for a moment, looked at Jack, and then back at the marble. Okay, what is it? I told you last night. It's a miniature version of one of North's globes. He gave it to me one year for Christmas. You mean it can go anywhere? Yes, well, kind of, he said, amending himself. One place. You can go one place with it, which I set it to one night at the North Pole, when no one was looking, I suppose in a moment of weakness. I've never used it, just kept it hidden away. I guess we will see how well it works. Jamie's breath caught, realization dawning. It's set for Arendelle. Jack smiled softly, rolling the marble-like globe around in his fingers. For the ice castle. It's still there? If not, I suppose I'll have to catch you as you start rolling down the mountain. Jamie blanched a little at the thought before laughing nervously and taking a step back. Well, at least I have a hard head. Jack shifted his staff to his other hand, holding it out for Jamie to be able to hold on to as well. They looked at each other before Jack held up the small globe and carefully shook it, purple and blue colors coming to life inside the tiny sphere. Ice castle, he said softly before tossing it ahead of them. There was a great burst of light in the room, and then a darkened portal stood before them. Jamie looked at Jack. Well, it would still be dark there, Jack murmured and took a deep breath. We better go, before I change my mind. And at that, they both stepped forward and hurled themselves into the waiting portal before them. Chapter 17. Jack pulled up on his staff when he felt them exit the portal, causing them to float in midair. He was still unsure if the ice castle would be there or not. Would it have disappeared after all these years without Elsa's powers to keep it there, with decades of weather beating down on it? He held his breath as his eyes adjusted to the dark surroundings, turning his head in different directions to try and see. It's still here, Jamie breathed, as a flashlight lit up the darkened room they were hovering in. Jack glanced down to see Jamie holding his mobile phone in his hand, moving it up and around the room to see all of the ice structures still in place after all these years. Jack let out his held breath and lowered them to the ground, both of them still turning their heads around to try and see everything. Jamie rummaged around in his pocket before pulling out something small and holding it out for Jack. Here, I grabbed a lighter. I don't know if there are still candles around here. You said you kept candles out here. Jack took it from his hand, flying up to the old chandelier that he had first lit so many years ago with Elsa staring up at him, watching him curiously. He swallowed hard at the ball of emotion and memory that welled up inside him as he concentrated on lighting the few candles that still survived in their icy holdings before floating back down to the floor. Jamie whistled softly, looking around them at the castle. Wow, he said softly, walking carefully on the slick floor. Yeah, Jack replied, looking around with a conflicted sense of awe, pride, and longing. Yeah, that's what I said. And she just... Jamie snapped his fingers. Like that. Well, there is a little more hand-waving and finesse involved, Jack said, smirking. But essentially, yes. Jack slowly showed Jamie around the rooms, pointing out where things had taken place, in the stories he had told the night before, laughing with Jamie as he pointed to the ice sculpture of himself that now sat in a dark corner by the stylish front door. Jack was quiet and reverent as he showed Jamie the bedchamber he'd described, the furniture still untouched from the last time it was used nearly 2 centuries prior. Jamie marveled around the castle, phone flashlight coming back out on more than one occasion to get a better look as the sun slowly came up over the horizon. After all had been explored, Jamie resettled his pack on his shoulders and looked at Jack, smiling. You ready? He asked Jack cheerfully. Jack nodded, not saying anything. He slowly became quieter and quieter as he'd led the tour further on through the castle. He flipped his staff up, turning it around for Jamie to hold on to before he took a deep breath and turning to give a smile at his young friend. I suppose we should go now, before it gets much brighter out. Wouldn't want to have to explain how you were just flying around in the air now, would we? Jamie laughed and nodded, taking a tight grip on the staff and smiling at Jack. Yeah, I'd rather not have to do any wild explanations today, he agreed. Let's do this. Jack bent slightly at his knees, giving them leverage before they burst into the air and out of the castle with a breakneck speed. Jamie's other hand quickly moving to grip the staff, as the distance between him and the ground grew from inches to feet to dozens of feet. Jamie swallowed and looked up, marveling at how the darkened landscape shadows were slowly coming into view with the slow rotation of the sun. The snow was mingling with the green of the pine trees, and far ahead of them he saw steam and smoke rising from houses and other buildings. Jack stayed relatively close to the ground for their little trip, not wanting to go too high and risk Jamie being seen flying randomly in the sky. He looked over the area as they got closer. The small village that once housed just a few hundred people looked like it had grown, spreading up the countryside with bigger, modern houses. A paved road led along the cliff edge, leading down towards the port below, with its sparkling dark water and rows of boats, ships, and yachts at anchor. Jack's eyes roamed around as he carefully looked for a place to set down, choosing to duck behind a small coffee shop that smelled like they had freshly baked breakfast treats, as well as fresh coffee. Jamie looked up at Jack, a puzzled look in his eyes. "What are you doing?" "Get something proper to eat, not just those energy drinks you've guzzled all night. I'm going to look around a little bit," he said, lifting off again and drifting off back into the street. "Jack, Jack," Jamie hissed, before groaning, turning up his collar and retying his scarf. You ass!" He trudged out of the little alleyway between the buildings, scowling as he looked around and checked first to see if anyone was looking, before dipping into the little shop. Coffee didn't sound so bad after all. Jack floated around the little town, noting the new modern stores that had replaced the ones he remembered. He smiled, seeing that the bakery was still there, a proud sign hanging out front boasting its long and rich heritage. He guessed that they had upgraded a few things from their wood-burning stove and wooden countertops, though. His eyes moved quickly, trying to take everything around him with just a glance. The pier had been extended quite a bit since he had been here. At least 4 more wooden lengths sat in the water, with ships of all varying sizes and design tied to them. He turned again and looked at all the shops. The bookstore, an art gallery, a grocer, a school, and more. He could imagine the 1,000 or so people that likely lived here, if he guessed right from the amount of houses he saw, could bustle around the little town and get everything they needed here. He swallowed, continuing to slowly turn towards the daunting structure behind it all. The palace. More had been added on to that as well, he noted, another wing further out in the fjord. He could only imagine the engineer feat it took to make it. He was a little surprised to see it, though. He'd thought the palace was more than large enough when they had lived there. Modern things for modern times, he supposed. He leaned forward, flying towards the main entrance, and raising an eyebrow at the copious amounts of security cameras swiveling around on the top of the palace, as well as the security guards standing outside the various entrances. He paused in midair, taking a moment to look around again now that he hovered over the courtyard, and frowned at the cheery sign that stated Historic Palace Tours and listed the times. He felt his shoulders slump. If they were using the palace for historic tours, then it obviously wasn't being used by a royal family. He sighed. He hated thinking that he might be needing to tell Jamie that the trip was all for naught. He turned and sped back towards the coffee shop where he had left Jamie. Jack slid in the top of the door of the shop as an older man held the door open for a young woman pushing a baby stroller. He spied Jamie picking up several items from the counter and waved at him, pointing at a small table over in a corner, before floating over the tables and settling in one of the chairs. "Thanks for leaving me," Jamie muttered bitterly, setting his cup and a selection of pastries on the table. Jack smirked and pulled at one, tearing off a large chunk and popping it in his mouth. "I'm sure you did fine," he said around the warm pastry. "Yeah, after they teased me and pretended no one spoke English. I stood there looking over my notes until the older one took pity on me," Jamie said bitterly. Jack looked over at the counter and saw that there were 2 guys and 1 girl tending the small counter. The girl did look to be the oldest, and the boys looked to be just out of high school. Jack smirked. "Well, you got through it." Jamie scowled, pulling apart part of his own pastry and shoving a large part in his mouth. "Find anything interesting?" "There is a historic palace tour this morning at 10 a.m. Jamie grinned. "Awesome! I can see what the place looks like." Jack shrugged. "Means there likely isn't a royal family anymore," he said, a downtrodden note in his voice. Jamie paused, chewing before taking a cautious sip of his drink. Or maybe they just didn't need the monarchy part anymore, or just that part of the palace. They might still be around. Jack paused. He hadn't considered that. He shrugged again. "Regardless, we have to wait a while longer for the tour." Jamie sighed. "I'm betting a lot on coffee and energy drinks then," he said. "I can't just sit here. I need to do something. Let's go walk around a little bit after this. I need to keep moving." Jack nodded, silence falling between them as they finished their morning meal. Jack turned his head, watching the early morning bustle from the small shop window, while Jamie pulled out his phone and scrolled through, looking through more Norwegian words and phrases. When they were finished, Jamie gathered up all the waste, shoving it into his empty cup before tossing it into waste bin. As he walked to the door, the pretty blonde girl behind the counter called, "Bye, Jamie," causing the other two boys to scowl at him. He smirked and waved at her, holding the door open for a few moments longer than seemed needed for a chuckling Jack to slip out as well. Well, I can guess which one took pity on you," Jack said, nudging Jamie's shoulder. Jamie smiled, laughing a little as he turned his collar up against the wind that had picked up in the little town. They passed along a few of the storefronts, Jamie frowning as they were still closed, before he stopped in front of the art gallery Jack had glanced at from overhead. Jack hadn't really paid much attention to it. Modern art couldn't compare to the classic masters as far as he was concerned. A red circle on a white canvas didn't speak to him like Da Vinci and Renoir. "Jack, look at this," Jamie said, gesturing to the shop window. "It's the Snow Queen." Jack felt his brow quirk as he came over to look at the stylized painting displayed in the window of a pale woman, her white hair pulled back in a long braid, wearing a full white ball gown and huge blue eyes. She held a long, thin silver staff, which was topped with a beautifully drawn snowflake. She was pointing the staff down in the painting, lines of snow swirling around her, like she was bringing up a blizzard to bring forward onto the world. "So, it's beautiful," Jamie breathed, straightening up and stepping to open the shop door. "What are you doing?" Jack asked, looking up at him. "I want to see what else is inside, and they are open. We have time to kill. Come on. It's cold out here." "I hadn't noticed." "You wouldn't," Jamie muttered, pushing the door open and making a show of stamping his feet outside while Jack floated inside. Jamie's head snapped up when he heard a woman shouting at him. He stepped inside and closed the door, looking up at the girl that sat behind the easel with a paint-splattered apron covering her front. She was shouting at him in Norwegian. That much he knew from Jack's lesson. Jamie held up his hands, grinning at her. She turned from her work and looked at him. She hadn't taken her eyes from the canvas she was working at, a pencil balanced carefully in her hand. I'm sorry. I'm a tourist. I don't speak Norwegian. Do you happen to speak English?" he said nervously before gesturing to the window. "I saw the painting out front, the one of the Snow Queen. It's very good." She blinked and stared at him for a moment, eyeing him. She was asking if you like letting in all of the cold air, when she had worked hard to make it nice and warm in the studio, or if you were just doing it to spite her. "Well," she added a few more colorful words, but I'll not repeat those, Jack said, floating over to a curio cabinet filled with tiny glass statues. Jamie didn't look at him. He'd had years of practice of listening, but not following Jack around, and concentrated on the girl that sat in the room ahead of him. There was poor lighting between the showroom that he and Jack stood in, showcasing all the items up for sale, and the workroom that she sat in. He watched as she set her pencil down and moved a few items from her seating area, pulling the paint-splattered apron off and draping it over a folding chair, before she hurried through the darkened corridor separating the two areas. She was smiling when she came into view again, her hands clasped neatly in front of her. "Sorry, one of the local boys likes to annoy me by opening the shop door on cold days. I thought you were him." "I'm Emma," she said, leaning forward to offer Jamie her hand. "How can I help you?" Jamie exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God, you speak English." She chuckled. "Yes, a couple others as well, but that's beside the point. Now, you were asking about my Snow Queen painting?" "Your?" She blushed and nodded. "Yeah, my grandfather lets me run this little gallery in my free time. I love to paint. The locals love my work, though most of them already have a lot of my things already. I have things from other local artists too. It's what is that word you Americans use? Hodgepodge? Jamie chuckled, following as she turned and stepped towards the window display, catching Jack staring, open-mouthed at her. He gave him a quick, quizzical look before stepping close to Emma and listening to her describe the painting. Jack hadn't really been all that interested in the shop when they had entered. He'd been looking around at everything to pass the time, but his heart had about stopped when Emma had come into the room. He'd sworn she was Elsa for a moment, from the graceful way that she carried herself, and not to mention her features. Emma had her own silvery blonde hair pulled back in a long tail, with a couple of colored pencils shoved into it. And, now that Jack looked closer, her eyes were more of blue-gray than the striking ice blue that Elsa's had been. Jack sighed, as more of Emma's features faded away from Elsa's, like the shape of her face being a little more round and her lips being a little more full. Jamie was still giving him sidelong quizzical looks whenever Emma turned away from him to look back at the painting. She was talking animately about her work. Jack shook his head and smiled, gesturing for Jamie to pay attention to her. "Well, you see, I'm doing some research on Queen Elsa. I've caught on to a rumor that the legend of the Snow Queen started with her actually," Jamie said after she'd finished speaking. Jack's head shot towards him. "Jamie, what the hell are you doing?" Emma's eyebrows rose, a smile coming to her lips. "Our Queen Elsa?" Jamie smiled back. "The very one. She was quite the character I've come to find." Emma nodded. "Have you been to the palace yet?" she asked, smiling. "No, I was planning on going on one of the tours today," Jamie said, gesturing towards the door. "I'm just kind of killing some time until then." Emma bustled back to the small counter with the cash register on it and bent below it, rummaging for a moment before she stood back up with a grin on her face and a couple of items in her hands. "Okay," she said, stepping back over to him. "These might help you a little bit." The first thing she handed him was a folded-up, a rather thick piece of parchment that she started to unfold after tucking the other item under her arm. It took the both of them to hold it fully open, and it seemed like she had had some practice in doing so as she balanced the edge of the stiff paper on her hip before she began to point out names on the huge, carefully drawn family tree they had just unfolded. "Alrighty, let's see here Elsa is," Emma muttered, tracing her finger back a few lines before landing on Elsa's name. "Aha, here she is." Emma talked for a few long minutes on the history of the monarch line of Arendelle, moving her finger up, down, and across from Elsa's name, but never mentioning Jack's name. Finally, Emma briskly took the end Jamie was holding from him and folded the large paper up, tucking it under her arm with the other items. She began to pull out the other item, turned and smiled at him and chuckled. You know what?" she said, smiling at him nervously. "Just let me grab my coat and I'll take you on a tour myself." Jamie blinked at her. You can do that?" "Oh yeah," she said, waving her hand nonchalantly. "I do it all the time. I get bored in here sometimes, or get the artist equivalent of writer's block." She sighed dramatically, putting the back of her hand on her forehead. "The life of an artist is so hard sometimes," she giggled, and hurried off back into the back room, tossing the items she had under her arm on the small counter by the cash register. The item under the folded family tree caught Jack's eye, and he floated over to it, carefully maneuvering the folded paper out of the way. Jack sucked in his breath when he saw what was underneath. "Jamie," he whispered, staring down at the counter. Jamie took a few cautious steps forward, glancing to the back where Emma had gone. "Jack, she's going to be back any minute." "Jamie, that's my wedding portrait," Jack said, pointing at the glossy 8x11 print that rested on the counter. Jamie glanced a look down the hall again before stepping over and looking at the print, pulling it out a little further from under the folded paper. Immortalized in the page-sized print was the picture of Jack and Elsa, the latter dressed in a magnificent gown that the artist had tried desperately to capture the beauty of on canvas, with her skirt splayed out around her as she sat in a chair. Jamie saw the tiara that Jack had described, and it looked like she had on the monarchical pin he had also described for Henrik's party in this print as well. Jack stood just behind her, looking nothing like he did today in the hooded sweatshirt and supple brown pants. He wore a high-collared military jacket that had a crossbody sash and the snowflake pin that Elsa had made him. Several other pins decorated the jacket front, along with carefully draped silver tassels. He had on the dark gray pants and boots, looking entirely the proper gentleman for the portrait. Jamie smiled up at him. "You look good, Jack." Jack snorted. "That painter took a lot of bloody liberties," he muttered, shaking his head. "I look like a peacock all dressed up like that." "I'm sorry," Emma said, coming quickly back down the hall. Jamie quickly lurched forward, sliding the print of the portrait back under the folded family tree, and stepped back, smiling at her. "No problem," he said. "My grandfather called. I needed to update him on a couple things real quick. He's very precise. It's a bit of a family trait, I suppose," she said, smiling as she wrapped her scarf around her neck. Jamie smiled, stepping towards the door, holding it open for her as he glanced up to see Jack fly out overhead and lean against the building to wait for them. Emma walked out behind him, turning to lock up the door behind her. "So you are close to your grandfather, then?" Jamie said, trying to start conversation. "Great-grandfather, actually, but yes, very close. He's strict sometimes, but he has to be. He's got a very large public image to maintain. I didn't always understand that when I was growing up," she chuckled. "Not that I'm terribly old now, but I've had a lot of life happen in not a lot of years." Jamie looked at her silently. She couldn't be any older than he was. He opened his mouth to say something, frowning at her. Before he could, she turned on her heel slightly, grinning at him widely and mischievously, much like Jack liked to do. "Race you to the steps," she said, taking off at a sprint. "But hey, I don't even know where I am," he said, taking off after her. He grinned as her laughter trickled back to him on the wind, and he hurried to keep up with her, dipping in between people as they protested in this strange language he didn't yet know. When he reached the palace steps, he was winded and didn't see her anywhere. He turned, his eyes searching around for her, feeling his brow furrow in frustration. "I lost her," he said, as much to himself as to Jack. "Jamie," he heard her shout, and spun around to see her waving behind him, standing by a rather large security guard who was eyeing him with a cautious eye. He hurried over to her, giving the man a nervous smile. "It's okay, Sven. He's with me," Emma said, pulling Jamie's arm through the open door and into the palace. Jamie took a deep breath as he looked around inside the old castle halls and expelled in amazement. "I know. It's pretty awesome, right?" Emma said, looking around with him. "I'm in here all the time, and it still impresses the hell out of me." Jamie chuckled, nodding. "Yeah, this is just... wow!" He had no idea what room they stood in or where in the palace they were located. The high vaulted ceiling bracings were painted with gold, or might have been covered with actual gold. Paintings stretched in between the bracings, adding a new layer of opulence and decadence to everything. The floors were marble, careful patterns cut and laid carefully, and covered with a fine layer of polish and wax. Everywhere he turned there was huge art paintings on the walls, large vases arranged carefully on decorative tables, with huge arrangements of flowers neatly placed. The rooms around them breathed of old elegance and older wealth. "And it's like stepping back in time," he said under his breath. "Well, it's called the Historical Palace Tour for a reason." "Except we didn't have electric lighting back then," Jack muttered from behind him. Jamie resisted the urge to raise his hand in a rude gesture at the snide, snarky remark. "So then, Where do we start? Jamie asked Emma, holding his hands up and grinning. Emma considered, smiling. Well, usually, the tour starts at the bottom and works up to the top. Let's do ours backwards for a change of pace. Jamie laughed and nodded. Sure, why not? Lead on, tour guide. Come on, Emma said, grabbing his hand and starting towards the grand staircase ahead of them. Emma, said a crisp male voice said from behind, stopped and turned, smile still on her face. Grandfather, she said happily, pulling Jamie back down the stairs towards the old gentleman in a finely tailored suit. Jamie swallowed, feeling as though he should bow to this regal man who carried himself so well. He carried a cane, though it didn't look as though he needed it, as he held it smartly before him. His white hair was close-cropped and well-maintained, and his own blue eyes were sharp, eyeing Jamie with an eagle's eye. He turned his attention back to Emma. Oh, Emma, while you are in a palace, one must conduct oneself with dignity, regardless of how one is dressed, he said coolly. Emma smiled up at him, looking as though she had heard the words quite a few times before. Grandfather, this is Jamie. I was just about to take him upstairs and give him a tour of the palace. Would you like to join us? Where is Grandma? Caroline is already upstairs, I believe. She is checking over the red room, I believe. The storm from a couple weeks ago broke the latch. She was reviewing the repairs that were done. I was about to go up and check myself. So, yes, I shall accompany you, he said, offering his arm to her. Great, she said, turning and dragging Jamie back up the stairs. Jamie could hear her grandfather and sigh behind them as he concentrated on following them. Emma pulled at his hand again, taking him up the many stairs up the fancy staircase. She took him around to various rooms, talking about their use and purpose, and what royal used them throughout the centuries. Jack was oddly absent for the tour, Jamie noted, but certainly couldn't go look for him. He figured that his wintry friend would show up soon enough. Let's go see the red room now, Emma said, pulling him down the hall now. She had pulled him around the palace a lot on this tour. Is it red? Jamie asked wryly. Emma paused, grinning back at him. No, actually, it isn't. We aren't sure how it got that name. Probably something that happened in there and just stuck. It used to have a red door, but Henrik thought it was scary when he was little, so Elsa changed it. But we still called it the Red Room, Jack said, landing beside Jamie. Jamie tried not to jump, and failed, causing Emma to turn her head back to look at him. So, you okay? Yeah. Cold chill. She smiled at him, laughing, and led on and turned into the room, which looked like a sitting room from the early 1900s now. She waved at her grandfather, who was sitting on one of the chairs next to a late middle-aged woman. Her light brown hair was fading to gray. They both turned and smiled up at Emma when she entered the room. Oh, hello there, darling. So, everything okay in here? Emma asked, looking around. Oh, yes, the older woman replied, nodding. Everything is fine. The older man was nodding as well. Very good repair. Shall we continue on your tour? He asked, gesturing back at the door. I am sure your guest doesn't want to hear about petty palace dealings. Jamie blinked, looking around the room. But what about this room? The older man looked at him, a spark of amusement in his eyes. It's a sitting room. It's always been a sitting room. After so long, we change the furniture out and get new furniture. Happy? Jack laughed from behind Jamie, as the younger tried very hard not to scowl. I like him, Jack said, floating out of the room. He has moxie, gumption. Jamie flushed, looking up briefly to glare at Jack, before turning to head out of the room and stepping aside to let Emma lead the way again. And she smiled up at him and turned down the wall, skipping a little as she led the party down the corridor, turned and turned down another corridor. Jamie, Jack said, a wary note in his voice. This is the way to... His voice trailed off as Emma stopped in front of a door, a smile on her face. Our old chamber, Jack finished. Emma pulled a key from her pocket and worked it into the door, turning it and opening the door, wincing as it made a creaking noise. Normally, this isn't part of the tour, she said. But Grandfather said I could show you, since you were working on researching Elsa. Oh, Jamie said, trying to play nonchalant. This was, Elsa and Jack's bedchamber. It hasn't been used since then. Jamie felt Jack's head whip around towards Emma. Jack? Elsa's beloved husband, she said, smiling. Rather a romantic story, really. But their son, Henrik, ordered that these chambers be preserved just like they were in the mid-19th century. The only thing that has ever been changed about them is they have been updated for modern plumbing and electricity, and they are cleaned once a week. Other than that, everything is still the same. Jamie's eyes flicked to Jack as he flew inside the room, quickly shifting back to Emma, when he realized he shouldn't have looked anywhere else, smiling nervously as he hoped she hadn't noted. He frowned, his brow furrowing when she looked back at him too. She had looked at Jack too. She quickly brought her finger up to her lips, giving him a wink, and stepped inside after Jack. Jack stood in the middle of the room, taking everything around him in. So, except for the weird glow of modern lighting, Emma was right. Everything was still the same. The bed had been made, and all the signs of Elsa's illness were gone. It looked like it was just waiting for the both of them to come to bed that night. His gaze traveled to her dressing table, his breath catching when he saw her favorite tiara still sitting on the headpiece from Henrik's wedding, her jewelry still laid out. The only piece missing was the pin to designate her as monarch. Her hairbrush, her hairpins still neatly arranged as she liked them. The closet door, the one that never stayed shut, still hung open, revealing clothing still hanging inside the cedar case. He wanted to walk over and run his fingers through the clothes, breath in her scent again. His attention snapped back into the present when Emma started talking again. He turned around to see Emma addressing Jamie. You see, Jamie, the royal family in Arendelle has a little secret, Emma said, walking over to the dressing table and stopping at the large wooden box that Jack hadn't noticed before her. Emma removed the lid and started to look through the papers and envelopes that were stored inside, a lot of papers and envelopes. You remember Jack, that I just told you about? Elsa's husband? Jamie nodded, brow still furrowed in confusion. Emma smiled, pulling one envelope out that she had apparently been looking for. Jack saw that it was sealed with the same crest Elsa had used, the royal Arendelle crest. Emma replaced the lid on the box, holding the envelope in her hands. The reason that this room was left this way was that if Jack ever came back, the royal family wanted Jack to have a place to stay, she explained, looking down at the letter in her hands and moving it over and over in her hands. Because that Jack was Jack Frost, the Jack Frost. There is a royal tradition, a family tradition, she continued, looking up and taking a few slow steps towards Jack, while she still looked at Jamie. We write a letter to our long-lost patriarch about our major life events, in case we never get to see him. And since it's been a long time since he's been around, it's what we all assume what will happen. But we all hope, we all believe that the day will come that we get to see him, get to meet him. She held up the envelope. This is the first one, the most important one most likely, she said, turning and looking straight at Jack, her own blue eyes staring at him unwavering and steadfastly, as she took another few steps toward him and held the letter out to Jack. She smiled at him, giving him that brilliant smile, Elsa's smile. Henrik's letter to you, Grandpapa. Chapter 18. Jack stared at her, his eyes slowly traveling down to the yellowed parchment envelope in her hands. She was still smiling at him as he looked between her and the letter. He swallowed heavily, seeing Henrik's still familiar, careful writing in that simple word, Papa, on the front. Slowly, he reached out and took it from her, feeling her eyes watching him intently. He stared down at it, feeling the smooth paper on his hands before looking back up, a storm of emotions raging inside him. "You can see me," he said softly. She nodded, her eyes darting over to where Anton and Caroline were, both moving to stand next to Emma. Jack's eyes darted between all of them, realization dawning after a few moments at their soft smiles, and eyes looking back at him. "You all can see me," he said incredulously. "Indeed, Grandpapa," the old gentleman said, smiling. "We are your—" He made a motion with his hand. "Many times, great-grandchildren. There is a letter that we have all read. It's a rather treasured thing, actually, written from Henrik. It explains what we should do if, and when, you were ever to return to Arendelle. I am Anton, King of Arendelle. This is my daughter Caroline, and you've met Emma already." Jack looked back down at the letter, still stunned at all of these revelations. "Whoa, wait," Jamie said, stepping forward from his forgotten place behind him and moving his hands up for emphasis. "You guys are royalty? I thought the monarchy didn't exist anymore, since the palace is all historic tours and all." Emma smiled at him. "There is another wing, a rather large one, which we live in now," she said. "I did say I knew the palace pretty well, did I not?" Jamie stared at her, gobsmacked before a smile slowly crossed over his face, and he chuckled, shaking his head. He looked down at the ground, laughing softly before looking back up at her. "Huh, you," he said, pointing a finger at her. "Me," she said, crossing her arms. "What? You think a princess doesn't know how to turn a phrase?" He grinned at her, still shaking his head as he glanced over at Jack, his smile slowly fading as he saw his old friend running his fingers slowly over the carefully written word that Henrik had penned on the envelope. This was obviously more than Jack ever imagined he'd find when Jamie suggested that he return. They'd found out he had family that know of him and seemed glad to see him, and this letter from Henrik. "Jack?" Jamie asked softly, stepping forwards towards him. Jack laughed once, a little harshly, and looked up at his newly found family still watching him with held breath. "I don't know what to say," he finally said, shrugging his shoulders. "I never expected to find any of this, certainly none of you. When Elsa died, I just felt that my world had ended and I ran away. I assumed that all of this, everyone would have forgotten me by now. But now, to come back and find," he said, laughing again with tears coming to his eyes. "Find all of this still here? I just don't know. I don't know what to say, what to think." Emma leapt forward, throwing her arms around him in a hug. Jack stiffened, not expecting the action before he smiled and wrapped her up in his arms, lifting her off the ground a few inches. She giggled before pulling back and stepping back from him, looking up at him with tears in her own eyes. "Welcome home, Grandpapa," she said, as Anton and Caroline stepped forward to link their arms around her. Jack stared at them for a moment longer, before grinning and wrapping his arms around them again in a large hug. "I have a family, a home," Jack whispered, squeezed the shoulders of his grandchildren. "I still do. I never really lost them, I guess." After a few long moments, they separated, Emma still beaming up at him as Caroline wiped tears from her eyes with a lacy handkerchief she pulled from her sleeve. Anton cleared his throat, everyone watching as Jack looked back down at the sealed letter, still held in his hand. The centuries-old patriarch took a breath, turning over the letter and carefully broke the seal, grimacing as the old wax crumbled to the floor. He carefully pulled the thick parchment out of the envelope, walking slowly to the closed-door windows to lean against them and read his son's long written words. 1887. Arendelle. Papa, I write this, not knowing if you will ever see it. It has taken me a long time to forgive you for leaving. I wondered for a long time why you did. It wasn't until recently that I fully understood why. I don't think that Tatiana and I ever had the same love for each other that you and Mama did. I'm not sure that anyone ever will. But Tatiana died a few weeks ago, and I understand what happened to you so many years ago. I've kept your room the same, hoping that you'll come back like you promised that you would. I'm not sure that I'll be here when you will. Perhaps you will. I'll hold on to the hope that you will. If not, I've left instructions as to how the room is to be kept. I've told my children stories of you, of Mama, and about growing up around the palace. They have magic too, Papa. I've done my best to teach them, but I certainly can't do as good of a job as you did teaching me. I've kept the letters you've written me. It's what I look forward to every year on my birthday. I share them. It's a point of proof to my family that you are real. When they were still little, I would hurry into their rooms when it had frosted the flowers the night before, excitedly hurrying them out to show them that Grandpapa had been by that morning, giving them something to show he cared. It's what I told myself at the very least. I've made an oath to myself, and my children, now that they are old enough to understand it, have also sworn on it as well, that this will always be your home, that you and Mama's chamber will always be the same for you, and that we will always know your name, know your image. Your story, your legend will be passed with reverence from generation to generation until you return to these great halls. Love, Henrik. Jack let his hands fall to his sides, turning to stare out of paned glass at the cool morning. He was amazed, stunned, thrilled, and even a little infuriated at himself for being so cowardly, for running away from Henrik, for not coming back. He'd missed so much. And because of what? Because he'd been scared of being hurt. He smiled bitterly at himself. He'd forgotten how wonderful everything else was that went with having a family, though. The good with the bad. He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself, and folded the letter out before carefully putting it back into the envelope. So, he turned back to the room to see them staring at him. He smiled at them. There was someone he needed to see still. So, I'd like to go see Elsa, he said softly. Of course, Anton replied, turning and stepping towards the door. Allow me to show you the way. We've changed things up a bit since you were last here. Jack nodded, leaning to pick up his staff that had fallen to the floor at some point in his confusion, and slowly following Anton out into the hall. It was hard to believe that this old gentleman, this elderly king that held himself with so much regal dignity, was his great-grandchild. Jack looked down at his own attire. I feel so underdressed, he murmured. Anton chuckled. Henrik's notes mentioned that you rarely wore shoes unless Grandmama made you. Notes? There are notes on me. Oh yes, Anton replied. And I'd be happy to show you them later. You also have the box back in your room. There are more letters from Henrik in there as well as from every one of your descendants. It's rather a rite of passage for us. Getting to put a letter in the box. Anton continued, holding out his arm to indicate the direction they were to go, lazily looking behind his shoulder to see that Jamie, Emma, and Caroline were following them quietly. What kind of letters are there? Jack asked, curious now. Emma piped up behind him, taking a few quick steps forward. We can't just write one whenever, or else the box would be a huge trunk full of letters by now. We can write the first letter when we are 16 years old, and again after major life events, like graduations or children's births. Or deaths, Caroline said quietly. The group turned down another hallway that led to a large door with a strange-looking security panel next to it. Tiu, Emma, would you do the honors? I'm feeling quite tired today, Anton said, as they reached the door and taking a step back. Sure, Emma replied, stepping forward and tapping a few buttons on the screen, before holding her hand up for a moment. Jack was about to ask what she was doing when a little screen slid up, and Emma held up her hand, forming a large icy snowflake in her palm. Jack stared at her hand before looking up at her, seeing her watching him with amusement. You, he said, looking at her with a smile on his face. We all can, she replied, lowering her hand as the panel blinked green, and the door clicked open to reveal the outside landscape and a carefully manicured path. Every one of us has since Henrik. Nothing like Elsa was able to do. It seems that since her we all get one kind of power. Snow, ice, frost. You get the idea. Another royal secret, if you will. In the mid-1900s, Anton started, nudging Emma with his cane. My mother, Catherine, allowed for the beautification of this whole area. Unfortunately, over time, and of course the Great Wars, these gardens and the great cemetery just beyond had fallen into a little disrepair. But no matter, as you can see, we turned that around and keep them in the best shape now. We have some of finest gardeners in the world. Jamie looked around, at the empty flower beds covered with wire mesh, and the collection of bare trees in the great courtyard they were currently walking through, and frowned. Doesn't look like much, he muttered. That's because it's winter, silly, Emma said, walking back to him and sliding her arm through his. Most flowers don't like the cold. Come back in a couple months, and these are the most beautiful gardens you can imagine. She began pointing out fountains and naming off types of flowers that would be coming up in from the various beds of dirt in just a matter of months, once the conditions were better. Anton, Jack, and Caroline went on ahead of them towards the cemetery, Anton still explaining to Jack all the various upgrades and changes that had happened over the years. Jamie craned his neck to try and see when Emma giggled, causing him to look back at her. What? You aren't here to do research on Elsa, are you? Well, actually... No, you're here to help Jack. You're his friend, aren't you? Jamie felt a blush rising up into his cheeks. Well, yeah. We have been friends a long time. He's kinda my roommate, too. It's been a weird weekend, to say the least. Oh, I was supposed to go home to see my mom and sister, he said, picking a paving stone back into the grass. And Jack caused this huge snowstorm that made me stay home, so I decided to ask him if he knew anything about the Snow Queen. It was for a school assignment, oddly enough, and he just started telling me about this amazing story of her, of them, this love story, and now we're here and it's just all so amazing. Emma smiled up at him, turning him to start to lead him towards the cemetery behind her grandparents. The love story of Jack and Elsa is one that we all have been told from a young age in the palace. It's a real-life fairy tale for us. Me and my multitudes of cousins, she replied, scuffing her feet along the path beside him. I remember growing up, getting all dressed up for the Jewel Day balls and running around with my tiara on. We'd make wishes on stars for our very own Jack Frost to come and whisk us off our feet one, ooh. She squealed as she hit a patch of ice on the path, and her feet slid out from under her. Jamie caught her arms, moving and bending quickly to catch her before she fell. She looked up at him, a blush creeping over her face, and smiled sheepishly up at him before she regained her balance and stood up, glaring down at the path. Well, that's embarrassing, she said, waving a hand over the ice patch, causing it to disappear. So, you got ice powers then? Jamie guessed, smiling at her. She nodded. Yes, though it seems that it's a bit of a joke with the gods as I'm clumsy as all get out. I slip on ice all the time in winter, even though I can conjure it with hardly any thought. Jamie laughed as they started their walk again. But yeah, great love story. It was hard watching him talk about her dying, he said softly, looking up to see Anton and Caroline had stopped on the path, while Jack continued forward slowly. From what I've read in Henrik's journal and notes, Jack took it really hard. It broke something in him. Emma said softly, stopping on the path as well, and watching Jack as he bent down before a grave. Even from here you can tell he misses her so much, loves her so much. Even now. Makes you wish you could bring her back for him. Jamie nodded, agreeing with her, as they silently watched Jack for a long, silent moment, before his grip tightened on her hand, causing her to look up at him with alarm. "Jamie, what? Is something wrong?" "Emma," he said, smiling down at her with a wicked gleam in his eyes. "What do you know about trolls?" "Chapter 19. Emma blinked at him, confused. "Trolls? Like the ones in the forest?" "Yes, you know of them?" Jamie asked, excitement rising in his voice. Emma looked at him, confusion furrowing her brow, before something seemed to click in her head, a wide smile spreading across her lips. "Do you think it will work? Really?" "I don't know. You're a royal, though. Maybe that will make some difference? It's worked before." Emma nodded at him, still grinning, and bounced on her heels as she stepped over to her grandfather, speaking quickly to him. He turned and frowned at her, seeming to disagree with her plan, speaking quickly to her in Norwegian again. She gestured wildly with her hands, her grandmother putting a hand on Anton's shoulder, speaking softly as well, before he shook his head and gestured with his hand. Emma leaned in and kissed his cheek, before hugging Caroline and hurrying back over to Jamie. "Come on, let's go!" "What was that about?" "We aren't supposed to go to the troll clearing." But I said this qualifies as an exception, and I'm not going alone." Jamie grinned as they hurried back out of the gardens. He really hoped this wild idea of his would work. Jack took in a deep breath as he knelt down before the weather-aged, but still all too familiar gravestone. He reached out a hand and traced his fingers over the carved letters of her name and the snowflake above it, before he sighed, resting back on his legs and looking up at the sky. "Oh, Elsa, how I have missed you all these years," he said, closing his eyes as the sun broke through a cloud to shine down into the graveyard. So much has happened," he continued, chuckled. "We still have grandchildren, can you believe that? Henrique made sure they would all remember me. There must have 100 letters at least, upstairs waiting for me to read." He shook his head in disbelief. "And there is Jamie. He's this little, well, not so little anymore, guy I met about a decade ago. Kinda helped me remember that I could care about people. Remember you." He laughed bitterly. "You shook my world apart when you left me, love. I wasn't ready for it. I don't think I would have ever been ready, though." He sighed. "I have so much to tell you about," he said, settling onto the wet ground. "I suppose the best place to start is what happened after you died." Emma laughed as they ran down the stairs leading to the palace, weaving through the gilded halls where centuries-old paintings and tapestries hung, before swinging out the wide front doors and down into the streets, blending in like youthful commoners. Emma led the way, Jamie close behind as they hurried towards the woods. "Wait!" Jamie called as they passed her art shop. "What?" she said, only slightly winded herself. "Let's get that picture, the wedding one of Elsa and Jack," he wheezed, bending over at the waist slightly. "To—" Emma looked at him curiously, pulling her keys from her pocket and flipping through a couple for a right one. "What for?" she asked, a note of annoyance in her voice, as she worked at opening the door and stepped inside. "And the painting you did, of the Snow Queen," he called after her, turning to lean back against the outer wall of the building. "I gotta get in shape," he muttered to himself. "When did I get so out of shape? Damn Jack and his sweet tooth. Fucking freshman 15. Emma emerged a minute later, the requested items in the crook of her arm. She turned, handing them to Jamie as she locked the door back up, and turned to continued hurry down the street again. "Whatever do we need them for?" she repeated, watching as he worked them into his backpack and swung it back onto his back. Reference. She raised an eyebrow at him. "You're going to make an ice sculpture," he told her, grinning. He looked around, frowning. "How are we getting there?" She smiled and pointed to the very last shop at the end of the street that boasted a large rentals sign. She dashed forward again and opened the door, dipping inside and speaking to the shop owner. Jesus, she must run everywhere, thought Jamie, bending over again, trying to catch his breath. After a few minutes had passed, Jamie had begun to contemplate going in after her. The door opened and Emma emerged. She carried 2 motorcycle helmets with her, one wedged under her arm, as she nodding her thanks while closing the door to the shop. She turned and grinned at him, tossing him one of the helmets. He caught it, looking down at it before glancing up at her, giving her a strange, curious look. "Thanks. I got us a ride, though we will have to walk part of the way. Engines and electronics don't work when you get too close to the clearing. No one is entirely sure why. Something to do with the..." She waggled her fingers on her free hand. "Energies." She turned, beckoning him to follow. You rented a motorcycle." She turned her head and laughing softly at him. No, you goof. That wouldn't get us very far at all." "No, I borrowed a snowmobile." Jamie felt his face blanch a little. "I've never ridden one of those before." She snorted. "Didn't think so." "No worries. I've driven one loads of time. You're in very safe hands," she said as she skidded on a patch of black ice. Jamie swallowed as she turned, giving him a wide grin, and hurried down the street to a small shed. Using a set of keys that he hadn't seen in her hands, she opened the lock on the shed and pulled open the door. Jamie stepped back, raising a brow as he heard her grunt and poked his head around and saw her pulling a snowmobile off a small ramp and onto the snow. They both winced at the sound of metal on metal, and she shook her head when he stepped forward to help. "No, I got it. I don't want you to hurt yourself. These can be dangerous if you don't know what you are doing." So?" He held up his hands and watched her maneuver the heavy-looking vehicle into the position that she wanted before seating herself on it and sliding her helmet on. "Hop on," she said, gesturing to the seat space behind her. Jamie swallowed, pulling his own helmet on and carefully sitting down behind her, not entirely sure what to do next. She turned her head, flipping the visor of her helmet up. "Jamie, you're going to need to get closer to me. And hold on, this thing goes fast," she said, before flipping the visor down and facing forward again. Jamie looked up at the sky, about to swear Jack was playing a joke on him, and if he hadn't been certain Jack was still back at the palace, he would be certain of it. He moved forward and wrapped his arms gingerly around Emma's waist. She moved her hands down from the handlebars and tightened them around her waist before she moved them back up, flipped a few switches, and the machine roared to life below them. "Ready!" she shouted back to him. He nodded against her shoulder, and then the machine lurched forward, causing Jamie to lean into Emma. He felt her laughing as they sped off into the woods, and she had been right. Luckily, she was a better driver than she was at walking on ice patches. Jamie tried not to wince as they sped by large pine trees and up snowy embankments, but it was not what he had imagined when she had said they would take a snowmobile to the area. Emma's wrist twitched on the handlebar again, and he braced himself for the burst of speed that would carry them forward again. They had been riding for a good half-hour now, though Jamie swore it had been hours at times when they had been weaving through a set of trees. "Oh." He jumped when the snowmobile misfired. It seemed like they were slowing down. "Did something happen?" he shouted. She shook her head, twisting her wrist all the way back again and getting another burst of speed from the machine before another 2 loud misfires, and the engine died. Emma sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "Me?" She pulled off her helmet, shaking her ponytail around a little bit. "No, it's fine. We are just close to the clearing now," she said, pointing north, about 100 meters that way. Jamie pulled off his own helmet, running a quick hand through his hair before setting it down and looking at Emma, who was strapping strange-looking boards to her feet. She leaned down and handed him a set with a smile on her face. "Here, put these on. The snow is deep up here." He took them, looking down at them with a confused look on his face. "What are they?" "Snowshoes. Just strap them to your shoes. They let you walk on the snow." He held one up, turning it over with that confused look still on his face. Emma giggled and took them from his hands. "Here, city boy, let me help you. Give me your leg." Jamie blushed and extended his leg, watching as she fitted the board on his foot and attached the straps over his shoe, repeating the process with his other foot. When he moved to stand up, she shook her head. "Not yet. Watch me walk first," she told him. "Walk?" "Yes. If you shuffle around in these, you'll get a bunch of snow on the top and totally defeat the purpose. You have to step." She made her point by making several high steps in the snow, showing Jamie what she meant. Like this. Jamie was starting to think that 100 meters was sounding further and further with each new element that was being added in. He smiled at her, adjusting the straps of his backpack, and stood up, taking careful high steps in the strange shoes. "You'll get used to them," she said, turning and leading him in the direction that she had indicated. It was the longest short distance that Jamie had ever walked in his life. His legs burned from the strange way he had to walk. Emma had talked non-stop to him, and he had barely heard a word of it, as he was carefully concentrating on his steps. He wanted to kiss the grassy clearing when they had entered it. They both stepped forward, still having to walk strangely with the snowshoes attached to their feet. The hard boards had no flexibility. "Hello?" Emma called, looking around at all the strange stones in the area. "Is anyone here?" Silence followed, and Emma's lips quirked into a frown. Jamie patted her shoulder and bent down to untie the laces on his feet, propping one of his feet up on one of the strange round stones that filled the clearing. As the ties from the snowshoe dangled down onto the rock, Jamie heard giggling. "What's so funny?" he asked Emma. She asked, turning to him. She had been bent over, undoing her own laces. Jamie frowned. "Oh, sorry. I thought I heard you laughing." She rolled her eyes and turned back to untie her other foot. Jamie looked back down at his foot and did a double take, swearing that he'd seen an eye peeping up to look at him. He closed his eyes for a moment before opening them. No, it was just a rock. A rather strange, perfectly round rock, but just a rock. He moved his other foot onto the rock, untying the laces on it as well, when he heard the laughter again. He looked over at Emma, who was also frowning. "Oh, it wasn't me," she said, putting her arms up in a defensive gesture. Jamie turned back to his foot, moving the ties some more, when the rock beneath him moved again, and laughed. Jamie fell back onto his behind and stared at the rock. "My rock laughed," he said, dumbfounded. "Oh, now you've done it, Gola," a voice said from behind them. Suddenly, all of the rocks began to shiver and move, rolling in different directions. "I couldn't help it," protested the rock, apparently named Gola. "You know how ticklish I am." Emma and Jamie stepped together as the rocks rolled past them, swirling together in the circle and around. They all started talking together, chatting together, and making noise. One of them rolled towards Emma and Jamie, moving to reveal a humanoid shape. "Princess," she said. At least Jamie thought it was a she. "It's been a long time since we've seen one of you around here." Emma blinked at her. You know who I am?" "Of course. You look a lot like Elsa, you do. Though, I'd love to see one of Kristoff's kids once in a while. A grandmother does like to dote on her grandbabies," she said, pulling at Emma's pants. "What on earth are you wearing?" Emma looked at Jamie before looked back down at the female rock. I'm sorry, but who are you?" "Bolda," she said, turning Emma around. "Where are your skirts?" We don't wear skirts anymore, except for special occasions. Are you a troll?" "I see. My how times have changed," she said, waddling over to look at Jamie. "Yes, I'm a troll, a stone troll. You came to the troll clearing and you're surprised to see trolls. Who are you?" Hi. I'm a friend of hers, and of Jack's. We came." "Oh, you guys are." She winked. "Friends, I see." Emma stepped forward. "Wait, no, we wanted your help." Jamie blushed. Yes, help. We want to speak with Pabby." "Pabby is sleeping," Bulda said nonchalantly. "So when did you guys meet?" "This morning," Emma and Jamie replied at the same time, turning to look at each other. "But really, we just want to see—" Jamie tried again. "Uh-huh," continued Bulda, nodding and smiling at him, grabbing their hands and pulling them towards the circle. "Guys, we got another couple of fixer-uppers." "What?" Emma said, turning to look at Jamie with wide eyes. No, we want to bring back Elsa," Jamie said loudly, pulling his hand out of Bulda's grasp. He winced a little, rubbing his hand. He looked up as the clearing fell silent, the trolls turning to look at him. "For Jack," he added, softer this time. "We want to try and bring Elsa back for Jack." There was a rumbling sound and a few murmurs as a path of trolls parted and a larger stone appeared. A very old troll, wearing a long moss cloak, stood before them then, as Bulda stepped aside, a worried look on her face. "Pabby," Jamie whispered, bowing his head to the ancient troll. "Princess," Pabby said, looking at Emma before turning his gaze to Jamie. "You are not from around here. Why have you come here?" Jamie smiled at him. "We were hoping you could help us bring Elsa back. For Jack." Pabby looked at him, a curious glint in his eyes. "And what exactly is it that you have planned? I might not be able to help, you know. I can only do so much." Jamie took a deep breath and nodded at Emma. He'd outlined his plan to her as they had run through town and during their little jaunt from the snowmobile to the clearing. "Do your thing," he told her, giving her an encouraging smile. "Do you want the pictures?" She shook her head. "Not just yet. I know her image pretty well already." Emma stepped back a few paces, pulling off her gloves that she had put on for the ride through the forest, and rubbed her hands together. "It's going to take me a little bit here," she cautioned him. "I want to make sure it looks, well, perfect." Jamie shrugged, setting his backpack down beside her, before turning and looking around the clearing, a smile on his face. Pabby hadn't said no, so that was certainly a good sign. He could work with that. He stepped slowly around the large clearing, examining the various carvings in the stone walls, and looking into the small little caves. He looked back over his shoulder from time to time. Emma had first conjured up a large pillar of ice, and was now slowly shaping it down into the image of a woman. He could see the look of concentration that was set on her face as she worked, similar to the one he had seen this morning when he'd gone into her shop. He continued his walk around the clearing. He hadn't wanted to stay there and disturb her by worrying his hands next to her. Walking helped him de-stress, to clear his mind and think about his problems. He liked walking. Running, not so much. He frowned when he saw a pile of snow up ahead of him. Taking a few large steps, he reached it and looked around. There wasn't any other snow inside the clearing. Large trees covered the top of it, so just dirt and bits of moss and grass stuck out. As he got closer, he realized the snow was shaped into the form of a little snowman. "Olaf," he whispered, a note of shocked awe in his voice. "Huh? What? Who said my name?" the snowman said, popping up from his resting spot. Well, his head popped up. Jamie stared at him. His carrot nose was gone, but Jamie didn't think that Elsa had made many more enchanted snowmen during her days. "Olaf, you're still alive," Jamie said, a note of incredulity in his voice. "How is that even possible?" Olaf shifted himself, more of his body parts coming into view. One of his arms was missing, and it looked like he was missing a good amount of his snowy body mass. The flurry that Jack had described to him that swirled above his head looked like it was about to blow out at any moment, puffing out only a few tiny snowflakes. "Oh, you don't look so good, buddy," Jamie said, bending down. "I'm a friend of Jack's." "Oh, hello," Olaf said, smiling up at him. "I haven't gotten to talk to anyone in a very long time. I came up here when Elsa's magic started to fade. I almost melted. I thought I was a goner, but I've stuck around for I don't know how long." Jamie smiled at him before turning his head up when he heard Emma calling his name. "Sorry, buddy. I need to go back over there. I'll talk to you more in a few minutes." Jamie jogged back over to the other side of the clearing, smiling when he saw that Emma was defining Elsa's facial features. "Get those pictures out for me now," she said, not turning away from her sculpture. "I want to make sure I get everything right." Jamie bent down to comply, quickly unzipping the pack and pulling the pictures out, holding them up for her to look at. "Should she have the staff?" she asked, glancing over at her reference photos for a moment before turning her attention back to her work. "I think the staff is cool. I mean, Jack has one," Jamie reasoned, watching her in awe as created. Emma shrugged, waving her arm up and down in a fluid motion to create the length, barely having to go back for any further definition on it. That was really fast," he commented. "You don't know how long I spent on the painting one," she muttered. "I think I can do it in my sleep now." She turned and looked at the pictures again, biting her lip in concentration, as she focused on making sure she got all the details that she needed to correct. Finally, after long minutes and spent magic, she exhaled and stepped back. "There, what do you think?" she asked, looking up at Jamie nervously. "It's Elsa," said a voice from behind her. Emma jumped, looking down and letting out a little scream. "Oh my God, what is that?" "That's Olaf," Jamie said. Olaf grinned up at her. Emma turned and stared at Jamie. "Olaf, as in the Olaf?" Jamie nodded. "Looks to be. Seems that Elsa had some pretty powerful magic." Emma stared, opening and closing her mouth several times to speak when Pabby spoke up. "So what is it that you want?" he said softly, knowingly as he looked between Emma and Jamie. Jamie looked at Emma and nodded, pulling his notepad out of his coat pocket and flipping a few pages to where he had sketched out the runes from Jack's amulet. He really hoped that he had translated them correctly. Emma took a deep breath and bowed to the troll. "I want to make a wish, Pabby." Pabby's stony eyebrows rose as he looked at her for a long moment, not saying anything for a long time before he sighed and looked at Jamie. "Someone finally looked at that amulet that I gave Jack. I'm assuming it was you?" Jamie nodded, holding his breath. Pabby nodded slowly. "I grant you one wish, and only one wish, Emma of Arendelle." Emma and Jamie looked at each other, smiling. Emma took another breath, calming herself before she spoke again. "Okay, I wish that you return my 7 times great-grandmother, the former Queen of Arendelle, known as Elsa to us as a spirit that shall be known as the Snow Queen." Pabby stared at her for another long moment, considering his words. "You have a very good wish, my dear, but for me to be able to work a magic like that, I need something of Elsa's, something powerful, like her magic." "But what about me?" Emma said, her face falling. "I'm her descendant, and I'm right here. And this," she gestured to the ice statue behind her, "is made from her magic, from our family's magic." Pabby shook his head. "It has to be something from her directly." "Like me," Olaf said. Jamie and Emma looked down at him. "Olaf." Olaf waddled over to Pabby and smiled up at him. "Elsa created me with her magic, so you could use me, right?" Pabby looked at him, slowly nodded. "Yes, but it would cause you to cease to exist, Olaf." Olaf paused, turning to look up at the ice statue of the serene Ice Queen and smiled. I said once before that some people are worth melting for. I think today is a very good day to do so. He smiled lopsidedly, looking up at Emma. Tell her that I missed her, that I'm glad she's back. Emma smiled, bent down and carefully hugged him. Olaf chuckled softly, carefully turning around to face Pabby as he squeezed his eyes tightly shut. Ready, he said, his one remaining stick hand clenched into a small fist at his side. Pabby waved his staff, speaking in a strange, long-dead language as both Jamie and Emma both watched with held breath. Olaf's small, worn form shifted from the animated snowman into a regular snowman before swirling up into a large cloud of snow and kicked up dirt that swirled towards the beautiful ice sculpture that Emma had created. Thunder rolled from overhead, and wind picked up in the clearing, causing Jamie and Emma to take a few more steps back, raising their arms up to shield their eyes. Then suddenly, everything stopped. The wind, the snow, the thunder, everything was gone. What remained was calm and silent. Jamie and Emma cautiously lowered their arms to look up, and Emma gasped. Standing just ahead of them, looking as though she had just stepped from her wedding portrait holding Emma's Snow Queen staff, was Elsa, looking mildly confused. "Elsa," Jamie whispered. Elsa's head snapped towards them, holding her staff like an unfamiliar weapon. What? Who are you?" Emma smiled at her, holding her hands up. "Elsa, do you remember living in Arendelle, being married to Jack Frost?" Elsa's eyes narrowed. "Of course I do. I'm the Queen of Arendelle. Of course I remember it." Emma looked back at Jamie, biting her lip before continuing. "Do you remember being sick?" Elsa swallowed and nodded. "You died, Elsa, a very long time ago. Pabby," Jamie said softly, gestured to the troll standing back behind Elsa. "Just brought you back. You're a spirit now, like Jack is. You're the spirit of the Snow Queen." Neither Jamie nor Emma was quite sure what to make of the scowl that passed over Elsa's features before she looked around again. "Jack, is he here? Is he okay?" Emma looked back at Jamie. Jack didn't take losing you very well. He's in Arendelle right now, but he's visiting your grave. It's the first time he's been back in almost 200 years, Jamie answered cautiously. Elsa stared at him. It's been almost 200 years since I've died?" Elsa's hand came to her chest. Emma rushed forward, taking Elsa's hand and smiling up at her. "I suppose you have a lot of questions. We should try to answer them for you." Elsa nodded blankly, the weight of reality coming down on her as Emma urged her over to a place where she could sit. Jamie turned his head and looked out of the clearing entrance, swallowing as he could barely see the tops of the palace from here. This part of the plan had succeeded so far. Now he just had to convince Jack that it was really Elsa. And that might be the hardest part yet. Chapter 20. I'm telling you, Elsa, you would hardly believe the way things look today in cities. It's amazing. So many people, and buildings that stretch for hundreds of feet into the air, Jack was saying, still sitting before the gravestone. Skyscrapers, they call them, and some of them really seem to do just that. I wish you were here to see it all. You would just love it, he said softly, turning to look up at the sky above him, and smiled. Turning his head to look back towards the group behind him, and felt his smile fade. Caroline and Anton still stood there, but Jamie and Emma were gone. Jack frowned. He was certain that Jamie wouldn't have just wandered off without him. He grabbed his staff from its spot on the ground beside him and hurried over to Anton and Caroline. "Where are Jamie and Emma?" he asked, looking around more. Caroline looked up at him, a smile on her face. "Oh, they went to the clearing. They should be back soon. They left shortly after you. You went to the gravestone." Jack felt a cold shiver run up his spine. "Clearing?" In the forest, Anton supplied. It's rumored to be the troll clearing, but I think it's just a silly child's story. Jack felt his face freeze. What had Jamie done? And Emma? Oh no, Jack breathed, looking up towards the forest. Did they say why? Anton and Caroline looked at each other. No, they seemed excited about something, though. Jack swallowed hard, a sense of dread welling up inside him. I need to go after them. Stay here, please. I'll bring them back. He shot up into the air, turning a few times to get his bearings, before he began moving towards the forest. What on earth had they done? Or what had they tried to do? He reached into his sweatshirt pocket, running his hand over the rune that rested in there, and had been for some time. It was dangerous to deal with the trolls, as he knew all too well. And as he neared the edge of the forest, he heard the notes of a long, familiar song that he hadn't heard in a very long time. Jack paused, the sense of dread that he had been feeling before intensified. Was this a trick, or a trap that Pitch was playing on him? Jack felt his blood run cold. If it was, could Jack handle him on his own? He couldn't wait for the other guardians to show up, so he didn't have much choice. He took a deep breath and sped on through the forest, hoping that Jamie and Emma would be okay when he arrived. So many thoughts raced through his head, so many old worries and older memories. Then it was there before him, the old, familiar canopy of trees. He stopped taking a deep breath, stared for a moment. He closed his eyes, still hearing that song being sung just below him, like his own personal siren song. Squaring his shoulders, Jack dipped down and landed just at the entrance to the clearing. The song stopped. Jack walked inside cautiously, his staff held out in front of him, and he froze when his gaze landed on Jamie and Emma smiling at him. He rushed over to them. "What on earth did you two do? You shouldn't have come here. It's dangerous," he hissed, sending a cautious look around the clearing, seeing the familiar round stones of the trolls. Since he ignored them, turning back to Jamie and Emma. They turned, looking briefly at each other before they focused on something behind him. Jack's fear turned to panic. "Jack," a soft voice said from just behind him. He'd know that voice anywhere. It had haunted his dreams, his thoughts, his memories for the so many, many years. But it was impossible. It simply just wasn't possible. He slowly turned and stared. There she was, standing there like a vision. She was smiling at him, tears in her eyes, and she wore that amazing dress that he hadn't seen since their wedding day, so very, very long ago. He stopped breathing. It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Surely it just couldn't be real. He swallowed and stepped back, moving Jamie and Emma back with him. He shook his head, not believing what his eyes were telling him was before him. "So, what did you guys do?" he said again softly, staring at her. "I made a wish," Emma said proudly, resting a reassuring hand on Jack's shoulder. Jack turned to look at her, a look of dismay on his features. "What?" Emma smiled softly at him. We spoke to the troll Pabby. He gave me a wish, and I wished for Elsa to come back, as a spirit like you." He stared at her, his eyes darting to Jamie, who nodded in confirmation. Jack swallowed and looked back at Emma. Why? Why waste something so precious as a wish on me?" he said, barely above a whisper. Emma's face softened. It wasn't wasted, Jack," she said, "and we've all gotten along just fine without wishes before now. Myself included. I won't need one in the future. Besides," she continued, nudging Jamie will need some help making sure the Snow Queen is believed in. Jack swallowed. "This is real," he stated, turning back around to face Elsa's form. She still stood nervously off to the side of where he had entered, her hands whirring together in front of her and her eyes filling with tears as she watched him war with himself. "Yeah," Jamie said, putting his hands on Jack's other shoulder. "It's really her." Jack stared at Elsa, still hardly believing that it could be true. "Elsa," he whispered, feeling his staff fall from his fingers. She sobbed. He flew at her, wrapping her up tightly in his arms, tucking his head down into the crook of her neck and holding her close to him, as if she were his lifeline. He turned her chin up, moving his own head to kiss her with the passion of all the lost decades. He pulled back, putting his forehead against hers and smiling down at her and holding her head between his hands. "I can't believe it," he whispered. "It's really you. After all these years, you're really back." He ran shaking hands down her face and over her shoulders, feeling her, trying to make sure she was real. "As the spirit of the Snow Queen," she said, tears staining her face. He smiled, bringing her close into his embrace again, scared to let her go. "So we are both fairy tale stories now. Too bad there isn't a book featuring the both of us," he remarked, kissing her again. "Oh God, Elsa, I have so very much to tell you about. So much has happened since you've been away." Elsa smiled up at him. "I'm not going anywhere this time." "No, you aren't. I swear that you aren't. I'll make sure of that," he said. She chuckled. "And how do you plan to make sure of that? Jack Frost?" "I'm a guardian now," he said, murmuring it into her neck as he held her close. Her brows rose at this. "A guardian? Like North? And Tooth?" He nodded, pulling back to look at her, and smiled. "But I'll tell you about that later, and all about all our many, many great-grandchildren. And I'll teach you how to use computers and microwaves. We'll go back to all of those cities we once went to, and I'll show you how much they've changed." Elsa stared at him. "What? Great-grandchildren?" Jack chuckled, pulled one of his hands from her waist and pointed back at Emma, who waved and smiled at her. Elsa blinked. Oh my, but I don't look old enough now." "What's a computer?" Jack laughed. "In time, my love, in time, but first," he said, reaching into his sweatshirt pocket and pulled out that small box containing their rings. He opened it, hearing her gasp beside him. "I think it's time that we put these to use again." "Our rings," she said softly. He looked at her, smiling as he saw her eyes filling with tears again, as she gazed down at her wedding ring, still sparkling and shining like the day he had made it. He pulled it from the box and slowly slid it back onto her finger, kissing her forehead as he did so. "Marry me again, Elsa, my lovely Snow Queen." She laughed and nodded, looking up at him with a wide smile on her lips. "Oh, Jack, however did I get so lucky to get you?" He bent to kiss her, murmuring against her lips. "I wonder the same thing about you, my love. I wonder the same thing." Chapter 21. Epilogue. Arendelle, January 2030, 7 years later. Jamie bustled down the hall with a heavy box held in his hands, with various customs stamps and stickers in Norwegian placed on it. He shifted his hold, getting his fingers further under the bottom of the box for a better grip, as he turned down a corridor and then immediately into a large, informal family room, with large leather sofas and armchairs. The room was full of people, talking and laughing in various parts of the room. They were in the new wing of the palace in Arendelle, which still held a level of class and opulence that had just been updated for the modern day. His mother, Caroline, and several other middle-aged women sat holding cups of tea, conversing on one couch, while Sophie chatted with 3 other teenage girls around a computer tablet, conversing animatedly about fashion. Anton sat alone in one of the armchairs, looking around pleased at his family. Jamie smiled at him as he entered the room, and impressed at how well the elderly king looked after just celebrating his 85th birthday a few weeks prior. Surrounding him, and chatting happily, were a group of younger and older men and women, even more Frost family relations. Jamie slid the box he was holding onto a mostly empty table, moving a platter of fruit out of the way, and taking a deep breath, unable to stop the grin pulling at the edges of his mouth. It had been 2 years since he and Emma had gotten married, and he'd been swept from a small little family of 3 into this large, loving, albeit royal family. Jamie remembered asking himself how small said royal family was on his first visit to Arendelle, having only seen Emma, Caroline, and Anton. He laughed a little at the thought as he worked a box cutter from his pocket and opened the top aforementioned box. The royal family that stayed in Arendelle was fairly small, just Anton, his daughter Caroline, and Emma. And now, of course, Jamie. There were also a few cousins, aunts and uncles, and various other distant relations that made their way in and out from time to time. It really depended on the season. However, outside of Arendelle, given just a little notice or even just a mere phone call, there was an amazing amount of people able to readily trace their lineage back to Jack and Elsa. Emma's parents lived about a few hours away in Oslo, currently organizing how to run a large, popular art gallery there. Art was a well-loved pastime in this particular family. And then there were the cousins. Emma had more cousins than Jamie could count, and he still didn't know half of their names. He had no idea how she kept track of them all. He swore at the first Jewel Day ball that he attended that the vast majority of the crowd shared a direct relation to Jack and Elsa themselves. He paused at that memory, chuckling softly. It had been a grand night, full of rich food, rich people, and lots of fancy clothing. And, true to its name, everyone had been fully bedecked in gems and jewels that sparkled and glittered under the lights of the ballroom. Emma had been so excited as she made her way around the room, seeming more like a mere hostess than a crown princess, as she laughed, chatted, and danced with anyone and everyone, proudly introducing him to her family as she did so. Then she had introduced Jack and Elsa into the fray, watching in delight as small children and royal relations alike cheered, clapped, gasped, or grinned with delight and glee as the famed couple had descended into the ballroom. Jamie would never forget the odd look on Jack's face as he realized so many people around him could see them, that so many people believed in both of them. Jamie looked down at the box again, the reason for coming into the busy room, and slid the sharp blade back into the safe holding of the box cutter before slipping it into his pocket. His fingers itched to open the flaps and get at the contents inside, but knew he had to wait a few moments more. "Mom," he called, watching as his mother turned towards him at the sound of his voice. She smiled, setting her cup on a side table before standing up and working over to him. "Where is Emma?" he asked, setting his hand over the top of the still-closed box. "I don't want to open these without her." His mother glanced down at the box, still smiling before looking back up at him. "She ran upstairs just before you got here. She said she wouldn't be very long." Jamie smiled, knowing what Emma had run upstairs to get. She had been dying to tell everyone for over a week now, and he'd begged her to keep it quiet until tonight. Hopefully, she would be able to wait until Jack and Elsa arrived, the honored guests for the evening. He heard running footsteps from out in the hall, and turned to see Emma dash into the room, a huge smile on her face as she looked around the room. "Oh, good. I was hoping I wouldn't be late," she said, slightly breathless, and walked over to him, rising up on her tiptoes to give him a quick peck on the cheek. "You ready?" "Are you?" She grinned up at him a moment longer before she turned to crowded family, who was beginning to grow curious. "Everyone, we have the—" She was cut off by the tall French doors leading out to the garden opening, a cold blast of icy wind heralding the arrival of the last 2 guests finally arriving, to several cheers and laughter of those gathered in the room. Jack and Elsa, each holding their long staves and smiling at their gathered family, glided into the room. Emma looked up at Jamie, smiling, while his shoulders shook with laughter, before he grinned and, finally, opened the box. Inside, packed carefully with sheets of packing paper along the sides, were copies of the children's book that Jamie had finally been able to publish, with Emma's careful and loving illustrations, bringing each story to life. Jamie smiled proudly at the books, seeing both of their names scrawled at the bottom. He looked down towards her, seeing her smile as well. So he reached in and pulled a few copies of the book out, their hardcovers tight against the crisp paper dust cover that read Jack Frost and the Snow Queen and Other Children's Tales by Jamie Frost, illustrations by Emma Frost. One of the royal protocols he'd found was that he was required to take her name, the Royal Frost name, rather than her adopting his American moniker. "How does it look?" asked a female voice before him. Jamie jumped a little, looking up to see a smiling Elsa standing before him. He grinned at her and passed her a copy of the book. She laughed, reading the title, and ran a hand over the cover. Oh, Emma, this picture is just lovely." The loud chatter in the room settled down as the family turned to see what Elsa was exclaiming over. Denise, one of Emma's cousins, took a stack of books from Jamie and began passing them out to the various family members. Everyone began to read or flip through the pages, murmuring their approval or laughing at various parts, showing other family members sections they were reading and smiling up at Jamie and Emma. Jack stepped over to Elsa, grinning as he read the cover. "Hey, we made it into the same book. Look at that." He looked up at Jamie and winked. Emma practically bounced beside Jamie, near to bursting as she waited with news of her own to share with the group. He chuckled in stepping back for her. "Go on, tell them," he said to her, placing a hand on the small of her back. Elsa and Jack looked down at her, Jack raising a brow as Emma shuffled forward, a huge smile on her face, and held out a black and white photograph for them. Elsa took it, a strange look on her face. She turned it several different ways, before looking up at Emma with a look of confusion on her face. "I'm sorry, I don't know what this—" "I'm pregnant," Emma shouted out. "It's a boy." She covered her hands with her mouth, still barely able to keep herself from bouncing up and down on the floor. Jamie smiled from behind her. They had known for a while now, deciding that they should keep it a secret first, until they knew the sex of the baby, and then until they had everyone gathered together, and the delivery of their book seemed like the perfect opportunity to do so. Elsa smiled widely at Emma, stepping forward to wrap her up in a big hug. "How happy for you," Elsa told her, pulling back to beam at Emma. "It's such an exciting process, isn't it?" "We're naming him Henry," Jamie said, looking at Jack. Jack froze, smile fading as he looked up at Jamie. "Henry," Elsa said, grinning wider. "Oh, that's a lovely name. You know our son was named Henrik. We called him Henry sometimes." Elsa and Emma moved out into the larger common area, where the sonogram photo was being passed around, and congratulations were being given. Jack stayed standing, still looking at Jamie. "Henry?" Jack said softly. Jamie nodded, watching as Jack's face slowly broke into a smile again. He stepped forward to hug Jamie. "Boyo, you're going to have the time of your life, the good and the bad, and I'm going to be there to see it all." "I wouldn't have it any other way, Jack," Jamie replied, both of them turning to look at the happy gathered family. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Finn, Chapter 22, Bonus Chapter. Arendelle 2032. It had taken them over 2 years to slowly work through the box of letters that had been left in their bedchamber, curiously reading the words that had been left behind by their descendants. The letters had all been addressed to Jack, most of them speaking of hopes for the futures or accomplishments they had achieved that they had wanted to tell him about. There was also tales of hardship, of loss, and of pain that was poured out onto the paper, the marks of illness, war, and strife being shown throughout the decades. Some of the envelopes had been marked stamps and other signs of being sent through the post, foreign addresses from a variety of global countries, as the family had spread out over time. The entire box had been a timepiece itself, a window through history through the eyes of their family members. And now, there was only one letter remaining. It had no stamps or markings to show that it came from another country, no scrawled date in the top corner to give a hint of what era it had come from, just his name written in familiar but shaky script on the front, and her seal connecting the edges of the parchment on the back. Anna's letter. They sat quietly next to each other on the settee, the yellowed parchment of the letter held gently in Jack's hands as he looked down at it. This had been one of the letters he had dreaded the most, not knowing what she would say in response to what he had done. He slowly looked up at her, swallowing nervously before turning the letter over and cracking the seal. "New? Here we go," he said softly, unfolding the letter to finally read Anna's words. Arendelle, 1887. Hello, Jack. It's certainly been a while, hasn't it? I don't think that you'll make it back to see my beautiful, sophisticated self. I'm afraid the years of running down the halls and eating chocolates are starting to wear down on me. I'm getting ready to turn 86 this year, if you can believe that. I'm afraid my hair has gone white again, though that is from an entirely different magic, and I've long since given up the pigtails. It's been getting quiet again in these palace halls. The children were grown when you were last here. Then they had children, and oh, what a grand time that was. All of the fun, and none of the responsibilities. Kristoff and I quite enjoyed it, I must admit. And Olaf, too, having new little ones to play with. But now they are all growing up and starting to move on with their lives. New obligations, getting married and moving away. Everything feels so much colder now, though I'm not sure if that's due to the weather, my age, or having to warm the bed alone these nights now. Kristoff passed on several years ago, quietly in his sleep. He led a good life, and his niece certainly told him that he did in the last decade. He took me on sleigh rides as often as he could, though, considerably slower than when we were younger. It's mostly just myself and Henrik in the palace now. I help him manage the staff while he tends to everything else. You remember how it is. He's a good king, Jack. You would be so proud of him. His son, Johann, is a good boy, too. He's touring the continent right now with his family. The crown is in very good hands. Jack, I don't blame you for what happened with Elsa. It was sudden and terribly unfortunate, but sometimes that is just the lot we are dealt in life. It's how you live your years that makes them worth living. I just hope that it didn't take Henrik too long to figure that out. Anger and resentment is a terrible thing to hold on to in your heart. I hope that you will one day see this, Jack. I hope one day that you do return to Arendelle and see what legacy you still have here. I am afraid I am rather tired now, so I must go rest. Live well, Jack, wherever you are. Love, Anna. Elsa reached the end before he did. She'd always been quicker at reading than he was. He felt her squeeze at his arm as he carefully held it out for them both to read, heard her choke on a sob. As he read the last few lines, fighting back tears of his own, he turned and wrapped his arms around her, resting his chin on the top of her head. They were silent for a long moment, as the words written long ago from the ever-fiery Anna sank in. Elsa leaned back, wiping at her eyes with a smile on her face. She had a good life, it sounds like, she said, after we left. Jack nodded, picking the letter back up to read over the last few lines again. Yeah, he agreed. Yeah, it sounds like she did. He carefully folded the age-worn parchment back up, running a thumb over the broken seal before looking back at Elsa. "Time to go say hello?" he asked, smiling at her. Elsa nodded. Yes, she said. They stood, Jack turning to set Anna's letter on the settee that they had been sitting on, and Elsa crossed to the door, picking up the bouquet of flowers that had been sitting in a vase. They were tied together with a green ribbon. Opening the door, then stepped out into the hall and began their trek through the palace out to the graveyard. Today was Tuesday, Anna's favorite day of the week. She had always claimed that it was least loved day of the week, and thus aimed to give it the attention she felt it deserved. Every Tuesday since Elsa had returned, they went out to visit her grave and told her of everything she would have found exciting. They had told her of all of the places they had traveled, across all of the different countries and continents. They had told her about technology and modern marvels, about the family, and how amazingly big it was, especially about her own descendants. Jack opened the door for Elsa as they made their slow trek through the gardens, neither saying anything as the familiar shapes of their tall gravestones came into view. They paused as they reached Anna's, her name carefully carved in Old Norse across the stone face. Elsa bent down, picking up the old flowers that she had brought last week and tossing them to the side before laying the fresh ones in their place. She would lay the old flowers in the flower beds they would walk back by on their way back. Jack stepped forward, turning to sit with his back against the stone, and smiled up at the dark stone as Elsa carefully knelt down properly on her knees. "Hey, Firecracker," he said, patting the stone. "We finally read your letter today. I bet you've been waiting for me to do that." Elsa chuckled. "It was a very nice letter," she said. "You always wrote nice letters." "Well," Jack drawled out, "there was that one that you left for Elsa just before you met me." "Jack," Elsa chastised. He grinned at her. "Yeah, I suppose that was over 200 years ago now," he said. He looked down at the grass covering the ground, picking at a few blades. "It was a pretty good letter you left me," he admitted. "I only wish I had read it sooner." He paused, taking a moment to think before he looked up at the sky. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're still putting me in my place, all these years later," he asked wryly. "You wouldn't have it any other way." As if in a silent answer, the last of the morning clouds across the sun finally broke, brilliant sunlight spilling slowly over Arendelle in a wave of yellow warmth. They both chuckled, Elsa turning her head up and sighed happily, closing her eyes as sunlight filled the area around them. He could almost imagine her cheery form sitting at the top of gloomy gravestone, looking down at them with a happy smile, bouncing up and down as she excitedly waited to hear more of their stories. "No," he said, smiling. "No, you certainly wouldn't.